Well, hello everybody. Hello chat, how's everybody doing? I'm joined once again by my boy Octavian, and hopefully we have some content to review for you guys today. Some exciting stuff happened day 1 and 2, and hopefully we can share that with you.
We should be able to this time around. We've been extensively testing the clip thingy, or I've been testing it, and literally 2 minutes ago it was working. So it should be working now.
Yeah, we should be all buttery smooth. All the production has been working around the clock to get this all fixed for you, so hopefully we can share all that great content with you today, guys. I think actually we're going to start with some clips, with some pretty cool ones today. So if we can get that going for you just now, right into the content, because we got a ton to cover today.
Yeah, let's since we will be playing a little bit of catch up since the tool wasn't allowing us to show clips yesterday. So some of these clips might be old news to a few folks in chat who've been extensively keeping up with the Gauntlet, but we do want to make sure that they get covered here on the main broadcast regardless. So we're going to start with a rip that we sort of watched by proxy yesterday when Steel was watching it on his stream and we were watching Steel's stream. We'll pull up Garatha's clip. And it's coming through on your side, right?
Yeah, it is indeed.
All right, so yeah, this is a nice little game of Ring Around the Rosie with Al-Hasmin, that's his name? Yeah, Al-Hasmin. I always call him Mr. Snakes, so I continually forget his real name. But yeah, this is a relatively old clip from yesterday, and just a case of turning back around again, which you choose one direction for the circle to go in, and you don't go the other way. I mean, but I honestly, I don't really blame Garatha at the end here, because it seemed like Al-Hasmin was transitioning to melee mode, so that's when you expect the snakes to stop shooting, and they just got one last volley off.
It's one of the cases where you really just want to let this whole phase run out, because in Gauntlet all these projectiles will shotgun, so you just kind of want to avoid this entirely. Let him get into his melee phase, as you said, and then just try and DPS him down. I know it is tempting, especially if you're used to like Trade League, just to like sort of attack him while you go, but it's just not worth it in this Gauntlet, at least for me. You got to take your time, but you know, Garatha, like, super experienced player, obviously just felt he was safe, but those snakes do a lot of damage, as it turns out. a lot of damage. Whew.
I'm gonna pull up another one here. I don't think we saw this one yesterday. The quality's taking a little time to load in, but that's all right. This is Zytv, and I believe he's doing the exsanguinate traps. He just has the MTX that makes them look like they're all space noodles.
He does indeed. And it's looking pretty smooth. I think, you know, oh my god, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, it just got crushed. That was multiple boulder people in a row. I don't know, the golems or whatever.
Actually, let's see if I can just try and grab right before. I can't control the speed, sadly, guys, like the playback speed, and the quality I know is a little poor, but it's just one of these things that with you know, if the stream was low quality or something like that, we can't actually increase it, but just gets
not everybody has an amazing internet connection.
Very true. And he just gets rolled by these fiery boys, and I think he just one-shots him. Yeah.
Yep. It was. It might have been near a Drox aura of some sort. Maybe there was a banner or something in the background that we didn't quite see. With the relatively low resolution, it's a bit hard to pick out the details, but ultimately, whether there was an aura there or not, it was like 4 different golems rolling over.
And the thing is, like, with all the extra damage mods in Gauntlet, and like the physical, like Elemental is physical and everything, like those boys hit like a truck.
Oh yeah.
And they
it's like near instant too.
Yeah.
The turbo.
It's
they had
so
frenzy
fast.
charges as well. It looks like. Oh, the blue pack might have been a frenzying blue pack. And the ones where when they die they grant frenzies to nearby allies. Those were very fast rolls.
And this is one of these things where when your dodge, when your like evasion fails, like if you don't have that high health pool or like armor or something else, or like fizz mitigation or something like that, you're just gonna get turned to mush. I mean, it works 99% of the time, but that 1%, like, it's gonna happen in Path of Exile. You do get hit quite a lot. Like, you're doing map after map after map. Eventually, you're gonna have that one instance where, sadly, your dodge and evasion just fail. So.
And next, we're gonna pull up a very recent clip that didn't actually happen during our broadcasts. It happened a couple hours after the end of yesterday's stream, I believe.
Oh, apparently Zai's in chat. He actually said he clicked the prophecy X, so he stopped moving.
Oh, Navali killed him.
Oh my lord. Zai, that's a heartbreaker, but
we do have Ryze's crowd favorite of the War Chief Totem / Protector Totem Chieftain on screen here, and it's an unfortunate.
Oh, he's shocked. Ryze is not happy about that one. I'm gonna just replay it there.
I was tuned in for this one live because I was hanging out in Ryze's chat after the end of the stream, and he was really disappointed in himself for this rip. He said that, you know, it was a death that shouldn't have happened. Like, he had opportunities to avoid it, but he was tired and not paying full attention at this point.
Yeah,
he just didn't dash away when the mob started tapping him.
Yeah, he's reading chat apparently at the time, so he's just like looks away for that split second, but that split second was enough to just clap him. And there you go. I mean, that's Path of Exile for it. But you know what? Knowing Ryze, he's got a few rerolls in his back pocket. We know he got that Detonate Dead Helmet enchant, which may not be the best in slot, but definitely going to maybe influence his decision going forward. And I think he is playing live now, so we are going to see what he rolled eventually. But just unfortunate. Just unfortunate.
We've got plenty to get through, so we're going to keep going at a fairly rapid clip here.
All right.
We have another one that I was sad to see. I'll pull it up now.
Oh, Terence.
Yep, I figured you'd be sad to see this one
with
too.
This
was one of your favorite builds.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Let's see what happens here. Oh, tell me it's not to the... Oh my god.
Just a little too quick.
And you know what? We talked about this day one, right? These archers, like with the tornado shots, they just... Like, all these projectiles can shotgun you because of the LMP. And that's exactly what happens. Because you can see it. It's unavoidable. Like, I mean, okay. You have to kill those mobs off screen to avoid that, but like, that's... Oh my god, Terence, my man. Jeez.
And there's a shot there at the very start that stuns him as well. Not that there's much time to react, but it prevents any reaction at all. So,
and I mean, this is the exact reason we told you guys not to run the Blood Aqueducts while leveling, right? Like, that the Harbor Bridge was a lot safer. The mobs in BA can do this as well, right? And he has 3,600 life. I mean, granted, he had none of his defensive stuff up, but, I mean, absolute getting trucked. It's just absolutely brutal.
And I will pull on another clip here from...
we have
a lot of people participating in this event, so, you know, you're going to see your favorite streamers, and there may also be some folks who are streaming for the first time and streaming purely for the Gauntlet event. And that doesn't mean that their rips can't be interesting, entertaining, and worth watching either. Or they're good luck clips. I mean, I don't want to just wish everyone death. But we'll pull up a name that I'm not familiar with, and we'll see exactly what happened. This is a mystery to me, too.
Okay. Oh, it's a Ziri.
It's a Trapper at Ziri attempt, yeah. A fairly early one, too, as he's only got 5-point-something K life. The Seismic Trap build is perfectly capable of reaching, like, 6-point-something K, but this early on, I imagine it was a rush to try and get one of the first Ziri kills for a bounty.
Yeah. I mean, his damage just isn't really there, right? He's not able to phaser quickly enough, and he just has to deal with all these shenanigans. Oh, and he's dead.
Was that logout timer, or did he just log out a little bit too late?
Let's go. Let's have a look. I'm gonna fast forward here a bit. I mean, we see them start to pop on the left. I think it's just...
I think it was a slightly too late logout, yeah. He was
close.
Really looking for that safe spot on the bottom of the arena there, hoping he didn't have to log.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, the safest play is to log, like, right like a second before that, but hindsight is 20/20.
Yeah, see, I've paused
Easy to say.
I've paused it for chat, so you can see this one start to pop, and as you know, Storm calls that once one pops, they all start to pop, so we're talking, like, literal frames here, where he just where he gets popped. I mean, if he stands here, maybe he lives, but because there's 3 or 4 overlapping, there's no way he can get out of it, but, I mean, the only thing in this situation isn't even it's just not to take this fight this early, but if he's going for a bounty, I mean, who can blame the man? There's money on the line. Oh, Zytv did get it? Okay. I didn't think... So, I mean, maybe the bounty wasn't up, but... Yikes, that's... You hate to see it. That's brutal.
I'm going to pull up something that just got listed by one of our organizers in the background. I have no idea what's in this clip. The title does not give it away. So, we'll go in just as blind as you guys. 1 sec.
No problem.
Make sure it's loading right. There we go. Okay, it's another Aziri clip. That's why I thought it hadn't loaded. It just happens to be another Aziri clip.
Split phase? I don't like that he has his inventory open. Oh, he's trying to link it.
Oh, this is the bounty attempt. Remember?
Yeah. You have to link an item. You have to 5 link a unique item during split phase, and he 6 links it.
It has to be 5 links.
Yeah.
You can't claim the bounty.
Yeah.
6 linking fails.
Yeah.
6 linking fails the bounty.
I guess there goes your RNG from the rest of the league. Oh my god.
This is what I appreciate the production in the background not telling us what happened in this clip.
Oh my god.
Because this is wonderful. No, he doesn't get the bounty.
No, yeah, it's got to be a 5 link, and then he has to vol it afterwards. So there's 2 steps, but I think he's just not happy about this. Oh my! I've never been angry about a 6 link until this very moment. That is that's pretty funny. I gotta laugh there.
Let's pull on another clip here.
I mean, that 6 link costed him a few $100s.
That's true. Yeah. That's like anti-RMT.
Yeah.
Oh man, but he's gonna vanish.
Oh, Zibi.
This is Xibby or Zibby.
I'm
not sure
sure
if the X is meant to be pronounced. But yeah, Extra Proj is extremely nasty in Delve, and he was missing a good chunk of health as well, just from some degen from the darkness playing around the edges. You don't have a ton of light radius this early on, so it's pretty easy to step off into the dark and lose a couple hundred HP incidentally, which usually isn't a huge deal. But in this case, who knows, maybe it made the difference. With that many projectiles, I kind of doubt it.
Yeah, I feel like he just got bopped. I mean, the thing... we keep talking about it, and it's been a theme throughout several of these clips. The damage just isn't there for a lot of these players. And granted, 3.15 did just lower damage across the board. But if you're not able to like clear these mobs like semi-efficiently, you're in for a bad time. And we do see actually Ryze re-rolled the same build. Like this is
wow.
Yeah, so he's confident in his choice. He decided to define the meta with Warchief Totems, but you know what? It might also be a comfort pick. He looks really happy with it, and
yeah. When he died, he did say he said like, "Oh man, I was really enjoying that build," something along those lines. Yeah. So I guess he was really enjoying that build.
And I've had a note from the president of production that the clips being 480p will be fixed probably by tomorrow. But at least we can watch clips, so I'm very, very happy. But it's grabbing the wrong quality from the thing. So there is a fix incoming, maybe by the end of today, hopefully for tomorrow. So chat, just bear with us. I'm just happy we can bring you content, honestly. It's just exciting to see, right?
And for a change of pace, we'll have a non-rip clip.
Oh my.
This is Ryze before his death, doing a little bit of ROG crafting. He's hemming and hawing over whether or not he should try to corrupt this ring, and ends up with a Pride Aura effects ring.
Pretty nice.
With double res and about 100 life? 90 something life, yeah. Including the strength.
It's not bad at all. That is not bad. I'm not sure if he's taken unwavering stance, but you know, 118 evasion, if you get a few other evasion pieces, wouldn't hurt, but I don't think he has any on his character, so...
And given that he was initially going full fizz with the totems, I don't know if his plan was to convert. It's pretty good for the totem build, but is also amazing if he wants to reroll as the Seismic Trapper.
True,
that is a disgusting ring for that build. Solves some strength requirements that the build might have. The evasion is relevant on that one, of course. And then life and like 100 life and 90 res is never bad.
And nowadays, the mana roll is actually... is like maybe not really important, but really nice to have, a great quality of life, right? Just getting that little bit more, even after reservation, like having an extra 20-30 mana light give you that like buffer you need in between packs that you don't have to like rely on a mana flask or anything like that. So not to be scoffed at anymore. I know it used to be kind of like a dead stat for a lot of players, but nowadays I see mana, I'm pretty excited.
But not to take too long a break from the death train.
Pull
another rip clip on. This is an early one, it looks like. Oh, is this...
It is. It's the Oni. It's the Oni.
Is this Oni farming? Yeah, he's got the glowy sword. This is Oni farming. Oh, no.
Going with Ranger rather than Sign, as we saw Karn do. Let's say, maybe he's knows something we don't, but...
It is the safer choice.
Considering you just told me that he does rip, so maybe it's not the safer choice.
I didn't realize this was Oni farm, and good God, that hurts.
I mean, that just hurts the soul. After probably 8 to 13 hours, this man, who knows how long, but... Just get dunked. LeBron James up in here. Whew. Brutal.
God damn.
Gross. I mean, I guess he's got a few more Rangers he can roll on, but after seeing this, I think I'm rolling San if I ever do farm this. Yeah. This does not.
I don't think I'm farming this.
I mean, I maybe just buy it for a couple X maybe then. Let other people do it. Oh no. And I know I'm sort of just repeating this guy's getting dunked on, but that is some big leap slam AoE.
Alright, we'll hop to the next clip so we don't get depressed watching that one over and over again. and this is violet green.
Okay.
Oh,
You don't.
Oh no.
No, don't.
Surviving 2 hits from the 3 hits from the laser. Not the third one so much.
I mean, okay. Well, there's a lot to talk about in this clip. There's a lot to talk about. So the second you're hit here, you don't want to continue. Like, you don't want to keep moving because he's following. They're following the beam, right? So you either want to stand still, let it hit you, or just, like after the first one, and just like then repeat. Yours also, you really want to be as close to Piety as possible. I mean, the arc moves faster the further you are away from it. A little bit of a physics lesson, right? So if you can stay close and just sort of whiz around, yeah. But Piety is pretty brutal. Looks up to about 1,000 damage a tick. Those things.
Yeah, impressively tanky to survive multiple taps from the Piety beam. Piety beam, it's essentially like a death sentence if it even touches you. So that is a tanky build for Act 4.
Oh no, yeah, and the build can do it. I think it's just, you know what, Gauntlet. There's a lot of nerves with Gauntlet, right? I mean, it's not easy to just make the right decision every time. Like the second you're I'm finally in Act 4. Maybe they died in Act 3 before. They died in Act 2, and now they're finally at this new content. They've seen all these top streamers do it, and then you're there. Like, anxiety is a thing, right? I mean, I know I struggle with anxiety in real life, so there's definitely like pressure when you're in sort of these boss fights that a lot of people are consider like one of the harder boss fights for the campaign, right? Piety, Doedry, the Weaver, right? There's these specific points in the campaign where it's just hard. So no harm, no foul. Hopefully they get back on the horse again. Hopefully we can see it tomorrow, popping off and maybe maps or something like that.
I'm gonna pull on another crafting clip. Zizaran working on a Shaper Shield here.
Oh.
It's plus max totems, but obviously doesn't need that. Rolls past it and instantly gets
oh my!
Damn solid life total with recover on block.
Okay, Ziz. Life, 86 life, 42 strength, which probably solves a lot of issues for him, and life on block, which is, for those that don't know, absolutely insane for witch builds, for any block build really. So what happens is you get hit by the attack or spell, whatever you're blocking. If it does bypass your block, you take damage, right? But then if you're getting barraged with hundreds of things, you're going to start recovering because you're blocking stuff with this. So it's essentially like you're barrage proof now. So if you ever get hit by like hundreds of different enemies, like the likelihood is you're just immortal to that type of damage.
Mm-hmm. This is not really the ideal base for it,
no.
But you can't really be too picky in a solo self-end scenario as far as influenced gear is concerned.
Yeah, you take a Shaper Shield, you roll for it, and hits it pretty quickly. I mean, this clip might just be short. He might have spent like 200 alts, but even then, like 200-300 alts is pretty cheap for a shield like that, honestly.
Yeah, it's only a 23% block base, and the implicit is not too terribly relevant, but you take what you can get, you know? It's got 100 life if you include the strength.
I mean, this is day 2. That was day 2.
That's amazing.
Like, I think you sort of just, like, take it and just say, okay, you know, if you can upgrade it later on, great, but, you know, otherwise you're just really happy with that, right? Survivability in these early maps is really tough.
Here's a clip from Exile.
Oh my.
Pretty straightforward as to why this is a clip.
And it rolls really well, too.
Yeah, it's decent enough. It's got, like, 80, 90-ish life and some res.
And 50 res. Hey, I'll take a 6 link. I'll take it.
It's not a excellent base for this build, I don't think. I'm trying to think what link colors... Like, you want mostly greens, right? Yeah, you want things like trap and mind damage. You need trap support, assuming your Exsanguinate's going in the 6 link.
Mm-hmm.
So, probably not going to be able to just throw that into the build immediately, but if we see a rip, maybe we see a reroll to a different setup in order to take advantage of the pure strength base.
Mm-hmm. That's, hey, look. I'm not even mad. I mean, look, maybe you harvest craft it, too, maybe? To remember you get your colors if that makes it easier, because it is, I believe, what, one red, 5 green is like the ideal for that one, for the Exsanguinate traps, but pretty hard to roll on a base like that. But if you can maybe get some harvest crafting in or something like that, hopefully he can use it. But hey, maybe you throw it into a corruption chamber, get all white sockets.
And let's pull up Ziz's broadcast again, or the clip from it, as I don't want to spoil the stream title, or the clip title. I'll just let it roll. Hey! Also, not the best base though. These guys are all getting pure armor 6-links, which could be very useful again for reroll. But the Detonate Dead build, which Ziz is playing at the moment, will use maybe 2 red blinks in the form of like Inspiration and Fire Pen, and is unlikely to use any further than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, the reality is, even if they have to reroll, right, maybe that like influences the decision. Maybe they do roll with the Ryze build. They go with Orchi Totems or something like that, but just having the option or having that base, at the very worst, it's a Divine. Like, you know, and the thing is, if maybe we want to go for the bounty that gives you all the Pantheons, you need a couple Divines to grab all those, right? You need the Divine Flask, what's it called, recipe there, from the vendor, which is 5 flasks, I believe, and a Divine Orb. So then gives you 5 Divine Vessels, sorry.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it could put you a little closer to that bounty. We'll pull up a clip from Steelmage here. Or not, because it doesn't seem to have loaded. No. Oh gosh. Is my observer client not functioning anymore?
Oh my god.
No, I think we might have the same issue as yesterday. Why? Why? We tested so much.
Well, for now, what I'll do for now is I'll pop our faces on screen. We'll do some live commentary, and hopefully in the back end, you can have. Oh, is it working? We good?
Refresh the observer client to ensure that it is, but I'm able to edit it again.
Okay. Easy.
And we'll see if the clip is working. If it's not, we've gotten through all but like 4 of the clips we had prepared. So, hey, the clip is working. Nice.
Lovely.
All right,
and the quality is there too.
Yep, we have Steel. This is a clip from, I believe, like yesterday or maybe even late the day before. So it's a relatively old clip, but we, again, didn't have the capability to show clips yesterday on stream, so we're catching up a little bit here. And it's an intuitive leap, I think.
Yeah, it is indeed. Which is really nice for his build. There's a couple places you can use it as a bleed gladiator. Yeah, Steel with the insane RNG, 6-link, Lionized shield, and an intuitive leap. And I think this is like 36 hours into the race, so I think he's pretty damn happy. Pretty damn happy.
All right, and there's, I think, one final clip that I have in the tool here. We'll pull it up. And we'll end on chat's favorite thing. A little bit of why people happy.
And Kobe playing Toxic Rain Ballistas, hopefully. Let's see what he gets. Maybe he gets a crazy enchant or something, I don't know.
Sorry, yeah, I kind of gave it away a little bit. I know. He does have the curse fonts on him, which is one of the, probably like the nastiest mods since the changes to warding flasks. And
yeah, that might kill that. That might be what kills him though. I mean, with the reduced resistances, I'm not sure if he's the weakness capped or not.
Yeah, I think Volma's on him too, and the base fizz from Dual Sword Slash is just huge. Oh, and there's golems. So Azaro is charged by those. He's faster because of the lightning golem.
Yeah.
That swipe is coming out crazy fast with gauntlet mods and a lightning golem.
Actually, this is I actually thought he was out of there, but the AoE is just absolutely insane. It just clips him on the end there. Let me rewind for chat.
On top of that, this is a perfect storm. On top of that, if the swipe was considered to have hit him at the beginning of his dash instead of the end of it, he was in that green field up there at the top of the arena. And for those of you who don't know, the green field from those totems causes you to take increased damage. So he was standing in an increased damage taken zone while affected by vulnerability, and Azaro had golem buffs. Like, that is as deadly as Azaro can possibly be, pretty much.
Yeah, I know Kobe's killed this boss hundreds and hundreds of times, but with the gauntlet, with the increased turbo and everything like that, I guess maybe a bit overconfident there. But I'm surprised because Kobe's a hell of a player, so I'm surprised that he died to Azaro. But sometimes that perfect storm, like you said, just clips him, and it could be, as you said, because there is a frame or two where you're still in your original position when you flame dash or you frost blink or anything. You're still technically in. I think you're actually in both positions for like a frame or two. So it could be that he's not even hit here, but actually hit on that, like exactly what you said, like in that green circle on top of that thing, because it is 0 to 100. Sorry, 100 to 0. Like there's.
And it is. It's evidently Ellie weakness, not Vuln. I misinterpreted the curse.
And he is capped apparently. So it's just the apparently he is Ellie weakness capped. So it's just insane damage.
And the debuff from the circle, if that is where he was considered to be hit.
I mean, look. There's also Azaro just hits like a truck. It could be a crit as well. But I don't see any like ailments on him, so maybe not. But Damn, 6.3k nearly, and just to 0.
Yeah. He loses a... Oh, he had a taste of hate. He had some nice stuff, probably. I mean, at the very least, he had a taste of hate. I don't know what the rest of his gear was.
Actually, I mean, for those saying he has no defense or anything like that, I mean, he does have a lot of dodge. He has block. He probably has Wind Dancer on top as well. So and he has blind as well. So it's kind of one of those things that I think Azaro. I mean, he RNG'd it. He's just outside the Flesh and Stone range, so he's actually taking reduced damage from this as well.
I don't know if Wind Dancer is going to be up though, because that lightning golem
I was hit before,
constantly bopping him over and over and over again, because it'll drop a little like Orb of Storms-esque ability that'll just like do tiny little zaps.
True.
And that's going to keep the Wind Dancer buff down the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, it's just tough. Like, I mean, Azaro hits like a truck, right? And just... Yeah. But knowing Kobe, he's going to be back at it. You know, he's not one to quit. I think he made like half a dozen or 7 or 8 different like Scions last Gauntlet. This man loves content and hopefully is going to keep trucking along for the next couple of days here. Bring us some more content. Maybe, hopefully no more rips, but hopefully some boss kills.
What are you talking about? We love rips.
I know, but I mean, I want to see these guys succeed, Octavian. I'm all about the rips, but like, I want to see it against like Uber and Ziri. You know what I mean?
Yeah, those are the fun ones.
Yeah, I want to see it against like the Feared. You know, which isn't even a bounty this time.
Uber Azaro is a pretty darn dangerous build, or a darn dangerous enemy in Gauntlet.
Is indeed.
Just guessing that was Uber Lab. I actually didn't look at the level of the zone, but considering he had like 6-point-something K life, and he was in the top 10 on the ladder, and he, you know, had a taste of hate and stuff at the time, it might have been Merc. If it was Merc, that was quite a lot of damage for Merciless Lab.
It was 100. It was at level 75 or area level 75. So it was Uber Lab. Yeah,
makes sense.
I'm gonna pop us onto the screen in position 4 here. And yeah, a little bit of live content. We have the Oni-Goroshi Master himself, DS Lily, and Ryze QT, playing very different builds. Ryze rerolling, as we said, back into his, I guess, now patented War Chief build, Totem build, and he was really enjoying it. And you know, I mentioned this yesterday, but if you're enjoying the build you're playing, even if it's maybe not as meta as maybe other options, if you're enjoying it, you're gonna play better. You're gonna play, you know, you're not gonna hate the struggle. And you're gonna really sort of, well, you know, you're gonna embrace it, right? If you're having a good time,
no, you're absolutely.
That sounds ridiculous, but if you're having a good time, everything's better.
As the struggle.
The struggle. Well, sometimes.
As evidenced by, you know, how many people are playing in the Gauntlet and how well received it is as an event in every league. There are people that like the struggle.
Oh, no, I mean, I meant more like the.
No, I'm right there with you, man.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not trying to contradict you.
I know, but sometimes the struggle is more fun if you're actually having fun. Okay, I sound like an idiot. You know exactly what I mean, chat. Hopefully, we do see Lily also pushing the Azarite Mine. For those that don't know, this time around in the Gauntlet, getting to depth 300 does get you 3 points, so it's 100 per depth. So the first level, so area depth 100 pretty much is a guaranteed point for a lot of these players. But getting to 200-300, not every build is going to want to do that, especially considering you have all these other bosses to do. And ripping in Delve is a very real possibility for all these players. You know, content can get pretty insane down there.
Oh dang! Ryze is evidently rerolling this build because he got himself a Brutus Lead Sprinkler, so he's going to be able to go the strength stacking fire version of it, which is, you know, the variant that you'll often see in trade leagues more frequently. I mean, he still isn't going to have trade league caliber of gear in his other slots. We're probably going to see, you know, we're not going to see like 1800 strength. He'll be lucky if he breaks 1,000 depending on gear. But it will be a version of the build that has a lot more potential for upward scaling than just the lugging around a clunky old two-hand axe variant.
I mean, damage would have saved him on his rip, right? If his totems were able to like one-shot those mobs, then he wouldn't have had a problem, or two-shot those mobs. But they were just sticking around, and they just were able to just swarm him, get him down, which is pretty brutal.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunate.
I'm being told we have a clip of the lead sprinkler drop, but I don't see it in the tool.
We did show the ring of Garatha, which had strength on it, by the way. But I mean, it's pride aura effect, so maybe he's gonna save that for an exsanguinate reroll or something. But hey, I'll take life. Big strength on a lead sprinkler build. Pretty nice. And hopefully he can, you know, farm some breach, maybe get himself a Zoph's amulet or something like that to scale his strength even more. But there's a couple options that he has available to him, and we're gonna see how he sort of progresses this character over the next like 24 to 36 hours.
Yep, I imagine a lot of haywork farming for rage essences to try and get as many guaranteed strength rolls as possible across the board. That, or it's possible that you like go to heist for all those essences, but it's hard to guarantee you get the ones that you need, and if you've progressed the heist quest line a bit already.
Yeah, I mean, like, in Gauntlet, you can't ignore content, right? There's all these different avenues, and you mentioned it yesterday, and I couldn't agree more now that you sort of put it. Like, you have to use everything available to you. You can't sort of hoard stuff, which I tend to do. You have to use everything, right? Because it's SSF. It's the Gauntlet. Oh, and we do have a clip. Ooh, let me
Oh, it's from Gwennon. He got it through some gwambling. I wonder if his intention, it must be. You don't just randomly click on mid-tier scepter bases unless you're looking for this, and he's very happy. Look at that smile.
I'm pretty sure his eyes tripled in size just when he saw that.
Oh, he's got like 5 other ritual scepters in that tab that were presumably failed attempts from Gwennon, and one in his inventory.
Let's see this. I'm going to pause on his eyes here. And he's contemplating, oh, do I want to spend the currency? We'll see. And... oh! And he hits it. Yeah, that's
nice.
That's a pog jump right there. I mean, oh, Ryze,
oh, this
we love
is
you,
WoW
bud.
leveling as well. This is WoW leveling an exsanguinate trap. It looks like.
Yeah, so I guess he's like,
so
okay.
he was looking to reroll back to the chieftain. He was missing the chieftain and wanted an excuse to go back to it.
Oh. All right, we can pretty much, yeah, exactly what Man with Hat said. Time to reroll. He was in the middle of a reroll and decided, you know what? Let's do it. Let's rock it. Second time around. Awesome. Really damn awesome. And he's back in Act 9, so kind of, you know, he's pushing content. He's playing very safe, right? He's in Harbor Bridge, as we mentioned. You don't want to be in BA because those tornadoes guys can just one-shot you. We saw Terence die earlier to that. Because shotgunning is actually pretty deadly. And for those that don't know, cannibals in Act 1 also do that, and they're actually some of the scariest mobs in the entire game in Gauntlet. So,
yep.
Just be aware.
One shotgun from a cannibal can put you down to... I mean, it can kill you if they crit, and if they don't, they'll usually put you down to, like, double-digit HP in Act 1, bring you down to, like, 10 or 20.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll usually see either Harbor Bridge farming or Foothills farming. Foothills farming is... commonly done in order to try and get some low-level cluster jewel bases if there's certain notables that you want that appear at low levels, and you don't want certain ones that will only start showing up at eye level 75. The Foothills can be a great zone to reset because you can pay attention to the loading time on the reset, and if it loads a little longer, usually that means there's either a gen mission or a delirium or both in the zone. So you just sit there resetting over and over and over again until you get what you want.
That makes sense, right? Like, if you need to target farm something, it just, why not do it before you, like, before maps where everything's a little bit deadlier, right?
You'll also end up with a lot more unveils because you're doing the gens that show up too, which can be really, really nice for filling out gear once you do get into maps. You do have to be careful, though, if you're trying to employ that strategy. When you get above level 73, or 73 or above, deliriums will not spawn anymore. I think gens don't either.
Fair enough. I think it's time for a ladder check. If we want to pop that up on the big screen.
Can do.
Can do. Awesome.
Boom. Is that showing up for you?
It is indeed. And hopefully, I mean, I got the circle, a loading circle, but I mean, we're gonna just give it a second. Hopefully, we can get through here. And
there
we popped. Okay. The ladder looks a little different compared to last time. Yeah, we have Pac died as the first first witch, which is just unfortunate. I don't think we haven't seen his clip yet, but we will probably grab that for you. I think it was actually off stream. It was off stream.
Yeah. We don't have a clip. There was no. It was not recorded at all. Pac was playing off stream, maybe because he was just, you know, feeling a little tired. I can sympathize with that. Sometimes you want to just focus in, turn on some music that might get you DMCA'd and play some video games. It's never fun.
Unfortunately, I mean, look. As far as I'm concerned, our boss and CEO Zizaran is probably pretty happy about this because you know.
True, he's a witch as well.
And as you know, I am a little bit biased. But let's, you know what? I'd like to check what the other witches are playing, if they're all doing Detonate Dead, or are there anyone playing minion build? Because they are all necromancers, at least in the top 5, and some of them do have. I think it's all All valid detonate dead. We don't have YSYH's build. He has made his profile private, but the rest of them are all playing that, except for number 7, I think. VVCK day game. Yeah. Playing skeletons.
Doing skellies, and then you got to go down. I think that's like number 12 or 13 for another skellies character.
Fair enough.
So detonate dead is certainly dominating this ladder. Does that? Oh, Lily has a brine crown. That's a really nice pickup. That is super rare, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it gives you cannot be frozen, just for free, and a ton of mana regen as well as some armor. That's a really nice pickup.
You know what though? The armor while stationary, not something to scoff at either, right?
Yeah.
That's because you're gonna get hit while you're casting without detonate dead. Oh, sorry, detonate dead, right? Because you're placing your desecrate, you're right clicking. You actually do have a fair amount of like stationary time. So it's quite a nice little, I mean, maybe not her best in slot helmet, but at least for now, really cool pickup.
Yeah, a couple of really nice uniques. The Death Rush is also just a very solid use of a ring slot now that Onslaught on kill is a lot more difficult to get. You can't just throw it on your jewel socket, almost guaranteed. Yeah, solid gear all around. Got a min endurance charge ring too, which is something we're seeing a lot of people go for. I think Zizaran picked one of those up recently too. And Pak had one, but has sadly perished, though I'm sure he'll be re-rolling. But yeah, I can't overstate how rare Brine Crown is. All of the what's the word I'm looking for here? All of the Pantheon uniques are quite rare.
Yeah.
You know, it's lumped in there with like Abarat's Hooves and Raslatha's Coil and stuff like that. Like, you can go leagues upon leagues without ever seeing one drop.
No, it's pretty damn cool. You know what? That's what something I love about early league progression. In anything, SSF, trade, whatever, but it's great to see these uniques that maybe aren't like this top tier, right? They're not going to compete with these top tier rares either, but they have a place if you find them early on, right? And they can sort of change your build and curate it, which is really, really cool. I think I'd love to look at just top 5 overall, which apparently is a lot of Gladiator, and then you have Darky, of course.
Yep.
Yeah. Huwu still has his build private. I would assume Spectral Shield Throw with Bleed. Just
There's a Shield Crush Zerker. I love it.
Oh my! Let's have a look at this, and then we'll.
He's
check
using
out
an Advancing Fortress. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's
this Zerker has a lot of block actually. He's got, what is that? Just from the gear alone, assuming no block investment on the tree, 41% or something. Could go for a block craft on the chest piece eventually if you wanted to.
Yeah.
That ring on the right is disgusting. It's -7 mana cost, 71 life, 48 dex, and a total of 120 something resistances. That is a trade league ring. That is a disgusting item.
And as someone who league started this build, the 48 dex actually matters. Like it's pretty damn significant. Like I had to grab a note or two, like one of the notables for 30 dex. So if you can drop that, fantastic. And the mana cost does matter as well, especially on a 6-link.
Like, I honestly thought I had pulled up the wrong ladder here for a second. Some of the gear on this character looks
crazy.
This is like crazy for this early.
Also a 2400.
Are we sure this is in Gauntlet?
2400 shield, by the way, with regen.
No, actually, are we sure this is in Gauntlet? He has Command of Steel Anointed. Isn't that pretty expensive?
I think it's.
Am I misremembering?
I think it's a gold, right? At least.
No, I don't think it's quite that expensive, but I think it's. I'm gonna pull up.
Is it not?
And check.
I know. At least these gloves, for those that don't know, these are the BIS base. Because 25% reduced attack damage.
Only an opal? Okay. Opal is doable. That's still pretty lucky for this early.
Yeah. It's still really good, though.
Yeah, opalescent, crimson, and amber.
For those that don't know, though, these gloves that reduce attack damage with main hand and 50% increased damage with offhand, when you're using Spectral Shield Throw or Shield Crush, you're never using your main hand, so this is just 50 increased damage. So, kind of insane as well. With Chaos Res, 108 life, by the way.
Yeah, I'm checking out his tree a little bit. He actually has 3 wheels, not including the Anoint, that are block oriented. So without doing the arithmetic and adding them all up, because the official site doesn't do that for me, I guess he's got somewhere around 60 to 65 attack block, including the Advancing Fortress. That is a very significant amount of block. Yeah, it's not cap like a Gladiator might be able to reach, but that's quite a lot. That's a super good defensive layer.
I mean, he has 130 life on his helm, 120, nearly 130 on his plate, and 108 on his gloves. Like, having over 100 life on 3 pieces of gear already is kind of bonkers.
Very impressive build for this early in Gauntlet. I'm gonna keep, like, he's at rank 6, which is, rank 6 is great, don't get me wrong, but like, I think there's a real chance this guy pushes his way up into the top 5, top 3,
rank
potentially.
Rank 1 Marauder.
If he keeps on this. Yeah, true. Rank 1 Marauder since, I think Ryze, was Ryze at rank 1 when he died? No, Ryze is 10th now.
Yeah, so maybe. Yeah. The league...
No, Strand is 91. He must have been behind. He must have been behind that.
Yeah, this is Shield Crush, not Special Shield Throw. Sorry, guys, for those confirmed. This is like the rank 1 Berserker, or rank 1 Marauder as well. You can, again, a lot of his stuff is just best in slot, even Advanced in Fortress, right? I mean, it's crazy. Wow.
This is a hit-based, like, Impale variant, not a bleed variant of a shield skill, which is why he's using Lord of Steel as well, presumably to help out with clear.
I think we'll check out Lighty or Darky, his character, and then we'll head back to some live content, and we'll check back in a little bit later. But
he got his 6 link.
He did, yeah. Which is it's a +3 bow. Actually,
with room for dot multi. That's the basic bow. That's all you need to begin with.
I mean, if you have attack speed on there, it's insane. Like you can get better bows, but in a 10-day span, I mean. Darky holds himself to very high standards. I think he said if he gets 7x, he can just craft the best bow in the game, or that he wants.
Oh, he got himself a pair of Aziri step from his Aziri kill too. That's some nice RNG actually. Yeah. The step is one of the less common drops from her.
Yeah, really.
Usually you just get a flask.
Really good. I mean, obviously his quiver, he probably wants to upgrade this. I say just giving him 100 life and cold res. But there are some crazy mods on quivers that you can get for this, with like plus proj or anything like that, right?
It's a nice hat. That Corel is the only one who can give that unveil, so that hat dropped from Corel, and he got the unveiled version of the Fizz taken as fire with an open prefix to craft life and hybrid life. It's a very solid hat.
It's probably not something you're gonna change for a while, right? Especially as a raider, Fizz damage is one of these things that is incredibly scary. So just having some taken as fire is like, I'd rather have that than an extra, like, 40 life or 50 life base, right? Like, it's just such an efficient use of your, such an effective mod to mitigate damage.
Yeah, if there's like one thing I'd put on a wish list for this gear, it would be a ring similar to something like what Ziz or Lily have on their Necros with the min endurance and chance to gain endurance on kill.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think basically or a dot multi quiver like you mentioned, like those are the two straightforward upgrades that I see from this point. And then from there it starts to get like you want some influence gear in certain spots for dot multi maybe, or you want like the right cluster jewel and so on and so forth.
No, yeah, I mean, like, obviously he probably wants a 6 link 2 on his chest because he is running the ballista, but realistically, like, his gear is very solid. He's probably going to go up to some red maps, try and get some like high level bases, get them influenced with harvest or just drop them as you do. But so far I think really solid.
That's interesting. Being told by chat that he's got a shield swap, and I'm looking at his secondary weapons here, with +2 min endurance. So what you can do with that is he can double tap the weapon swap button, and then for 10 seconds he has 2 endurance charges, which is pretty nice tech. If you're like in a dangerous situation, you can just quickly 2-tap your weapon swap button, and you have a couple endurance charges instantly.
Well, and fortify, because he's using
Vigilant Strike. Personally, I would still prefer a min endurance with like hybrid endurance on kill ring, just because I feel like that's more consistent and you don't have to remember to press the button. But that is very nice tech.
Well, the thing is, why not, right? Because he has Immortal Call and cast when damage taken. Like, if you're gonna swap like every 20-30 seconds anyway to get Vigilant Strike Fortify up, you might as well get one big Immortal Call proc on your next time, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, just really nice, really solid tech. See, that's what I love about Darky. Coming up with these really cool synergies that you just, I don't know, I wouldn't think of initially, but he's like, yeah, of course I weapon swap all the time and get Fortify and get endurance charges. Who's not doing that? Like, this guy's, he's making a fool out of me. But he's looking pretty good. Only level 20 gem though, so he really wants to get that level 21. Because that's about 10 to 11% more damage. Yeah. On his ballistas, right? So. But yeah, I think we can go back to some live content. Pretty damn.
May need to refresh the player. Seems like, it's not keeping up with the controller right now. So just give the player a refresh and we should be back to live.
Will do. All right. Oh, I kind of love Karn's. Only took 13 hours.
I'm sure he's getting that question a lot.
Non-stop.
So I don't really blame him for throwing the text on screen. It's it's both the blessing and curse of his stream, this league or this gauntlet event. I'm sure where like a bunch of people are interested in his progress because he went for the really weird off-meta route of going for an Oni-Goroshi. But also on top of that, every single question in his chat is probably about Oni-Goroshi. You're like, how did you get that? How long did it take? Where did you farm the Oni? What is that sword? What does sword do, Mr. Streamer?
I actually want to see where he is on the ladder here. Let me check for you guys. I know we were just on the ladder check, but I didn't actually check Karn. Ziz is rank 43, by the way, overall, level 87, which is pretty cool.
Very nice.
Where is he? Where is Karn?
I was checking out Steel's gear earlier as well. He's also gone for the Advancing Fortress main hand, which is the same thing that very well-geared Zerker that we were looking at earlier was doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still just a little flabbergasted at the gearing that man had.
It's wild. It's actually
and with
wild.
how consistently good it was across the board, like, yeah, you can say he just got like really lucky, but every single gear slot was at the very least quite solid, and some of them were crazy. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you could just put that down to straight luck. Either that or he's absurdly lucky.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, I think. Obviously RG obviously plays a part in this game, but, if you know exactly what you need, you know where to get it. Maybe he's running Harvest, maybe he's using Essences, maybe he's running every single June mission, maybe he farmed in Quarry. We're not 100% sure, but
it's about tilting the luck in your favor,
Exactly.
It is a game of a bunch of different roulette wheels of various flavors and colors, and once you understand how they all work and you know exactly which levers to pull to maximize your odds of getting the thing you want out of the machine, out of the system, it can make quite a lot of difference and weight the odds in your favor.
Fun fact, I'm Exile, who did die on day 1, or like within the first 24 hours, is back to rank 14 and is level 90.
Wow.
So... yeah,
very well done.
With the same build as well. The man goes fast. The man
I'm
goes
gonna pull
very,
Exile
very
up
fast.
on the stream here.
Yeah, please. If he's online, yeah, please do. Oh,
He's not online. Darn it.
Damn.
Well, probably taking some well-deserved rest then. We'll catch back up with him next time we can.
No. That's yeah. And the man's fast. As it turns out, like the man who won the gauntlet last time, yeah, he's pretty good at the game.
But right now, he's fast asleep. Hey.
I like that. That's actually that. Okay, you made me smile there. Okay, you're not gonna lie. Okay,
Hey, I did it.
You got me with that one. That's
I got approval on one of my bad jokes. It looks like Steel is doing
First time
a
viewer.
expedition logbook, which I imagine at this point, with his character as well geared as it is, he can pretty much just crush.
Oh, I would think so. Yeah. Like I think at this point, Steel is just like he's got a 6-link. He has Lionized shield. He shouldn't. None of this content should be a problem. I mean, red maps might start to get a little bit harder for him, but it shouldn't be too big of an issue for him. At least
Yeah, I
until
can't
then.
imagine many of the players are pushing very far into red maps yet.
No.
As high tier yellows at the levels that they're at are still going to give some solid XP, and that's where the next big DPS wall is going to come.
Mhm.
Like, once you get the damage to like start crushing high tier white maps, it's not really that hard to make the transition into middle yellows.
Mhm.
But the transition from like T9s up to T11s and 12s is a lot bigger of a deal.
Yeah, it feels especially difficult, especially in 3.15. I know a lot of players were complaining both on Reddit, on the forums, on streams that like just breaking into red maps just felt that little bit harder this league, right? They felt like they had to buy a piece of gear or spend their time in harvest crafting some. I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, having the highest tier content and be more difficult to access is a choice that GG has made, which is fine. But it's gonna be a wall for these players.
That's a dying sunset that Steel just got. I don't know
okay.
if that's very good on shield throw. The extra proj would only apply to the small projectiles.
I mean, I'm not gonna say no though. I'm like,
I mean, it like gives you half of a helm enchant worth of extra proj, a little less than half of a helm enchant. I don't know if that's worth the flask slot, to be entirely honest, because flask slots are so valuable defensively when you need every defensive edge you can get in the gauntlet, and Dying Sun has really awful uptime unless you have some nice
Pathfinder
flash
stuff.
charge gen.
Yeah.
So I doubt he's going to use it, but still just crazy that he got a Dying Sun in 2 days in Gauntlet.
Without killing
the div cards.
Without killing Shaper.
Yeah. This is something that I imagine would set Zizaran's teeth on edge. He's always had this crusade, and I agree with him to some extent about, like, you know, boss uniques probably shouldn't be accessible through things like stack deck and divination cards in general from, like, div boxes.
I mean, I agree, right? Like, I'd like to keep some items keep them special, right? It's not that I don't like these cards existing. It's just I think the items themselves are, like, they're pretty damn cool. They're a little bit like, oh, okay, like, eventually I'm going to get them if I keep farming it, but just being able to just cheese it with a card just... I mean, it's fun, like, the first time you do it, but, like, for the game as a whole, kind of doesn't feel great, right?
The suggestion that Zizaran has given a few times, and I think he even mentioned it on the podcast with Chris Wilson a couple weeks ago now, however long that was, was to have the div cards drop sometimes from the bosses themselves. So, you know, you can piecemeal work your way to the unique if you just have a really unlucky streak.
Well, that's like a great option, right? I think that would... I mean, I myself would like that a lot more. Even if it wasn't from the boss themselves, but from, like... I mean, I think that's better, but even if it was from, like, the Guardians, like, that's not a bad option either. Like, make it rarer, but from them. You know, so it's like, oh, like, I can never get my sets, I can't even kill Shaper, but, oh, maybe you can get it from there. But just having them from generic sort of stack decks and stuff, not a fan.
Yeah. You probably shouldn't be getting a Dying Sun randomly when you're
he's in yellow maps. He's in yellow maps.
Red maps. You don't have a single Shaper Guardian or Fragment. But you have a Dying Sun, though.
It's going to be interesting to see... Sorry, I'm interrupting you, but it's going to be interesting to see when these players... when they start breaking into red maps and, like, the higher tier content, like T16s and stuff like that, because... no one has sort of attempted that content yet, so I think everyone's putting it off, saying, you know what, let me just farm, let me gear up, like, while it's safe, no, exactly, you first, be my guest, type thing, you try this in 3.15, and I don't know, I think the second we see someone, like trigger it, and you're gonna just see this wave of people throwing themselves at content, because, I mean, depending on the class, right, like, especially, we saw the top 10 had a lot of gladiators, I think it was like 5 or 6, if one of them starts going after it, it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath.
Top 10 is 7 gladiators, a berserker, and a raider right now. And the berserker is that guy we were looking at earlier who's just got mega Chad gear.
I kind of love it, though. I kind of love that.
I love that man. I want to see him succeed. I want to see him grow. I want to nurture this build. Strand on a quest for meta is his name.
I played that build as a Slayer, like, on launch, and it felt great, especially with... You played it similarly to how you played a Grand Slam about a year ago now, where you just use Call of Steel to, like, as you're clear. Like, you just shield charge in, you right click with Shield Crush, and then because your AoE is just huge, especially on Slayer, your Call of Steel was able to just proc the entire screen. The only things that really posed a problem were, like, the Expedition block mobs, like, as with the shields. Outside of that, content kind of just died. Like, it was felt really great, and even single target, you know, you plop down, like, a War Chief totem, maybe 4-linked or a Protector totem, and you can get upwards of, you know, 3-5 million DPS with some really good gear, you know?
And just outside the top 10, there is a handful of saboteurs as well, who are looking to break in, and the 10th spot right now in the top 10 is Ryze's Rip, so there's probably going to be a bit of back and forth on the bottom end of this top 10 ranking, as this early in the event, there's not going to be a huge difference between the people within, you know, ranks 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're going to be very close in XP. I
mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, like, the Spectral Shield Throw Gladiator, like, the bleed build, it can get going a lot quicker than some of these builds. Like, if you can farm up those line items, like the shield, like, you have the DPS to do all of yellow maps. Like, you're fine, right? As long as you keep your gem level and stuff like that.
Its floor is quite high, but the ceiling is also relatively low compared to something like the Saboteur builds, which can scale quite a lot more damage and are generally going to have an easier time making that transition that we were talking about earlier from yellow maps into reds. Like, story into white maps and white maps into yellows, the Shield Through Gladiators are going to dominate, but yellow maps into reds, the damage the Saboteur will have better. It will be defensively a bit of a conundrum, though, unless you're very experienced with the build. I think I'm Exile is the one most likely, even with his Rip earlier, to, like, be one of the first Saboteurs pushing into really high tier red maps.
Probably, yeah.
I had a lot of faith in the guy saying that, because he did Rip, but, like, what level did you say he was back to? 88 or something?
90. He's number...
He's back to 90 already.
So for people that are alive, he's actually ranked 12. He's ranked 12.
Yeah, and his name is still winnable copium.
Yeah.
I don't think that's copium.
No, I think
he's back to level 90 already.
He's coped. He's done it. Like he inhaled the copium. He's good to go. Now,
he's the second saboteur. He's the second highest saboteur, if I'm reading this right.
Correct. And I think, you know, when I was watching like Lighty or Darky a while ago, like this is like 3 gauntlets ago or something, it's like he was so, I don't want to say afraid, that's not the right word, but he was so impressed by Exile. He's like, Exile died, and I think Darky was like level 98. He's like, but I'm, like, you can still win. I'm like, you're so fast. You're so fast. Like, because they were talking in his chat, right? Because they're close friends. And I mean, it's true though, right? I mean, he ripped day 1, and day 2 he's back to top 12. When some people haven't finished the campaign yet. And granted, different type of player. Like, one's going for first place overall. One people might be just trying to hit 90, but incredibly impressive, right? It's a build obviously he really enjoys and has practiced as well.
There's so many tools that you have at your disposal on the reroll that you can leverage. You know, you probably have some decent movement speed boots stashed. You might have a leveling unique or two. Maybe, you know, you have a gold rim or some wanderlusts or something. They're pretty common by the time you get to endgame. He already did push to like 91 or 92 before the rip, so I wouldn't be surprised if he dropped a few of those. But also importantly, you don't have to do trials anymore. You don't have to do Uber Lab trials. You have a pool of maps, so as soon as you get to maps, you can start pushing through to whatever content you feel safe on and get much better XP more quickly. Like, it's a much quicker and much less of an ordeal to get that reroll rolling. So that's why I don't think it's copium in his name, despite the name.
I think he was just really upset. Like, he keeps dying day 1. Like, I mean, he comes back to win it, but he still does day 1. I think he's really upset about that. But I mean, like, as you said, like, he might even have level gems. Maybe not like level 20, but he might have a level 18 lying around or something like that, where you can skip ahead a bit of content. Because for those of you that don't know in chat, spells rely heavily on gem level to increase their damage, especially in 3.15, where a lot of the support gems have had their damage just brought more in line with other options. But you know, the skill gems themselves, like a level is 10 to 11%. I mean, sometimes as much as 13% more damage per level. So it's pretty damn significant to go from like 18 to 20 and then to 21, which is why you're seeing a lot of these players level their spells in their offhand. So yeah.
I wonder if there's something in particular that Steel is hunting for here, because this is the 3rd logbook now that I'm seeing him run in a row. He might have like something really good from Tujin that he's trying to get the currency for, or maybe he's just looking for some particular unique that's relatively common if he's going for the unique boxes. Or he's just tired of mapping and wants to stall at this tier of content a little bit longer, because that is one of the things that having all these side systems in the game sort of lets you do. You know, you have Delve, you have Heist, you have now logbooks, you have maybe a blighted map or 2 laying around. There's plenty of content to do on the side that is going to be on a similar level to what you're currently running the Atlas, because that's where you're dropping it from, which will let you put off going into those higher tier red maps and stuff while still getting meaningful progression to some system.
Well, I think especially with Expedition, right? Like, it's never wasted content because because of the currency you're getting. It could just be, hey, look, I want a lot more ROG rerolls now, or I want more, I have no scours, I need 2 gen, and like Expedition, even if it's an eye level 80, 85 zone or eye level 68, area level 68, it doesn't really. I mean, granted, you can get more rewards the higher it is, but it's not wasted. It's not like you're doing. It's not like you're doing Delve to depth 30, right? Like there is it does push your character further ahead as far as progression. And Steel historically does play like the long, slow game, right? He likes to get his character maybe not perfect, but as close as he can before like really going after content that he feels like after the difficult content, maybe like the hidden or the feared or anything like that. So he's playing to his strengths, which is the long game. I mean, he's won how many countless level 100 races and SSF races doing that. So I don't know. I think it's going to work out for him. So we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. Actually, is there we've had this wonderful trio of streamers on for a while. Is there anyone else we can grab, or
we can check in on?
It is an odd hour for some people to be streaming, but you know, we can try it out.
Let me see. Is Zizaran live on his alts? Nope.
No, he's not.
Pull up Ventrua. Ventrua is live, and he's another one of our Toxic Rain players. And you know, if we want to check in with both of our Toxic Rain players, I'll pull Lady onto the stream as well.
We did have someone ask what happens to your inventory when you rip. So if you die in hardcore, any hardcore league, that's SSF hardcore or hardcore trade, you get your character gets moved to like softcore standard, like the parent league of everything, right? Just the base thing, and your inventory does go with you. The stuff in your stash does stay in the parent league. So if you die in hardcore SSF, like everything in your stash is there. So a lot of players, what they're gonna do is prepare just in case for that rip, right? Let's say you drop like 4 pairs of Wanderlusts. Sure, you can sell them for like an Alk Shard or 2, but it might be worthwhile keeping them in your stash, just in case you rip. And then you know, if you reroll, you have, you know, freeze immunity and some move speed. It makes that progression just a little bit faster. So definitely worthwhile keeping some leveling uniques, some leveling rares, and very importantly, some flasks. I think early on, especially against Brutus and stuff, having like a large life flask can be make or break for that fight. So yeah, just some pro tips. If you have any other questions, guys, feel free to ask. There are no dumb questions. We've played this game for copious amounts of hours, so hopefully we can impart some of our knowledge to you.
And you're seeing the top left flickering from stream to stream. I'm just trying to get an idea of who's online and who's not right now. We can check back in on Karn, though, and see how his progress has gone, while also having Ventrua up. Ventrua has demonstrated some pretty darn good mental fortitude this league, as he had some really disheartening rips on day 1, which can kill your mental. I mean, probably would have killed mine. I believe one of his rips was to the logout, like, disconnect timer thing, where you have to wait for 6 seconds without being able to control your character. But he's zipped on up back into maps. Or I shouldn't say back into maps, the rip was before them, but into maps. And seems to be handling it just fine. HP total is a little low-ish, but that's kind of normal for a raider getting into maps.
We are, not to change topic here, Octavian, but we are joined in chat by a Path of Exile celebrity, Dr. Dexter, the first Azaro kill in this league. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? You know, we didn't see all of it live because we had to go off, but hell of a show. I know last time you were incredibly disappointed that you died just on the way to Aziri, but this time you made it, and like I couldn't be happier. Like, I think it's awesome. So class for Dr. Dexter in chat. What an awesome streamer. And he says he's enjoying the cast, so that's why he's not streaming. So
no, I'm nervous. Aww.
Oh, sorry, but I didn't mean to call you out, but no, this big fan, and like I thought it was a really awesome run. So thanks, man. Thanks for the content. It was really cool. And congratulations on winning some money.
Yeah, that was on Elementalist, I believe.
Correct, yeah. Which a lot of people were saying, like, oh, why isn't he doing Necro for the block and stuff like that? He knew what he was doing. He wanted the Reflect immunity. It was a build he was comfortable with and knew exactly the thresholds he needed to meet. And I think he actually mentioned he needed the higher level gem this time around in 3.15, 18 rather than 17, than in past gauntlets. So, you know,
it's really cool that it comes down to that kind of minutia.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think the time you spend in each split phase or each phase individually, like, things can just get very overwhelming in the Aziri fight, and it's one of my favorite fights in the game. And he just obviously has a lot of experience with it and knows exactly that he just needed that, like, 10-12% more damage. He just knew exactly what he needed, which is, I find that very impressive. Very, very impressive. So, not to interrupt you, we were talking about Ventrua, but I just thought that was really awesome that he was here and checking out the cast, so. Yeah.
And to the person in chat asking if anyone is flicker striking this gauntlet, I only ask that you be the change you wish to see in the world. Play the build you wish to see in the gauntlet. I believe in you.
If you can get to level 90 with flicker strike, I'd be more than impressed. I think that'd be like go down in history type stuff for this. Like, pretty damn cool. We do also thank you for the sub, Destroyer. You're supporting the cast, you're supporting Ziz, you're supporting all the people in production. Mr. Madiki, Viro, Cronax, Man with Hat. There's a ton of people. Faderon, who actually makes the actual PoE like racing, which is an unbelievable tool that we all get to use. And he puts a ton of work into it. I know he doesn't maybe want to shout him out so much, but I think like that man does so much work for the community, and it's you know, it makes events like this a lot more fun. That like leaderboards are cool, as it turns out. So it's really nice that you can support all of us with that sub. So thank you, man. And 58 months as well, so hell of a streak.
And we're not like allowed to show you the tool and stuff because it's got like info that we probably shouldn't spread to everybody, but
yeah,
just take our word for it when we say it's really well built and incredibly user friendly. Like, it's not just functionality that was considered when making this. The UI is clean, everything just works. It's so great, I love it.
Yeah, it's actually a bit of a game changer for us as casters and as event like hosts or organizers. It makes us able to do this, right? I mean, I know we had a couple hiccups here and there, but to be expected. Twitch has changed a lot of their algorithm and some stuff with the clips, so it actually wasn't our tool, but Twitch's back end that was the problem. So hopefully we have workarounds now, because the guy has like a 9,000 IQ and can just wiggle around all those things. So really, really awesome.
Yesterday's problems were not your fault.
Not at all. The man's in chat.
Later on saying in chat, glad I'm not the only one with amnesia from yesterday. Yesterday's problems weren't your fault.
Yeah, not on you, dude. Look, and the whole point of us, me and Octavian being here, is to cast live content. So, no worries, buddy.
Yeah.
No worries at all.
And we can watch clips if we want all day. Look.
Yeah, we can.
Look, I can pull on the clip of Ryze dying again.
Oh my. Oh, sorry.
We can just watch Ryze die all day. The tool is great. Anything that lets me watch Ryze die over and over again is instantly my favorite thing.
There's some big class drama I don't know about, my friend. Yeah.
There's gonna be arguments in the next Bay Class episode.
Who the hell do you think you are, Octavian? I'm kidding. Oh god, no, you guys have a great time. It's a hell of a show too. Great podcast for those that don't know. They talk about Path of Exile all the time, and it's the issues that we have as a community. So pretty damn cool.
Oh, I love Ryze. Here,
no,
we'll put him on full screen.
We'll put him on full screen. Oh wow!
Look at that beautiful
what a
man.
A Brutus Lead Sprinkler.
Brutus Lead Sprinkler into Tabula. He may have died, but he's still doing just fine. Oh, that's a lot of strong.
That's a lot.
That is a strong amulet. Holy crap!
Yeah. So maybe he had some of this gear that sort of backed up. That's why he was. So he got his Brutus Lead Sprinkler from Gwenin, for those that don't know. So I imagine while he was leveling his previous character, which was the same build, he saved pieces of jewelry and of gear that just had those high strength totals.
Apparently, Steel has a logbook boss coming up soon. So
okay, awesome.
Full screen him for that.
Awesome, can't wait. The new bosses are just so damn cool. So much fun to watch and like just fun to fight too.
Yeah, they are some of my favorite boss content that has ever been added to the game. It's seriously, like, all of them are well designed. Varana, who is the one that Steel is currently fighting, and Medved are both relatively minor but still interesting bosses. And Uhtred and Olroth are like on par with the big endgame bosses from like Olroth reminded me of how I felt fighting All for the first time, but like even cooler.
Actually, you know what? That damage is.
That was very close.
I don't know what like area level this is, but that was really smooth. Like really smooth.
Yep, that was a very, very clean fight. We saw Lighty take on that fight yesterday and got chunked a few times, even had to log. So much safer looking.
Yeah, that was
it's kind of to be expected in comparing a Glad to a Raider.
I mean, I think so. Like, I'm just very surprised his build is doing that much damage already. Maybe I shouldn't be. I mean, it's not a build I have a lot of familiarity with. Considering that it is like the first time this is being a build. But yeah, super impressive. Also, I mean, he also just knew the mechanics. He knew how to play the fight. He's obviously done a fair bit in his in the lead up to this event. So, you know, he's put in the work, right?
And it is a 71 zone level, so a relatively low level Varana.
Okay. Fair enough.
That would be what, like a T4, T3?
Yeah,
68 is, or 68 or 69 T1?
68.
Okay, so yeah, that would be
T4.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so pretty
T4 or T3. Math is hard. Addition is hard.
You know, it's because it's fun because like 68 is 1, so 2 is 69. Yeah, so T4. We're good. We can do math. It only took me becoming an engineer to do that one. So, we do have a question in chat from Sebastopol. Did the Mudflats Naked Run bounty get claimed? It did. Less than, I think, just about 36 hours into the race, it did get claimed, or 24 hours into the race. Awesome run. We did watch it yesterday. It took him about 8-9 minutes to do the whole thing, but probably took him 10 hours to set up. Probably refreshing the zone and stuff. But I think there is a clip of that on YouTube. I think it can be seen in Discord, but maybe only we have access to that channel. I'm not too sure in the submission page, but it was a hell of a run. Really fun to watch. Yeah, it's just you know, I love bounties like that. The ones that are kind of quirky. You have to play the game very differently, but you're probably sacrificing like you're sacrificing your progression to do those things quickly, but maybe that is your goal. And we do see Karn actually with his Oni-Goroshi about to fight Drox. Thanks for the full screen.
Yep, we'll pull that up. I imagine his damage is going to be quite good. This is the first round of Conquerors, and the upside here of finding the Oni-Goroshi is he's going to have a very solid weapon and a 6-link already. So he's just going to demolish early tier content, which yeah, he seems to be doing.
Wow.
Yeah, that is
deleted.
Gone. I mean, this is Slayer as well, so very possibly he has the 20% cull to make that even more just dominating.
That's yeah, just as you said, just deleted. And I'm not surprised. Again, spending the 13 hours did delay his. Spending the 13 hours on Oni-Goroshi did delay his progression, but you know, there is a payoff there. Like, he gets a lot of power from that skill, from that weapon. So, you know, hopefully it pays off.
I just briefly full screened Ryze there because I wanted to double check something. I thought he had a 6-link, but I was baited by the item art. So that is not a 6-link chess piece. It is a 5-link.
Yeah.
It's an ugly 5-link though. It's an upside down 5-link.
It's one of those things that, like, that's one. I don't want to talk about gripes and stuff, but that is. I just wish links were a little bit more visible. Like, they had a little white outline around the actual links or something. Just a little something, right? Or when you hovered over the item, like, they highlighted the links. It would just prevent a lot of scams and maybe help us cast events. But that is a selfish request.
Think of the casters.
Think of us once every, you know, for 10 days, once every 3 months. Come on, GGG. Gotta laugh though. Yeah, we're just seeing them truck along with their content. Ventura doing a ritual, a lot of different base steps in ritual that you might want to see. Probably not the Blizzard Crown, but maybe. Actually, is there anything Toxic Rain wants out of ritual? Outside
not
of
as
just
far
like
as base types are concerned, not that I can think of.
Nothing specific, right? Yeah.
I mean, ritual is still just a really consistent source of like currency rewards and such, and the ability to choose your rewards is valuable in solo self-found more than anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, like, being able to curate what you can get is just huge, right? I mean, I really need Scours. Okay, just spend the ritual tribute, right? Like, I like, if you don't need Alex for some reason, or, you know, being able to having player agency over your rewards is such a powerful tool. Even when those rewards sometimes feel like underwhelming, the fact that you have a choice in and of itself is a reward, right?
And I think we're going to see a massive damage spike here from Ryze once he goes into the next zone, because he seems to have equipped like 7 new pieces of gear that he was sitting on. So the character was moving along a little slow and a little clunky beforehand, but I'd be surprised if it isn't just demolishing the rest of the story and into early maps.
That is
he's got that 5-link now, and he's got, well, he had a Tabula before, so I guess he's going down a link, but he has that crazy strength amulet that he just put on.
It's like 100 strength, by the way. Like, I know you mentioned it before, but it's actually 100 strength, or like 99 or something. 30, 40, 77, plus 27. Yeah, it's 94 strength. That's kind of insane for SSF. I don't think it's getting much better.
Just a little under an Astramentus in terms of strength, which I guess doesn't sound too impressive to people who are doing like min-max versions of stat stacking, but for 2 days into a solo self-found event, that's insane. Well,
as far as I'm concerned, but it also has int and dex on it, so it's not like you're missing out on those stats either, because sometimes it can be tough on gear, but hopefully, and his shield has 117 life as well. The man is doing putting the work in, putting a lot of work.
Are we in the bottom right or bottom right?
Oh,
right
we
now,
are. We are. Yes.
Okay, because that's where Ryze was, and we were just talking about Ryze.
Okay,
so I wanted to. I'll pull him over to the left there so that people can see.
Makes sense.
He's re-gearing. Though right now he is just swapping gear around, so it might not be the most interesting content to watch. He's just trying to squeeze as many strength rolls in as he can on this re-gear.
Ryze was hiding under the casters. Yeah, our bad. Sometimes it is forget because we are watching 4 at a time, or we have the ladder, so we can just keep track of multiple things. But Ripperonis has a really, actually a really big question and a really important question. How do you get in such insane gear in SSF? It's a tough question to answer. I mean, it depends really what gear you're talking about, right? If it's a 6-link, if it's a weapon, but overall, I think it's kind of knowledge based. I know that's sort of like not a good enough answer to your question, but being able to take advantage of the systems in place, whether that's farming div cards for a 6-link, or you know, running harvest, or running the right zones and doing the Maven fights in the right areas early on to sort of speed that progression up, whether that's through essences or through a harvest, or maybe even through Jun, so you can get those unveils quickly. You know, curate into your build.
And in the case of Ryze here, like, it was kind of a situation where the gear led the character rather than the other way around, because his first build that he was playing was not strength stacking, it was just using a generic rare axe and stuff, and he didn't have particularly crazy gear for that. But he did drop a few pieces of rare gear, like said amulet, and you know, it's just RNG dropping a decent amulet that happens to have quite high strength. So that got him leaning towards, maybe I'll make a strength stacker if I get these 1 or 2 key items. And then he got the Brutus Lead Sprinkler from Gwenin by targeting the base that Brutus Lead Sprinkler is on. So like, oftentimes solo self-found will sort of open these paths in a given direction that you then start to gear towards once you have the key items. So I don't think his goal going in was, okay, I'm going to do strength stacking and that's definitely what I'm doing. It was more some decent strength items dropped. He got lucky and got a lead sprinkler. And now from that, he's starting to craft more and more towards strength stacking and is making it work.
Exactly. I mean, look, the reality is he ripped on his Warchief totems. We're talking about Ryze specifically. Yes. Then he re-rolled Exsanguinate Scion, I think, or Ranger. He re-rolled Exsanguinate.
Yeah, Saboteur, but yeah.
Saboteur, thank you. And then he decided, you know what? I have a couple of spare chunks of change for Gwenin. Let's see if I can roll the base type for the Brutus Lead Sprinkler. And he hit it. Hit it in like 5 or 6 maces, which is, of course, RNG. But he had been saving some of these rare pieces from his previous iteration of the build. And decided, you know what? Let me just do it. Let's go all in. So there is an element of RNG, of course. But he was planning. He was saving these pieces, right? He could have vended them for alterations. Right?
Wait, is he watching a clip or did he die? Clip. I think he's watching a clip. Okay.
That's.
I was worried for a second because Ventura has had a rough run so far with some very unlucky rips.
So
oh God, was there invisible animations?
Well, let's watch this again.
I'm not sure who it was. I don't recognize the face of the streamer here. Because this is Ventura watching a clip over. But yeah, I think that's invisible projectiles or something from the bat.
I have enough trouble with the things I can see on the screen. Forget about the things that I can't. Oh my god, that's brutal.
Influence mods are notorious for having texture loading problems. I think there's one kind of influence every league that doesn't load properly for me, and it's just a roulette wheel as to which one it is.
Oh, could have been a Drox Fist Punch? Maybe. I mean, it's hard to tell because we don't actually have the clip. But if we do get it, we can review it with you guys. I know there's some really cool stuff happening in chat though. Lero D just at level 51, unfortunate at Octavian Act 5, but it's just started playing the game this patch.
Oh, wow, that's really impressive.
Unbelievable, by the way. I mean, I can't.
Yeah, that's great.
I can't emphasize that enough how awesome that actually is. A lot of players look. I played an unhealthy amount of the game. I've said it a few times. I love this game. For like, what, going on 6 years now? Love it. Gauntlet is hard. Gauntlet is really hard. So, the fact that you got to, like, even Katava on, like, your first time ever playing the game, or your first patch, yeah, that's pretty damn impressive, dude. Oh, Oddlog as well? You only started this patch too? And you're like 40 characters deep into this patch? My man, like...
These players are the future. 3 leagues from now, they're going to be rank 5.
We joke, but like I'm Exile started 18 months ago, and now he was rank 1, and now he's back to rank 10 or 12. So I'm making note of the name, guys. I'm making notes, and hopefully you can join us on stream one day. You're gonna be streaming, and we're gonna have you rank 1. Pretty awesome to see. And if you have questions, I said you're newer players, ask us, ask Ziz. Ziz has a ton of new player content actually on his YouTube as well, because this game is so vast. So check that stuff out, and if that doesn't answer your questions, feel free to ask us or Ziz himself when he takes over in about 3 hours.
Come on, Ryze, go kill some monsters. He's still hemming and hawing about gear and trading with Tujin for the currency he needs. I want him to go kill some monsters. He put on new gear. I want to see how strong it is.
Yeah, I mean, Ryze's build, it's just fun to watch, right? It's just a different playstyle. We've seen like Toxic Rain for like the last how many years, right? So I mean, I love the skill, and it is different this time around because you are using a ballista, but it is nice to see like this big shift in the meta in regards to Gauntlet, at least with the totems, with Exsanguinate mines or traps, I should say. A lot of different options are available this time around, so pretty damn cool.
My plan for the Gauntlet is to just try and get as many level 90 characters as I can.
Awesome.
And after I get the first roll into maps, which I'm just about done with the story at this point, I've been playing a little bit whenever I'm not casting and taking it kind of slow. I'm going to see if I can do some weird stuff with future builds. I want to try Shock Nova Mines.
Oh my.
See if I can make that work in Gauntlet.
Yeah, you had me.
Shock Nova got a real big buff.
It did.
Going into this league. So I think I can actually get the damage out of it if I go into it with some gear already prepped from a previous roll.
And actually, we talking about level 90 and prizes, I think I can share. I can go full screen here. And
sure. We have is that the rewards meeting? You want me to bring that on?
I think yeah, if you could do that, that'd be fantastic.
Boop, there it is.
There it is, and I'll turn off our cams here. Just give me a sec. Oh no, we're fine. Yeah, we're taking up half the screen. Sorry about this, guys. Awesome. Awesome. So, for those of you that don't know, if you're just thinking about all these bounties and getting to, you know, all these prizes for first place and all that, and you don't think that's an option for you, you're just taking this as your first gauntlet, or you're just maybe your second or third, but you still don't feel like you can race competitively. You just have to level up, and you can win some of these awesome prizes. We have a lot of physical prizes, and they are just gated by levels. 90 being the max. So at level 50, there's 10 gauntlet t-shirts. Level 60, you can win one of 200 food delivery gift cards. Pretty damn awesome. Get your grub on, guys. Level 70, a glorious bundle, which comes with a keyboard, a mouse, and an extra large mouse pad. Level 80, a gauntlet CPU, a GPU backplate, which, come on, if that isn't one of the coolest things I've seen, I don't know what is. But the big boy prize, the level 90 draw, is a $3,000 custom PC build. Pretty damn cool, guys. All you have to do, again, is reach level 90 to be entered into this draw, which will happen on Ziz's stream after the Gauntlet event is over. And it's pretty good odds, too, considering it's such a wonderful, huge prize. It's usually about 500 to 700 people are entered at this thing. And it might be less this time around. And there are MTX prizes as well. But, yeah, there's a lot of different options for you to win, guys. It doesn't necessarily have to be this first place thing. You can spend the next 10 days in white maps slowly grinding out these levels just to try and achieve your goal. And hopefully you can go on that journey with us. So, pretty damn cool.
Do I need to stay alive for the prizes? Because I just ripped my level 50 something. No. You do not. If you reach the level and then die, you are still counted in. Just don't delete the character.
Yeah. And if you... Yeah, don't... And if you are... At the end of the gauntlet, if you are alive at whatever threshold you've reached, do not migrate or delete your character either. It's okay, I think, if you're dead, but...
Rip deleted the character. Yeah, no. It does. The character does still have to exist for it to be counted in.
Does it? I think only if it's alive. Sure. I think if it's dead, it's okay.
I hope for this guy's sake that I'm wrong.
Because you're on the ladder, I think.
I don't want to deny him the opportunity.
Well, we can check back in with that. I'm sure there are... You can delete if you're dead. Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
Let's see.
Yeah,
I'll ask Vyro in the background. And
perfect.
Make sure.
Oh, well, I mean, it's pretty damn cool, right? I mean, and the thing is, you are entered multiple times if you get multiple characters. So if this league say, you know what, I just want to get 4 level 90 characters, right? You're entered 4 times into that $3,000 PC prize pool, as well as all the MTX prizes as well, which includes wings, it includes full armor MTX sets. And thankfully, Shopify Rebellion sponsored all this content for us and is able to allow us to make this happen for you guys, which is really damn cool. Sorry, Octavian, I think I cut you off there, bud.
I believe Iro is confirming that deleted works. Yeah, okay. As long as they died first, yeah, is what I'm hearing from Vyro.
Perfect. So if you've died, you can delete it, but if you are alive in the league, do not migrate and do not delete your character. Awesome.
Cool. Excellent.
Yeah, so you're entered into the t-shirt grab if you're level 50, and I believe it's loot boxes from the newest set as well, which is really damn cool.
According to Vyro, the way it works is if you're alive and delete your character, it's counted as you never existed.
Oh my. Yeah, don't
do that. Don't go all It's a Wonderful Life on us.
Yeah, so just heads up with that, And again, reaching level 50 is not easy in Gauntlet, right? Like if you look at the leaderboards, there's not many people above that threshold. I know we like to showcase the cream of the crop, like these top tier streamers and racers, but
creamy crops.
but
such a weird saying.
It is. Indeed.
I didn't mean to step on your toes.
No,
there,
you're fine.
It is very strange.
I don't know where it comes from either, but set a goal for yourself, right? You don't necessarily need to compare yourself to someone who's played thousands of hours and maybe practice. They've practiced for the Gauntlet event, right? They were running private leagues to practice with these mods. So, yeah, you don't need to subject yourself to that sort of harsh criticism just yet. Give yourself some time, guys.
I got baited by Ventura.
Yeah,
I went to full screen with him because I thought he was going to do a Veritania fight, but he just walked away from the portal. I guess he's doing what Steel was doing yesterday and getting free maps out of resetting Conquerors.
Oh, fair enough. And we have a couple people aiming to just get to Act 10. Yeah, just set yourself a goal and try and meet it, right? I think that's part of the fun, right? Obviously, getting to maps and all that would be awesome and pushing endgame content, but, do what feels right to you. Not everyone has the same amount of time to play. or not everyone has the same drive, but yeah, it's a lot of fun to just be a part of the community event, right? And like talk with your friends and talk with us and chat and see where everybody is. It's awesome to see the progress of some of these players that have been here with us since day one, and they're like, oh, I died a few times in Act 1, and I can't get over this hurdle. I can't beat Weaver, can't beat Duedre, and by the end of the gauntlet, I'm sure some of these players are going to be popping off in Act 10 or in maps and stuff, and that's, to me, really damn cool.
Oh, Ventura is doing a brave map here. Terrace in the first place is pretty dangerous because of the tons and tons of porcupine packs that will naturally spawn in there if you get unlucky. But it's also a temp chains one, which is, I guess, not the most dangerous of curses. It's not vulnerability, at least.
True.
But it's quite annoying to me.
Oh, I mean, temp chains can be make or break, right? Especially considering all these mobs have turbo, they have onslaught, they're moving faster, they're attacking faster, they're casting faster. You being able to move slower just, I mean, it's just not safe, right? You're stuck in one place casting for longer. That screams death to me, especially in this game.
But Ventura seems confident about it. And it seems like that confidence is not misplaced. He's not taking too much in the way of chunks. I just worry if he does come up on a porcupine pack. They're a lot more deadly to the Raiders than they are the Gladiators in the Gauntlet, particularly since Ventura isn't quite as well geared as Lady is, as he just hasn't had as much time in maps, pardon me, due to the early rips.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have things like the Fizz Take in his fire helmet or the endurance charges to help deal with those projectiles from the spikers.
I mean, it's you know what, it comes down to gearing at this point, right? Like, I mean, obviously levels matter from, like, you can get points on your character until level 95, but really...
He does have a mid endurance. Okay, cool.
Oh, but that's awesome. I mean, at least having some... I know it's only 4% Fizzmit, but, you know, all these pieces slowly coming together, and it is on kill, so he will have 3 most of the map, but, you know, let's see how Ventura does. I think he should be safe. He has a lot of dodge, a lot of evasion, but I don't know, sometimes Yugal can be pretty unrelenting with his damage, so we'll have to wait and see.
Someone is asking for Weaver tips in the chat. The advice that I usually give is to bring a smoke mine to blind Weaver. Try and have at least like 700-ish health, so over level before the fight. I usually over level in the zone with Oak. I think it's Western Forest, but I might have the name wrong. And then don't run far away from her. Stay on top of Weaver, because if you run backwards, then she'll fire off the EK, and that can shotgun you, or the web attack, which can also shotgun you.
Yeah, pretty scary fight. Keep us updated, please. And but those are like the pro tips for that fight. It's not easy. It is a really hard fight. I know some of these players make it look easy. It isn't. So just a lot of players consider Weaver like this big wall for them. So as long as again you follow sort of the tips Octavian gave you, you should be okay. But wait and see.
And if you are going to bring a decoy totem, your placement of the decoy totem is fairly important. You always want to place the decoy totem the other side of Weaver from where you're standing. If you place the decoy totem behind you, so you're standing between the Weaver and the decoy, then you get shotgunned when she targets the decoy, and Ventura just barely makes it out alive there.
Yeah. Just logs, quick log. We have someone asking for tips for Piety Act 4. That's a bit of a tougher question to answer, because I think it's generally just kind of levels and damage, right? You want to be able to clear those packs of mobs as quickly as you can, but also while damaging her. Keep your movement speed up. Stay close to her so you can avoid the beam. Like, the closer you are to Piety, the faster you can sort of whiz around her, because it's less travel distance.
You really want to have a Staunching Flask for that fight as well, because I believe her claw attack can apply a couple stacks of Corrupting Blood, but even if it can't, in the desperate situation where you get hit by the beam and you don't quite die, you will have some Corrupting Blood stacks on you, and you want a way to clean that off so you can like log or portal. But we'll pull up Karn's fight here. I don't imagine it's going to take very long. His damage is pretty darn good for this point.
Yeah.
Not quite enough to insta-kill him before he goes to the Proj phase, though, so... Yeah, he's just going to stop to occasionally throw out a Blade Storm to keep Fortify up, but he's not going to try and properly DPS here.
Smart. I think that's the best idea. Like, the people we've seen die to this have been the ones that have tried to attack him during this phase. All those, again, if you're unaware... Oh, my God, goes low, goes about half health. For those unaware, those projectiles will shotgun. So if they shoot 3 out, they are probably going to kill you.
It's very important, though, particularly on this Slayer build, to get that occasional attack out. so that you keep up both Fortify and Overleech.
Yeah.
Because unlike something like Chieftain, you don't have that passive regen, or something like Champion, you don't have the Perma Fortify. So keeping an occasional hit going is just almost all of Slayer's defenses. Slayer is very reliant on having hit an enemy, at least relatively recently. Like, you don't have to be constantly hitting, but you want to have a hit in the past 4 or 5 seconds so you have your Fortify and your Leech.
Yeah. I mean, you really need to just keep attacking most of the time, if you can, right? We do have a question, so where can I get the Lionized Shield? So, the shield is a random drop in the game, I think as of level 68, but you can pseudo-target farm, well, I guess you can target farm the shield in Act 6. In the Mudflats, there is the, I think it's the Unraging Queen or something like that. There's a mini-boss in that zone, and she can drop the Lion card. It's a set of 5, I believe, and when turned in, gives you a random Lionized card. On one, random Lionized item. One of them being the shield. So good luck. I mean, the Dishonored Queen. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, and the way that you reset that is you go to the exit to Tukohama's zone, and you remake a new instance off of that, since it's very close to where Dishonored Queen starts or spawns. So you don't want the entrance to the Mudflats, you want the exit from it. Yeah,
it just tends to be a lot faster. She's always near the, I think, like the top edge of the screen. Like, so if you sort of wall hug, she's always in like the top right. So it's pretty. Look, it can take you a couple hours, or it can take you like 20 minutes if you're really. I mean, not 20 minutes, or take you an hour if you're very lucky. But it is farmable, and there's also other good drops, right? Like you have the boots, you have the crown, you have the chest. I mean, maybe they aren't useful for your build, but they are great items overall. But yeah, so good luck with your farm. But that is Act 6, so post Garatha.
And in answer to the question, Lily in the bottom right is playing Detonate Dead Necromancer.
Yeah, she's just using the Void NTX, which makes the big tentacles come out of the ground, which, weirdly enough, is less visually intrusive than the giant red explosions, which is kind of nice, right?
And it's pretty darn badass with Vol Detonate Dead, where you get tentacles the size of the screen. Ventura is still in that map from earlier. He is having a heck of a time in this map. He got a Kyula Breach as well, and I can't imagine his Chaos Res is super amazing, so he was getting chunked during that. He had to log earlier because of the Corrupting Blood. This map has just been like a gauntlet in and of itself for him.
So, we actually have a question about people asking, Frankie Four Fingers is asking about tips for farming Seed and Fury. You don't have to anymore.
Nope.
It was a threshold jewel that was used for Spectral Shield Throw, but they now, as of 3.15, this patch, it's essentially the default way the skill works is essentially with that gem. So you don't actually need to get it anymore. I think they realized every single player who was playing Spectral Shield Throw was using it, so they just changed the gem to use it, to make it that the default behavior. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it does scale crit differently now.
Correct. Yeah.
The jewel, like, it allows you to scale crit off Energy Shield, or something along those lines. I don't quite recall specifically, but I do know that it's core if you're trying to do like crit, raider, cold conversion, shield throw. But part of the reason why we're seeing many more bleed gladiators than that variant in the gauntlet is because it's not easy in solo self-found to get the tools that are necessary for the cold conversion crit. You also need like cold convert gloves or something like that.
Yeah, if you're just sort of, if you want to go crit, I assumed you were just using it for the bleed explosion, which is my mistake. But if you are wanting to go crit, there's really no way to target farm outside of just, I guess, high rarity on maps, high quantity. Just run big maps. You can run your beasts as well. Sometimes they have create a random unique jewel, but there are like 100 unique jewels, maybe more.
Yeah.
So it's very tough to target farm.
Unique jewels are some of the hardest to target farm uniques in the game because there's only like 3 or 4 jewel based types, and there's 100 plus, maybe 80 plus unique jewels. So, like, yeah, you could try to chance for it or turn in the div card that gives a random unique jewel, but good luck.
It's rough, yeah. I mean, Zytv brings up a great point. Heist might be a great way to do it. There's some great, like, unique chests drop a lot of jewels.
Logbooks to some degree as well.
Yeah.
If you get the layout that gives you like the remnant that gives you a chance for uniques to drop from boxes or from relic monsters. What are they called?
Relic monsters.
Big monster, big skull stick.
Yeah. So I mean, there's no direct way to farm it, but yeah. Just best of luck. I mean, look, the reality is you could just drop it in your first map, or it could just take you weeks on weeks. SSF can be very punishing for that type of stuff. I mean, that's one of the reasons I actually personally play trade, is I like to be able to buy the 1C uniques if I need them. I mean, it might be 5C, but you know what I mean.
I mean, it's kind of the point of Soul Self-Found, right?
Correct.
Like, a lot of builds you just kind of can't do in Soul Self-Found, at least not from scratch or in a shorter event. And that's the reason why you play it if you're interested in Soul Self-Found. You want the challenge, because then when you do manage to find the rare item or manage to make the build work without it, or just struggle your way into a functional version of whatever it is you wanted to play, it feels that much more rewarding.
Yeah.
But if you're going into SSF with the mindset of like, okay, I want to play this specific build with this specific setup, like you're kind of approaching SSF wrong.
Yeah.
That's not really the point of the mode.
It's a self-imposed
not
challenge,
every
right?
build.
Yeah.
Not every build and not every piece of gear can be target farmed in SSF. It's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah. And look, I would love to actually see a div card set for threshold jewels. I don't know why that isn't a thing yet. No one's made that, but as of right now, we do not have that option. Actually, I'm gonna run a quick little ad from our CEO himself.
Sure thing.
Let's see how this goes.
Hi there! I'm an advertisement. Nobody likes advertisements. What about advertisements with Zizaran in it? Nope. Guess I'll leave then. But not before telling you to go to shop.zizaran.com and buy a Gauntlet t-shirt to support everything we do with events. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying watching the Gauntlet. Shop.zizaran.com. Buy merch to support the Gauntlet. This is a threat. Don't sue me, but it's still a threat. Thank you. Nice.
Wow.
What? Seems very worried.
What an inspiration. What a man. What a legend. The man put on a hell of a show for us. And look, I don't know how he finds the time to do all this. If that was live, guys, he's doing those things live. No, I'm kidding. We got Zizaran in the back. He's making ads non-stop for us. No, but guys, if you want to support the cast, you want to support Ziz, you want to support all the people behind the scenes, head over to Zizaran, shop.zizaran.com, grab some t-shirts. I'm not wearing mine today. I was wearing it the last 2 days, so it got a little bit mucky, so I throw it in the wash this morning. But it feels amazing. The quality is great, and the logo is pretty damn cool. So, yeah, get yours now, while supplies last.
On a slightly different note, does anyone want to take bets on when Ryze kills a monster?
Oh my.
He's been re-gearing since we started the stream. I just want to see it kill some dudes. Come on, Ryze.
No,
kill enemy.
Pro tip though, he is rolling his flasks, which is pretty damn important, guys. Please be aware that your flasks are a huge form of defense, even after this 3.15 changes. So get yours now. If you don't mind holding on to the cast for a little bit, Octavian, I just need a little break, and I will leave you with chat in their very capable hands.
I've got this, Captain. You'll come back to nothing being on fire, right, chat? Keep everything shipwright, the ship tight. What's the word? I can't remember. I'm not a nautical person. I am, like, jokes aside though, I am actually quite excited to see how Ryze's setup goes, because this is a spicy build to be playing a couple days into Gauntlet, and I'm sure he's, like, super stoked that he got the materials for it. On a different note, I can't tell whether that's the same terrace as before. No, he doesn't have temp chain, so I guess Ventura is, like, hard farming terraces here, and it's probably why he's resetting the influence in this zone to try and get as many ship, that's the word. He's trying to get as many terrace drops and terrace spawns as possible in order to farm the 6-link div card. A little unlucky that this Blight did have a boss in it, and on a 5-link with Scuff Gear, he doesn't have the DPS to bring it down, but he'll get a few oils out of it nonetheless. He's gonna run out of alts. Ryze is. Yeah, he's actually down to like 60 or something. The numbers are small, it's hard to see. Let's pull up the alt spamming action to full screen real quick so I can tell. Yeah, he's down to 60. Hey, I can read. But he does have his instant life flask, so he's got to be happy with that. And he's got gems socketed at this point. It's a step in the right direction, guys. He's gonna kill a monster soon. Just you wait. Just you wait. Ryze failing on the flask? What is he going for? He had his instant flask. Oh my god, he's doing it! Guys, he's doing it. He's doing it. I think he's just going for the flash quest here, actually. But it counts. It counts. Let's full screen that action, baby. I like the, I think he's like level 60 something, but I like the awareness and the dedication to still Vigilant Strike in this zone. He's not letting his guard down, even if these mobs are barely going to tickle him with 5k life and presumably good defensive layers other than that. But you do not ever let your guard down in Gauntlet. He's level 64. There you go. But, you know, even in a level 50 zone, you do not forget the Vigilant Strike. It's just good muscle memory, honestly. It's just good habits, good habits to have.
And
might have saved your life on that previous rip.
And I'm back. So thanks for holding down the fort, Octavian.
Howdy. Welcome back, Captain.
I bet. How many rips did I miss? Like 4 or 5, you know? I imagine all the content happened when I was gone.
Yeah, but they all re-leveled, so they're basically back to where they were.
Cool.
They're very good players.
5 minutes, they'll die, they'll come back. Hey, you know what? If anyone can do it, these guys can, so... Pretty awesome.
I don't think anyone can do it.
No, I'd still be wallowing in despair if I just ripped, so there's definitely a down period when it comes to this type of stuff.
But, yeah, Ventura has just been farming out terraces to try and get the div cards for the 6 link, which I don't really blame him for. His damage is a little lower than I'm sure he'd like. But he is blasting as fast as he can to try and make up for those earlier rips. So he's kind of pushing his limits at the moment.
I mean, damage is safety, right? So you really want to...
oh, yeah.
You really want that to have that DPS... Well, it's not a DPS check, but like DPS viability, right? You don't want it to be... You don't want your damage to be the issue. You want it to be like survivability or other things, right?
Mm-hmm. And I don't think he's going to run that hallowed ground that just dropped. But... Oh, is that? Oh, no, it's only a 5 link in his inventory. I got excited for a sec. I thought he had gotten it. But no, it's a 5 link shorter thicket bow.
Hey, you know what? I mean, you definitely don't sell it, right? I mean, it's not... I think in a lot of the time, at least for myself, whenever I see a 5 link, I tend to just sell it if it is 6 socket. Just give me the jewelers. But in SSF, and especially in the Gauntlet, I think you really want to keep it, right? Like, you want to keep all your 5 links just in case. I mean, if you rip, and it's also nice to have different options, right? You can roll one while using the other, so, you know.
I'm curious what he's looking for in this quiver, because he's hit like 70 life or so a couple times, and he hasn't regaled it. I don't think he can... Did dot multi get turned into a prefix on quivers as well as on weapons? Let me go and check.
I want to say yes, but I thought...
If it did, then that's probably what he's after with the alt spamming. Oh, there's a good life roll he's going to regal on, but he gets accuracy, which is not really ideal. In Toxic Terrain, you do not need hit chance, since you're just scaling the dot, and that does not need to hit to do any damage.
So you might just be regaling like T1 life and then dot multi, right? Especially if his damage is, which as we're seeing is the issue, like having the extra like 20 to 30 dot multi actually makes a really significant difference.
According to Craft of Exile, which is usually accurate to you know, even recent updates, dot multi is still a suffix on quivers.
Oh.
So he's just being really picky, because he hit T2 life a couple times and didn't regal. But considering how low his regal pool is, I guess I don't really blame him. Like, that was almost 70 life that he had right there. It was like 68 life or something, but not regal worthy. 96 life, on the other hand.
But it doesn't take it.
Regal worthy,
Dex.
but yeah, no. Dex is certainly not an issue in this build.
No, I mean, like, half your tree is the Dex travel nodes, right? Actually, Lily's making pretty damn good progress. She's leap slamming away. Not something you always see with a build like this, but I imagine her weapon, if we pull that up, is a scepter or something. Maybe she has trigger on it, just like we saw Pac had yesterday. Even though it wasn't like the base type you wanted, like a wand or something like that, or even a scepter.
Yeah.
Maybe it has the stats she needs.
Scepter is ideal, both because it allows you to leap slam and because the implicit is Ellie damage instead of spell damage, so it'll scale both the spell hit and the corpse hit.
Makes a lot of sense. And look, it lets you proc fortify, right, with leap slam?
Leap slam or vigilant strike, which
correct.
Even with leap slam as their mobility skill, a lot of these players will use vigilant strike for fortify because it's just much more consistent in boss fights. You don't want to be leaping into like
into the boss? No, probably
yes.
not.
On top of that, you don't have very good accuracy, so like there's a chance you leap in and you just don't get the fortify, whereas vigilant strike can't be evaded.
That makes a lot of sense.
You press the button, you always get what you're after, so long as you're within range.
Well, I guess also the duration too, right? Like if you only have to proc once every 8 to 10 seconds with vigilant strike, even after the nerfs, it's still pretty high.
It's actually quite possible to get it to a fairly high rate or a fairly high duration now, with things like I think there's a setup where you go for like quality on vigilant strikes, since that increases the duration, and then you run enhance to further push that. Obviously, not something these players will have this early, or maybe not even at all. Enhance is not very common, but just worth mentioning. It's pretty neat tech. You can still get like a 18-20 second duration on it.
That's more than enough, I think. We do have a quick question in the chat. What is the best way to get trigger? And actually, there were some changes to this patch, Octavian, if I recall. I think it used to be locked behind area level 75 zones, or eye level 75 items, but nowadays it's as low as 68. So the second you're in maps, or even some later Act 10 areas, you can unveil trigger, but it's now 8 seconds unless it's unveiled on that weapon, which would be 4. So.
And you're going to want to do a bunch of like weapon heists if you can get your hands on those, like even checking for them from the vendor dude in town, from the barber, whatever his name is. And assuming Foothill is high enough level, I don't know whether it's 68 or just doesn't have a level.
Or maybe doesn't have it. Oh, fair enough. I mean,
I'd have to look it up to be sure. I don't want to. I think I said yesterday 68, but I might be wrong on that. Yeah. I think I might be wrong on that.
Oh, Foothill does work? Okay, so yeah, you can just farm Foothills over and over. It will take a while, and honestly, I guess in early level maps, I don't personally think you need trigger. It's great quality of life, and it's great for yellow, red maps, but early on, I think I personally would prefer pushing progression and like levels a bit more in white maps, but that's personal preference, to be fair.
And I recommend the nodes in Valdo's Rest for your Juns. I think you technically get slightly more Jun missions more often in Haywark Hamlet, but assigning those nodes in Haywark Hamlet will cost you early Essence nodes in Haywark, and those are more powerful overall in a solo self-found setting. Whereas Valdo's Rest, the other nodes are pretty good, but you don't really need the Harbinger stuff unless you want to like blast some XP, and the Metamorph nodes, so while they're a little too dangerous. Metamorph is spooky.
I mean, as a rule of thumb, in Haywark Hamlet, which is the top left zone in your Atlas, guys, you generally want to take, rule of thumb, right? I mean, you want to take both Essence nodes, or at least the first one, very early on. Like, having access to essentially targeted Alks lets you really tailor your gear as you need it, right? Just a really powerful mechanic, and one that, especially in an SSF environment and a Gauntlet environment where maybe you resist, I need more cold res, and I have this ring that's blank, I can fit it here. Like, being able to sort of cap your resistances or get that life you need, or even the damage on your weapon, is such a powerful tool that it's sort of hard to ignore. So taking Jun there is, as Octavian said, incredibly expensive versus, as you said, Valdo's Rest.
And the Valdo's Rest nodes are also pretty effective in their own right in terms of what they do. Getting, if you want to try and later on down the road target an Ashling or target a Leo for some crafting on more endgame pieces of gear, or even target a Varici if you need like a white socket somewhere. The fact that you can rank people up twice with a single rank up is a huge deal. So they're not really a waste of space as far as nodes are concerned, and they give you higher chance for Jun missions. So, and there's some really nice layout maps in Valdo's Rest. Like Lair is great.
I mean, it's also it's also just great EXP. Like Betrayal gives you a lot of EXP when you execute or when you release these enemies, and a lot of gear too. Like it's great content. I think some people can be bored with it because they've unveiled items so many times over and over again, but the actual content is a lot of fun and it's really worthwhile. And we do see actually going into the Merc lab, so it shouldn't be too tough, but
yeah, he is quite geared for this. The one thing that looks a little uncomfortable is his mana sustain. He doesn't have a mana flask. Like,
that's a little surprising actually. Double life flask, but maybe wants to wait until he gets like the divine flask, and then can get enduring on it, and maybe get freeze immunity on it or something like that. But
well, I don't know if he's gonna go for one at all. It's just his mana recovery. It seems like it's kind of just barely enough at the moment. He is running Clarity. Maybe a few more levels on that will put him into a more comfortable position.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm actually really interested to see what his ascendancy point choices are, because when you're going pure physical, your choices are, you can go a lot more defensive with your nodes on Chieftain. Because he's going pure fire with obviously with Brutus-led Sprinkler, I don't know. Maybe the choices are a little bit more fluid, right? You have some big damage zones. You have the Ash cover enemies in Ash nodes and the plus 10% strength, which is likely what he's going to go with.
I don't think the percent strength one is negotiable in a lead sprinkler version, especially in a solo self-found environment where you're not going to have the percent strength belt or chest piece too often. His damage certainly seems more than enough. That Rogue Exile just melted. Just gonna. Oh, and the warband mobs that spawned from the prophecy right after. Cool.
I don't think he took the cleansing waters. He took the he's taken the full, what's it called? The full totem package in Chieftain.
Okay.
So, yeah. Which
yeah,
I get.
Tesalio is, in my opinion, like crazy strong. But
it's insane.
Like it isn't mechanically core, so you could leave it on the table. But someone's asking with the nerf coming to Fortify, how will the future for casters and Gauntlet be? It's really hard to say here because we don't know like whether GGG is intending on buffing some defensive tools or even adding new ones.
I mean, we don't even know what the next Gauntlet's going to look like. It could have AoE, it could have LMP, it could be hard mode. We don't know. There's a lot of different things that come into us in 3.16. Oh, never mind.
Going for the endurance charge nodes, and
that locks him out of the strength node, which is right.
That would preclude the 10% strength, which I'm surprised by.
Me too.
Like I said earlier. Oh, he got mana regen,
which is huge.
That's kind of nice. His mana was problematic, like we mentioned, so he's got to be happy with that.
As long as he flame dashes every so often, he's gonna have a little bit of extra regen. But and you know what? Maybe he unspecs out of something after he does his Uber Lab, right?
Possibly.
I mean, it's 5. For those that don't know, you can respec your ascendancy points. It just costs 5 regrets per node rather than the typical 1. But these players should have a fair amount of regrets after, just now or in a few days, assuming they haven't respec too much. Yeah, here he is, 23. So very easy respec for him if he does want to do that. But maybe he just wants to be safe for now. And maybe going into Uber Lab, he wants all the defensive nodes, and then he can swap out of it for after that. So I don't know. We'll see. Unless someone wants to go ask him. But you know, it's nice. It's nice not knowing. It's nice having a little bit of anticipation. So
yeah, speculating can be fun.
Yeah, no kidding. We haven't watched the highlight video on stream yet, Scrya, but that is something I will be putting on in the next hour or so.
And I think some of the clips that we saw earlier were folded into that video, so we've seen some of the content from it. Let's see if we can see if there's anybody else online we can check in with. Let's check in on Steel, actually. We haven't had him on stream in a little while.
Now, he's doing some pretty damn cool stuff with the bleed explosions, which, for those of you that don't know, obviously mobs in the Gauntlet have, 40% more life? But obviously, bleed explosions and a lot of explosions in general are based off the max life of the mob, so he's ignoring that modifier because the actual explosion does 40% more damage as well, so it makes his clear really, really damn smooth, and you know, which is great, right? The vast majority of the content you're doing in Path of Exile is just clearing maps and just clearing big packs of mobs. It will suffer a little bit against single target, but if you can get to these endgame bosses safely and farm up before then you know, it's a pretty damn good trade-off.
It looks like he's aiming for some bases here. Just picked up a Colossal Tower shield. I guess he did a crafting session because he swapped off the unique shield from earlier. I'll look up his profile and see how good that rare that he has is. But he's been going for a lot of like one-hand swords and such, so probably trying to get, I think it's a Warlord influence base for the like up to 80 to 90% increased fizz damage roll that you can get as a prefix. And that's not local, that's like increased fizz damage over time, so it's a global modifier to the bleed from the shield.
Actually, I'm looking at Steel's gear here. He actually has an advancing fortress now, which for those that you don't know, socketed skills are supported by Fortify, so he saves a link there. But also, he's moved off the Lionized shield. He must have like rolled a really like thick 2,400, 2,600 shield, but
it's not that amazing as far as the armor is concerned. It's a little under 2k, but really? It does give him the opportunity, along with presumably craft on the boots to get some ailment avoid. So he's got an ailment avoid craft on the boots and the shield, and I imagine he has some ailment avoid investment on the tree too. I'll go look. Oh, he also got a split beast at some point because he split his 6-link astral plate. So if he dies, he has a backup 6-link astral plate.
Of course he did. Of course he did. But yeah, really awesome. Wow.
He seems to be transitioning to trying to get ailment immunity because he's passed over to the Wind Dancer area of the tree now to pick up the Ailment Avoid Life Cluster and the Ailment Avoid Res Cluster, as well as Wind Dancer itself, which might seem a little strange on a non-evasion build. This is an armor and block scaling build, but if you're in a boss fight and you're playing it well, so you haven't been hit by any of the boss random projectiles and stuff that might be flying around, saying like a Shaper fight, if you misplay and dash and get tapped by a Shaper or the edge of the Shaper slam, Wind Dancer's less damage taken will be active at that point. So you're taking it assuming that you're going to play boss fights well and not get hit very often, so that if an occasional hit comes through, it'll deal 20% less.
Mm-hmm. That's, yeah, I mean, look, it's too good to give up, right? Especially against something like Cyrus or Maven, where you're not getting hit all that often, right? Generally, you can avoid a lot of these interactions, as you said. Why not just take like 40% less damage off that big hit that's coming? And I know Lighty actually, I mean, different, but he was not last gauntlet, the previous gauntlet. He would tank the Maven hit on purpose, like the big fireball, because he was like, look, I know it can't kill me.
Oh yeah.
All right. So he's like, no problem, guys. So because all these, I mean, that's when Fortify was just insane. But on top with Wind Dancer and everything else, like he was just able to mitigate like 90% of the damage. So yeah, it's a pretty good notable or keystone.
Despite looking like really spooky as well, the giant fireball that she does actually doesn't have crazy high hit damage. No. It just has really, really hard ignite scaling and 100% ignite chance. So if you're ailment immune, it is actually often the right play to just face tank the big orb. Steel just got a Soul Taker though.
Oh my god.
Cool.
Okay, Steel. All right, buddy.
Cool. Good job, buddy. He's a gamer.
That's kind of wild. Yeah.
He was just going for an influence base, man. He's just trying to get the base to get the fizz damage over time.
He doesn't even want it.
If he wants to, he could spec out of Blood Magic and run Soul Taker and reserve a bunch of stuff now, because I believe everything he does is an attack, pretty much. The effect should work on shield throw.
Mm-hmm. I mean... Okay.
I don't know if he'll go that route, but it's an option.
Can you imagine he could make it into a Kingmaker and get like a Animate Guardian to give him Fortify and like...
I don't know if we'll go that way, because keeping the thing alive would be tough, but why not?
Just gonna do the Steel special. I know, look, it's awesome. Even just for a reroll, right? Not that we want Steel to die. Usually he tends to be the type of player that just won't die throughout the whole thing. He's really gonna not just over level, but over gear and really take his time. But if he does, it's nice having a pocket Soul Taker. I mean, come on.
Evidently Soul Taker is melee only, so it wouldn't work on shield throw. It would work with shield crush, I guess. But I doubt he's gonna swap to that.
Reroll Berserker, no problem.
Yeah.
That's pretty insane. No.
Oh man, I mean, even if it's not all that relevant to his run, it's a crazy rare item, the RNG.
T1, right? Yeah. T1 item.
I've been trying to get one on League.
A little bit of salt in that voice? A little bit of... A little bit of envy? A little bit of envy? Oof. No, yeah. Okay. We see Karn actually going into some betrayal stuff, so maybe because of that delayed start, I guess he hasn't done much of his unveiling. But is there anything outside of like min endurance and frenzy and in endurance crafting? Is there really anything specifically he'd be looking for here outside of maybe just like big items like big rares and maybe ailment avoidance? But I'm not sure. It's really hard to do, right?
Ailment avoid is the big pretty useful.
Yeah.
You can also get Fortify while focused is still a pretty decent mod on the chess piece, even if it was nerfed, especially the unveiled version of it, but I don't know if that'll be a priority. Corel can give Fizz Taken as Fire as a helmet mod, as we saw from Lighty's helmet, that evidently he dropped in Act 9, which is crazy RNG. And then there's like a leech rate scaling amulet mod that I think comes from Ashling or something. It's pretty rare. On a Slayer, that could be pretty useful. Also, minus mana.
Yeah, I was about to say minus mana. Yeah, minus mana is probably like the big thing he's looking for, right? Because I think he only has 171 or 17 unreserved. So yeah.
Yeah, and I'd imagine he would love to reserve a little more of that because he could probably get like a higher level precision. Because this, unlike a lot of the other melee builds / attack builds that we've been seeing, this is a crit one. This is which gives it a lot higher ceiling. I think Karn's stated goal is to go all the way up to feared. So something like Shield Throw Gladiator is going to have a real hard time getting that far because your damage kind of caps out and it makes the fight super, super difficult. And I'm not saying it'll be easy for Karn, but he does have a higher ceiling to reach for since he's scaling crit to potentially get that done.
I mean, the beauty of something like Steelmage's like special Shield Throw Bleed build is that like the single target bosses, although they'll take a while to get down, they will go down eventually. It's just against these sort of invitations where you're getting swarmed by like multiple big bosses, that's when you really start to struggle, right? If you can't get them down before the timer comes out and you're fighting all four like Elder Guardians or Shaper Guardians at once, like that is terrifying.
Yeah, and the Slayer build also has a couple other advantages in that situation
Cull
where you
and
don't.
Things,
Yeah, you have really good, consistent sustain because of the overleach, and then you have 20% Cull to take down a lot of these bosses. Like the most comfortable like Cyrus farming / Maven killing build that I ever had in hardcore was a Slayer, because in both of those fights 20% Cull is invaluable because the final part of the fight is the most dangerous.
Yeah.
So if you can just lop off 20% of Cyrus 8's final phase / Maven's final phase with spinning beams, it gets a lot nicer.
Oh yeah, it's effectively a 25% more damage. I mean, granted, Culling Strike overall is 11%, but as you so aptly put, I keep saying that, but like you're hitting the nail on the head over and over again, Octavian. It's like in these boss fights where the final phase is by far their deadliest, having a 20% Cull just feels so good, right? It's even like with Aziri split phases, right? Being able to just have that 25% more damage on that single target just to end the phase, get to the next one. I don't know. It's just awesome. And like I love Slayer. I know Karn he's always been on the Slayer like train. Like he's like he never played champion. He always thinks Slayer was the best. And
Slayer main.
It kind of feels like, at least this patch, like Slayer, for at least for me, for most builds, I like it's resurfaced as this optimal choice in a lot of cases, and it's why I played it with my Shield Crush. Right? It just felt too damn good.
But in answer to the question in chat, someone's asking whether Ryze's build has any unique mechanics going to it. He actually got lucky and got a Brutus Lead Sprinkler from Gwen. He gwambled into a Brutus Lead Sprinkler. So he's doing a strength stacking version of a War Chief Totem build. He also got a really nice amulet with like around 100 strength on it, as well as some other decent strength gear.
Yeah, I mean,
so as you can see, his damage is pretty absurd. Like, he's got 5k life and probably like enough DPS to handle T5 white maps right now, and he's just going into Blood Aqueducts, so he's gonna demolish everything in his path.
We might see Ryze literally just go now directly into maps. Okay, directly. I mean, that's two more acts to do, but yeah, if he's done all his farming in the bridge, this might just be like not skip the content, but just like roll through it, right? Rather than taking his time, like, oh, I want to level in the zone a few times, or I want to go before Innocence. Nah, he might just power on through because he has the gear, he has the levels, and now he just wants to be in early maps to actually get real progression and maybe access to a lot of stuff you don't get to before maps with like I don't know, like Blight or different types of content, right?
And it looks like Lily is still on her quest to delve as much as possible. She's back in maps, but I think it's only because she ran out of fuel, so she's running out some more Nico missions now. And I'm not really too surprised. The Detonate Dead builds are going to prioritize that more than any of the others in the interest of finding the high health specters, or lithomancers, as they're called, which only show up in certain Delve cities.
And it's up to like 30 to 40% more damage, right? I mean, some bosses it's more, but like I think someone did the math on it. I remember reading this like, I don't know, like 2 years or something, but it is... like it averages out over like a general map to be like 30% more, which is just crazy. I mean, granted, this was before these specters existed, but you know what I mean.
And one of the other like really nice things about it is it's either the lithomancers or the other ones whose name I forget that you get from the city, but one of them has a big old energy shield bubble as well, which will make it a lot more tanky just as a minion. So your specters aren't going to be dying nearly as often once you upgrade. And that is just really nice quality of life. You don't have to resummon the specters in the zone you're in when they die, because they're added to your pool when you enter the zone, but you have to resummon them before the next map if they happen to die on a random map. And it can just get very frustrating to have to do that all the time if you're using some of the squishier specters from Heist. They're not really squishy, and in a normal league it just wouldn't be a problem, but in Gauntlet, you need every little edge you can get.
Agreed. Well, what is nice about the Detonated tree, though, is you do grab some minion nodes. I know you definitely grab the generic like, damage affects you, but that does give minions like regen and stuff like that. So, I mean, look, they're not going to be as tanky as like a pure minion build, but there is some built-in tankiness, and you might run like Meat Shield, or you might run some stuff on them just to keep them alive a bit longer. And I know a lot of players, they use something called a Spectre Bank, which, if for those who don't know, you can actually create PvP characters in Path of Exile, and they start at level, I believe, 28, which gives them access to summon Raid Spectre. So you can, even if your Spectres die on your main character, quote unquote, you can use your Spectre Bank on that character to populate your hideout with those corpses, and then grab them with your main character. So you only have to get them once, as long as you have a spare character slot on your account. I mean, there's tons of YouTube videos about it detailing the exact process. It's actually a lot simpler than it sounds, but if this is a build you're looking at, definitely check that out.
Someone's saying Steel with 6 logbooks. Jeez, that's...
Oh, okay. Oh, not in
Steel
SSF. I apologize. There's no PvP characters in SSF. I apologize, guys.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess that's not relevant.
My mistake.
I wasn't aware either.
That's news to me. This is my second time casting the Gauntlet. Well, thank you, chat. Oh, there are? Okay.
Oh no.
We're getting
conflicting information. Ah.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, there are. You can have a bank. Okay. I thought I was going crazy. Okay.
Ah.
Okay. So you can create a Spectre bank.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to entrust the cast to you for just a minute as I have to run to the restroom, but I'll be back shortly.
Do you think, brother?
You got this.
Oh, I hope so. The whole thing falls to pieces with the second you're gone. No, we're okay. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I was like 99% sure you can make an SSF. I was actually, to be fair, I was 100% sure you can make an SSF character, but PvP character. But yeah, as long as like I trust Scry with my life. So if he's saying it, then I'm sure it can be done. Yeah, but right now, you know what? Why don't we grab the ladder really quick? Hopefully that comes up on chat for you guys. Just to check out. So we still see. Please don't trust me with your life. Okay, at least with my with the content for the YouTube content and Twitch, I'll trust you. You cannot in Gauntlet. Ziz tried yesterday. Okay. I mean, I trust Ziz as well. I mean, I'm literally streaming on his channel. So if Ziz says you can't, then I guess we can't. Just checking out the ladder here. Number 1, we still have Who Will Pain Arrive. A lot of people are asking who he is, or who they are, I should ask. I'm not 100% sure. They're not streaming, so we can't put their channel on for you guys. But putting on a bit of a show. Has claimed a bounty as well. The first to Val a non-unique 6-linked item. Pretty damn awesome. So maybe got it out of a chest or just a random drop, and then just valed it right away. $100, easy. Level 94
Howdy.
as well. Oh, that was real quick. I was just going through the ladder a little bit. I'm just talking about like the top 10, maybe top 20. And yeah, so far a lot of gladiators. We talked about it before. They're early. The floor, as you said, is very high, so you can get into them very quickly. But then the ceiling is quite low on them, like, or lower than some other builds.
Ooh, those are, I think, level 20 detonate deads for Lily. Is
Oh,
she
okay.
flipping them now? Okay, so not corrupting at the moment, flipping them. The quality is % fire damage or something, so it is relevant.
It's
since the
significant,
build
yeah.
is doing pure fire.
I'll never forget this. This was one of the early days of Path Exile. I think it was back in Parandis League, which is one of the first leagues I took fairly seriously. And I was watching this streamer called Manor Cookie. He used to be big in Diablo 3 and stuff like this, but not the point. But he always mentioned that 20% quality on all your gems and all your support gems is essentially your pseudo 7th link. And that's always stuck with me. It's not, I mean, it may not be 40% more damage, but it might be 10 to 12% more, right? It's definitely something that a lot of newer players, I think, ignore. Like, quality on gems can be incredibly significant. They have removed attack speed from a lot of things, so maybe it's not as important as it used to be for some skills, but definitely something that if you're trying to min-max your character, you can't really ignore. And if you are unaware, there's a recipe to get 20% quality on your gems. If you have a level 20 gem and and it's not corrupted, and you sell it with a Gem Cutter's Prism to a vendor, it'll reroll to level 1 with 20% quality. So that's what she just did there. And yeah, so definitely something important. You really want to get those GCPs if you can, and flip your gems if you need to.
And you just have to be cautious if you're doing that with your main link gems,
Of course.
as you know, flipping them is going to de-level them, as we mentioned, and that's going to be quite a damage loss. So you probably want to go do some lower level content for a little bit to get some base levels back before you jump into high difficulty content again. Like,
spend 10-20 minutes in Harbor Bridge, get them to like level 12, 13. Like, it should be pretty fast, and then or even just white tier maps, right? But just, you know, maps can be a little bit spooky if you don't have damage, but you are going to see a noticeable difference in your DPS at endgame. So yeah, definitely something you don't want to ignore. Just going down the list here, DS Lily actually ranked 16 overall, but there are 2 deaths in front of her, so rank 14 at level 90. And there actually are only 16 people at level 90 so far, 90 plus. So if we were to end the gauntlet today, it was a 1 in 16 chance that you get that $3,000 PC. But thankfully, you still have 8 days, chat, to level up to 90 and enter yourself in that draw. So good luck. And actually, you have Jungrown over here. at rank 27 with 2 bounties. First to die at level 69 with a complete equipment set, and first to obtain an albino row of feather. I think he did that like in the first zone. Like he was like 10 minutes into the race, and this guy found an albino row of feather. And he might actually be streaming, yeah. Wow.
I just got him on.
Thank you. Awesome gamer. If you don't
he's
know,
rank 1 in his class, which is Ascendant, and I think he's doing some Spellslinger stuff.
And according to Scrya, apparently they were both accidents. He didn't even know they were bounties. So he's claimed $200 by accident. I mean, I wish I had that man's RNG, but that's pretty fantastic. If you don't know Jungrown, he plays some awesome builds. I think he this league, I don't want to confirm, but he played Eye of Winter Spellslinger really early on in the league. I'm not saying he like made it meta, but he sort of saw this option for it, and he plays some really top tier builds. Really understands the game, and it's a great content creator.
He's a Spellslinger expert, that's for sure. He was doing T16 Guardians on League Start with Spellslinger. I think Spellslinger Spellslinger Brands.
Yeah.
On like day 2. It was in Softcore Trade League Start, which I think is where he usually plays.
Correct.
But like he's bringing the sling over to the Gauntlet, and he's doing quite well for himself. He's rank 1 in his class and rank 27 overall.
And he did die at rank 1 EXP, and that was when he died at level 69. He was actually rank 1 at the time.
Yeah, this is a reroll.
Correct.
And he's rank 1 Ascendant.
Which is, I mean, the guy knows what he's doing. He's a great content creator. Yeah, character rank 1, overall rank 27. Yeah, he's a gamer, if you don't know him. And to be fair, it's a pretty fun stream. He's a pretty funny guy. So, definitely worth checking out. Okay, I think Lily's using some rod crafting. We haven't seen much of it yet, but definitely going to be, as we go on through the race, we're going to see more and more ROG deals, because he can give you some insane items, even if it's just searching for that one influence base that you really need.
Yeah, and you can see she's going for every shield that ROG is offering, trying for a shield with Shaper influence in order to get the recovery on life. Or recover life on block, rather. Recovery on life. Recover life while having life.
I mean,
that would be pretty strong.
To be fair, I mean, you can't recover life if you're dead, right? So you gotta... So
That's true.
You're not wrong.
Recovery life is on life.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
In the end, every build is a life build. You can't escape it. Even CI builds need that one life. If it's gone, they're dead. This is why red life is the superior color of life. Blue life can suck it.
But it is, yes, just to confirm, it is a recover % life on block. Say it with me, Octavian. Okay, Mr. Maddocky trolling us a little bit. Love to see it, though. I'm actually going to pop our faces back on, so gotta say goodbye to Karn down there. But we've seen a lot of him today. Hey, guys. That's us. BigSil and Octavian. Oh, Octavian. That's it.
Howdy. Someone asked what Younggrown was slinging, so I'm pulling up his profile to check it out. I think it's a Exsanguinate / Corrupting Fever build. Yeah, he's got a Corrupting Fever in his 5-link right now.
With Reap, yeah. Like with Reap on top.
There's a Slinger Exsanguinate linked to Chain and Cruelty, and then there's a Slinger Reap as well, linked to Cruelty, Brutality, and Reap and Slinger. So it's double Slinger with a 5-link Corrupting Fever, so it's essentially 3 like moderate damage sources rather than one big one.
Yeah.
And that's where his DPS is coming from.
Eventually, I mean, I played a fair bit of Exsanguinate during Ultimatum. Eventually, you are going to switch out of Spellslinger and into probably self-cast. But it will carry you like into early red maps as well. Like your damage is fine, but later on bossing can be a bit problematic. But we have talked about it, and it's the same idea behind the Elemental Trapper that Exile and a few other people used to level their Exsanguinate traps. Early on in your character progression, like an extra skill, even if it's like unlinked or even just has like it's like 2 linked or something like that, is probably more damage than 1 extra support gem on your main skill. So being able to toss out 3 different elemental traps, like your Spire Trap, your Seismic Trap, and your Flamethrower Trap, on top of you spamming Lightning Trap or Exsanguinate traps, is just significantly more damage than just pigeonholing yourself into like 1 5-link or 1 6-link. And as can be it's the same exact case with Spellslinger and Reap, Exsanguinate, and then Corrupting Fever on top, right? You're able to keep those procs up really, really high because they all stack, so you want to attack very often with all of them. Yeah.
And as far as Ascendancy points go and such, Younggrown has gone for Necro Gladiator, which is a very, very tanky setup, as well as I think still getting some damage over time from Glad.
Yeah, 15%, yeah.
Yeah, 15% or 25%.
Is it 25?
Physical damage? Yeah, wow, 25% more. And then a little bit of minion damage from Necro, which is getting converted to player damage through the tree, and a lot of block with Bone Offering in a trigger weapon and Gladiator generic block. So I imagine his block is actually kind of close to cap already.
Yeah.
As far as attack block, it's good spell block.
Pretty insane. Like we're seeing a lot of these players gravitate towards block, towards dodge. Block specifically because you can get, because of that one mod, recover a life on block. But being able to mitigate all the damage, like incoming damage fully, is just such a powerful tool when you're getting swarmed all the time by these, whether it's Cyrus mobs or just in Delve or just in a regular map. One of the scare, or even Harvest too, which is one of arguably the scariest content in the game. At least in Gauntlet, right? I mean, a lot of players die there, but if you can mitigate all that, like sort of like the barrage of projectiles or the barrage of melee attacks, you're gonna feel a lot better moving into like red maps and beyond.
And chat is blowing up about it, but Lily did get an Impulsa to drop.
Okay, all right, Lily.
Which is a pretty good chess piece for this build if she does want to go for it. It would it wouldn't be, I think, the best chess piece choice if you're going like optimize, because you really want an offering effect chess piece to scale block as much as you can, but like, are you going to complain about it? You know, if she can 5-link that, you have the guaranteed shock from Necro, so it's enabled, and it gives you shock immunity, which is actually massive when everything can shock you.
It's such an I don't want to say it's underrated, but it's underrated for that build. Like it's unbelievable. And the other thing is with the Detonate Dead build, generally you actually have a lot of spare corpses on the ground because you're creating them. So being able to pop the enemy corpses a lot, like permanently, is pretty damn great. And you're also, if you don't have to cast again, if you only have to cast once, you can just wipe the pack. Sorry, go for it.
No, you touched on it really there. That is a very good point. So like the corpse removal is both a blessing and a curse, though.
Yeah.
Because with the Unleash Cascade setup for Detonate Dead, which these builds are pretty much all going to be using, one of the reasons why that's so strong is because the Cascade will trigger off or will target the corpses that are being generated when you kill a pack of mobs.
True.
And if you use an Impulsas, then you're going to lose out on that, and a bunch of the corpses that you basically won't be taking advantage of all of your Unleash and Cascade procs anymore.
True.
So you might swap to it if you're going to change the links, and maybe then you drop Unleash. But I feel like if you wanted to keep Unleash and Cascade, then Impulses might actually be like detrimental to your damage versus tanky rares. You'll still clear just fine because the corpse explosions from Impulses will just handle that, but you might end up like having more trouble against, I don't know,
the single target stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the shock immunity is nice, but I mean, you probably want, as you said, like an offering effect or just like a huge life chest, like maybe like percent life, 120 flat life, and then if you can get it like ES as added from life.
Mana.
Yeah, or big mana, yeah.
Yeah, mind over matter build, which is something that the Impulses won't provide either. Yeah. So
nice option, but not the
very
best.
Cut and dried.
Yeah.
You might swap to it, but it does sacrifice some things.
Well, I mean, you also have to spend like just to get it going, right? Because she currently already has a 5-link. She has to socket it, which, to be fair, I mean, I've had some terrible. I've had spent over 1,000 jewelers before, 1,200 jewelers, 6 socketing something. So it can wipe out your jewelers and then wipe out your fuse just to get a 5-link. Like there is a cost associated with it, and especially in SSF, right? So is it worth it? I don't know. I guess she'll probably play it by ear. For now, she hasn't looked to swap over yet.
Damn, that chess piece is already an effective offerings chess piece. Yeah, I don't think you switch.
No, yeah, you're not switching.
it doesn't have great mods otherwise. It's got 1 solid res and hybrid life with a crafted life roll, so like 90 life. Which, I mean, I say it's not great mods otherwise. 90 life, 40 res, and offering effect is...
I'll take it.
That's a perfectly acceptable chess piece. So, yeah, I don't think she's going to swap. It was exciting. It's exciting that the Impulsa happened, but... I really doubt.
I didn't realize she had it. I didn't realize she had the offering chest.
Yeah. I saw that it was like there was some kind of animation, so I wanted to see what sort of influence it was, and it's a hunter influenced one. Got off there.
I just noticed when Ryze leveled up about a minute ago, he actually has 5,200 life, give or take, without taking Scion Life Wheel yet. So he's only 1 node into the wheel, so he hasn't even taken Constitution yet.
And he's like level 60 something.
Yeah,
he's
so
like 63 or 4 or whatever.
He's gonna have like I guess endgame gonna be like an 8 to 9k life build.
I would not be surprised. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was a Hydra map that Lily just got. I don't think she's ready for that yet.
No, take your time. Like again, there's no one else at that point. Oh, and she is actually picking up the level 21 elemental hit.
2120 Elliot, yeah.
I like it. You know, having reroll options is really important, and you see like these top players are prepping themselves just in case.
Yeah, you can even like throw it into harvest and get some XP out of it if you get that one craft where you consume a gem.
Yeah, and if you do drop it in power, which is incredibly unlikely, then you can at least use the Facetor's Lens or something like that to bump up that EXP a little bit. Awesome.
And Tujin being quite generous here. Some Horizons, 16 Horizons, that's very nice. And Maelstrom as well for some map completion. Tujin's great. Definitely
an overlooked like mapping item, Horizons. I know, like, I don't say I forget about them, but I know a lot of my friends who are newer to the game, they sort of just hoard them till the end of the game. I'm like, well, why use them? You have all these uncompleted maps. No, like, you can essentially target farm your Atlas completion with these things. Like, use them especially early on, where I'm sure you probably have like 15 of one map and then you have like 20 uncompleted tier 2s. Spam away.
Even outside of completion in a solo self-found environment, if you're trying to target a certain, I was going to say quadrant, but there's 8 of them, so a certain octant of the Atlas, then Horizon Orbs can be a great tool for forcing maps in that area. If there's one that, you know, a T7 that naturally spawns in Haywark, for instance, to try and farm some more essences. That's the word that somehow escaped my brain.
Yeah,
quadrant soon. But I prefer octant. I wonder why I would.
Mr. Octavian, I'm surprised at you. Come on. No, I am actually pretty excited for the changes that we're going to see in 3.16. But yeah, I mean, till then we have octants, and you know, they're pretty damn awesome. So we'll see what changes. Hopefully we get more points per zone. I would like to fill out a whole wheel, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to do that. So. Gruel
TV has redeemed highlight my message so that they can say I'm real dumb. Don't be so down on yourself, Letty.
Why? that is self-deprecating. I mean, a little harsh, maybe. Same? Oh no.
Aww.
Oh god. Oh my.
I think you're real smart, Twitch chat.
I mean, you've been in Ziz's chat long enough to accumulate 7,777 points. So you've obviously made at least one great decision, right? Oh god, the spam begins.
Lily is beginning to craft here, though. It looks like she got a shield base that she's somewhat happy with. Warlord can roll % recovered on block. I said the right thing. I'm pretty sure. It's not quite as good as Shaper Influence. I think Shaper Influence could theoretically also hit like max res, which I don't know if Warlord has that. But Warlord can get you AoE, which is nice on DD.
You can indeed.
And, you know, you take what you can get.
I think actually I have a I have a video from the one and only Scryer himself, which cut a little highlight video, about 6 minutes long.
Ooh.
And hopefully I can make that transition happen for us just now. And I'll mute us, and then I'll let it load. Chat, enjoy.
Salutations, Exile. The Gauntlet is back once more, this time with the iolite edition. This event is brought to you by Zizaran and Shopify, and it delivers the deadliest competitive version of Path of Exile in a point-earning event with tons of prizes up for grabs. To refresh your memory, this event runs on hardcore solo self-found rules and includes modifiers to monsters and players on every zone to make it more difficult. Last time, for the Ember Gauntlet, we had Monster Area of Effect as one of the mods, but it has been replaced by additional projectiles for this edition. The early stages of the event are well known by now to be a bloodbath.
Here comes the death in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is! There it is!
This time is no different.
Oh no.
No matter the preparation.
Ooh. No! Way, dude.
Everywhere you turn, there is a deadly encounter. Standing still is not advised.
Oh! Ah!
Some decided the best course of action is to make the Twilight Strand their home and befriend Hillock until presented with a certain demon-slaying sword.
It worked! It fucking worked! What? It worked!
Doedry makes a return, shotgun in hand.
Oh my... Oh, fuck.
Groost, on the other hand, brought an artillery strike.
Oh my god! Oh, oh. Oh, what the fuck? Can you not?
When the odds are stacked against you, sometimes you are your own worst enemy.
Whoa! What the?
Do this just yet.
Fuck me. Imagine if I died like that.
Almost got yourself there, Steel. Yummy. In order to progress, upgrades are much desired by our competitors.
No Steelmage.
Sometimes as desired as a childhood friend who lost their way.
Boom! Ooh. Sasuke-kun.
Nice. That's the one I want.
Fractured T1 life. Okay, actually is fractured T1 life. Okay.
Not all upgrades are the same, as demonstrated by a couple of the top competitors and Ziz.
Isn't it possible? Oh!
Some manage to find priceless trinkets and are left stumped.
It's albino Roa. What? 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 What the fuck? Wait, what?
Exile, the defender of the title, simply gets outgoated.
That was fast.
Wise men say, only fools rush in.
Ah, come on, losing fun.
But they can't help it.
Ooh. Да ну нахер. О, боже. Oh man. Rip.
Don't forget that there are plenty of prizes for reaching different levels and delve depths, and that you can have multiple entries in the raffle by leveling multiple characters to those thresholds. The Gauntlet is an event free to join for everyone. You need only click on the Join button under your character selection page. A special thanks to Shopify Rebellion for doubling the prize pool and providing the physical goods that are up for grabs. GGG for working with us, and Redbull Gaming making the shoutcasting possible, contributing to make the Gauntlet an even bigger and better event.
I'm not really getting hit. I feel like when oh, my ass!
Someone get him a seat pillow?
Wow, what a video, guys. What a video. Thank Joseph and Scrya. Awesome. Actually awesome. Really, really cool.
Special Olympics game
Oh, sorry about that, guys.
Showcase is coming.
Some autoplay stuff going on there. My mistake.
I was keeping an eye on some of our broadcasters in the background.
Production. But we can go to the main stream now. And there
Howdy.
we go. Yeah, shout
Welcome back.
Yeah, shout out to Scrya and Joseph for doing the voiceover work. That was really damn cool. And I think we have some more coming maybe later on in the week. Some highlights. Got me all excited, Scrya. How many Red Bulls do you drink a day? I'm like, I got an intravenous drip, brother. They're sponsoring the cast. I know I do particularly like Red Bull. They use a berry called Guaraná, which is like from Brazil, which they also have a drink called Guaraná in Brazil, and it tastes like that. So it really reminds me of because my mom's Brazilian, so we used to have that as a kid. So
I didn't know that.
yeah, so it's definitely pretty damn awesome. It always gives me like this nostalgia feel. So yeah, pretty damn cool. Yeah, the drinks the whole fridge. Yeah, they actually have a couple cases they sent, so I'm loaded up for the next year or so. So pretty damn cool.
But no rips while the video is playing, at least not that I saw on stream. No
Awesome.
deaths announced in game or anything. Younggrown did disconnect in the middle of a map, but his
Okay.
super high block probably kept him alive because he came back to a living character after a moment of tension.
I mean, I'm glad he didn't rip. I mean, in DC, I'm okay with, but ripping, no. But I'm getting a lot of questions. Do I speak Portuguese? I can understand a lot of Portuguese, but eu falo só pouco. But this is an English stream. We're gonna keep it all English for us. But I do speak a little bit, yeah, and French because I'm from Canada, so working on all the languages.
Je parle un peu de français.
Oh, fantastique, mon ami. Fantastique. No, you know, it's wonderful. It's always nice. You know what, chat? I know Ziz does this a lot, but type where you're from in chat. Let you know what? I think that's one of the coolest things about Twitch is that we can reach everybody across the globe. Path of Exile is a global game, and look at this: USA, Brazil, Denmark, France, Pittsburgh, Netherlands, Sweden, Brazil, France, Denmark, Finland, Russia. Like, how cool is that?
I'm seeing a lot of Sweden.
A lot of Swedes.
A
Venezuela,
lot of Sweden.
Montreal, fantastic. Yeah, me too. Mars. Okay, we got some Elon Musk in chat over here. Whew. India,
That's a
Italy,
lot of latency. I'm
a lot
surprised
of-
they were able to respond that quickly.
Iceland, North Korea. Oh, we got some dictators in chat too. Whew. France, Ukraine, a lot of India, Norway, South Africa, Malaysia, Kurdistan, Philippines, Alberta, Kyrgyzstan, Brazil, Estonia, Earth.
I'm disappointed nobody has said Rayclast.
Oh, I mean that's a meta stuff
Come
right
on,
there.
that's the easy joke.
Turkey, BigSil's house. Oh my, armor of God. No, that's okay. Maybe it's me being a bit all weepy, but I think that is so awesome that this event and the event that Ziz and Vira put on that I feel very blessed to be a part of is able to reach all these different countries, all these different people, and just have some fun together, right? Like the world life can be pretty hard, so it's nice that we can kick back together and just watch some Path of Exile, watch some God gamers get to level 90 and hopefully win a PC.
Octavian's basement. You fool. I live in Florida. We don't have basements.
Scotland. I studied at Edinburgh, so Scotland holds is a very special place in my heart too. Czech Republic. Wow, cool. Awesome. All right.
Some God gamers in Ryze? Hey, don't disrespect. That's my job.
Oh no, right? Okay, look, Ryze gets a
But
okay.
actually,
Okay, let's set the record straight here. Ryze gets a lot of crap given to him, but he was top 5 in 2 different classes last Gauntlet, I think, or like just at like number 6th in one class and like 3rd in another. The man is a god gamer, whether you like it or not. I mean, he may be a reroll Richard, but he is a god at it.
I'm unironically like really excited for the progress of this character.
Yeah, me too.
And I wouldn't. I mean, I think Ryze shares that, judging from his reaction from getting a lens breaker. Like, this build has so much potential. We just need to see it realized.
Oh yeah, I mean, like we even talked about it day one when he rolled the War Cheat Totem and said, okay, we love the build, but it's a shame he won't be able to do strength stacking because it's SSF. Oh god, there's no way. And then day 2, he's like, you know what? No worries, guys. I ripped. I'm coming back with a strength stacker. Because
Just get the sprinkler.
just get the sprinkler, guys. Just get 100 strength amulet as you do.
Sprinkle a little bit of lead in there.
No, nobody insulted. Okay, no, thanks for what's it called? Indulging me, chat. It was a really cool moment there that we just had. So, yeah, and I think overall, I think the gamers we have at least on chat on screen here, Ryze is gonna, as we said before, just progress through the campaign. Hopefully, get to maps real quick because he has the defense, he has the damage, and Lily just doing the same thing except in what's it called?
Delvin, probably still.
I imagine so.
But I'm just pulling Ryze up on screen here so we can see his glorious face in that meme.
We got the maps, let's reload. Oh my.
Just so we can see some of the bossing, because he is probably going to demolish those with some pretty well prepped gear.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, like, his gear, like, for Act 9, his gear is absolutely insane. So, I mean, like, the rest of the campaign should not be a problem. Actually, we see, Jungron. I knew he was delving before, but, like, a lot of these players we're seeing, because delve is now worth points in this league, up to 3 if you get to delve at 300, they don't want to waste their soul fight, right? A lot of the time, I think in the campaign and, like, early maps, you just get all the soul fight, and sometimes you're full, and you're like, oh, I don't want to go delving now, I'm in this groove with mapping, but it's hard to... Knowing that there's money and points on the line, they want to be as efficient as they can with it. So even if it may not be the best time for them to delve, at least maybe they can get some rewards out of it, or they don't want to... They can at least buy the early upgrades to their soul fight max, so that maybe they can go... Like, when they go delving, they can go for like an hour or something, but do not want to waste any of that content accessibility.
Oh, we have another boss coming for Ryze. Wait, no. I thought it was Kitava,
Yeah.
but no, he's not in Act 5, he's in Act 10.
Yeah.
Well, he's got one coming soon enough.
I'm like, look, Kitava can bop you, right? Like, in Gauntlet, like, it does... Kitava does a lot of damage. I mean...
close on that.
Just a lot of damage.
Big number is what he was going to say.
BigSil is a
Maybe
poopy
big
head. Excuse me? Ryze QT? What's this on your stream? That seems,
What? Why is the hate for you? I'm
saying he's a god gamer. I'm like...
I was the one ragging on him for taking so long to
got him.
You're going earlier.
That's disgraceful. Then be fighting words, Ryze.
I feel like this is targeted at the wrong person, Mr. QT.
I said I was a fan. I was subbed for like 24 months. Oof. I can't anymore, but it is what it is. Oh god, that's funny. You gotta laugh. Disqualify. I don't have that power, chat. I mean.
Okay. There we go.
Octavian. Okay, that's fair enough. As long as the hate is spread evenly, like butter on toast, I'm okay with it. That's fine.
I like butter not spread evenly on toast. I like chunks of butter.
Oh wait, you're taking like butter cold out of the fridge and just lumping. Octavian.
It's better. It's better that way, and I freaking stand by it.
It's important to note that Vyro has overlay access for Ryze. Okay, this is some meta stuff then. This is Vyro breaking the fourth wall here.
It legit is better. See, one person agrees with me. I'm right.
This is a hill I'm ready to die on. Like, I'm with Octavian. Oh my. All right. You know what? I'm gonna take our cams off for a little bit because I want chat to be able to see what Karn, Mr. Oni-Goroshi, is doing.
Oh, we got a blueprint. Neat.
There we go. I'm actually really like the just to talk about the actual meta here for a second rather than butter on toast. I actually really like the choice of Bladestorm here. I think it can pump out a ton of single target damage, and what's really great, especially with Slayer, is that obviously you get the AoE, which is great, but because it hits very often, your leech, like you're getting all these instances of leech, and it's incredibly unlikely that it's going to drop off.
Yeah.
It's although it is nice to have one big mega slam and do like crazy damage, though the way leech works, that isn't always the most efficient way to keep uptime on it when you have like a permanent like leech effect. It is better to actually have lots of tiny hits, or it tends to be more maybe like more efficient at keeping it up, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that demonstrated maybe like an hour ago or however long when he was doing the Al-Hazmin fight, and he would just drop down a Bladestorm while running around every once in a while to make sure that his defenses were consistently up during the projectile phase, which is the most dangerous part of that fight. It synergizes really, really well with Slayer, who, so long as you have good uptime on your hits, you are very, very tanky through the Overleech and Fortify. He is also going to be running another tool that has similar advantages in the form of the Rage Vortex, which, just like the Bladestorms, will fly out and just sit on the enemy and keep you topped off consistently. And I believe he's got Rage in the support links for right now. I haven't looked through his profile, but I'll check to ensure I'm correct. And so he generates the Rage off the Bladestorm while clearing, and then the Rage Vortex helps out with extra single target.
Yeah. And I think it is only a 4-link, his Rage Vortex right now, but he does intend for that to be like a primary skill later on. Or maybe not the primary skill, but like for his bossing, it's going to be widely used. So might want to get Chainbreaker, maybe needs to get like Warlord's Mark, and some really like stun threshold stuff for the bosses, but and that's a problem for tomorrow's Karn.
Yeah, so he is using Rage support, which makes a lot of sense, as Oni-Goroshi loves flat fizz damage. It doesn't have a lot of local fizz. It will give you some flat per level, but that isn't enough just by itself. You need to augment that with like flat fizz on jewelry or other places. And rage support at high levels gives quite a lot of flat fizz. 4 to 7 per 10 rage, which is what, 40 to 70? No, sorry, multiply by 5, not by 10. So that would be like 20 to 35 or something like that. Math is hard. As well as an additional 35 to 66 if you're above the 10 rage breakpoint. So, you know, more flat fizz than a whole set of jewelry is going to give you. As well as the ability to generate rage to then use Rage Vortex, which he actually has linked to some utility links for the most part. He's linked to Onslaught, which will proc against bosses. It has a 10% chance to proc for 3 seconds when you hit, and Rage Vortex hits a lot. Fortify, just for really consistent Fortify uptime, and Endurance Charge on melee stun, which is also linked to his Leap Slam that's in the same setup.
Awesome. I mean, I love utility setups. Big believer in them. I think if you can fit the links, which obviously he can, I always like having like one that either procs your Onslaught, has Culling Strike on it, which he doesn't need because he's a Slayer. But just in general, I think having it's just fun to have another like skill on your build that you can just press to give you all these quality of life effects, right?
And it's another side effect of farming for the Oni that he has the space to do these things, because his 5 link in his chest piece doesn't need to be his main damage links. He has the 6 link already with the Oni, so he can go wild and, you know, get a double link setup with his Leap Slam and Blade or Rage Vortex in there.
I think this
being the effect of it here, his damage is crazy good.
Yeah, insane. I think this is only his 2nd round. Like this is maybe his 5th or 6th stone. Like it's in that 5 to 8 stone range, but so that the boss isn't too strong, but still just pumping out a ton of damage. And obviously you see that cull there, it will just wipe him off the map easy.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to much more quickly get over that hump that a lot of the other players towards the top of the ladder are at right now, where they're trying to transition from like T8s and 9s up to T11s and 12s, you know, breaking from high yellows into low reds. I think that with the amount of damage he's already outputting, Karn is just going to have to worry about getting a good life total before that point. But if he can get like 6.1 to 6.3k life, by the time he's trying to make that break, he can get started in early red maps, I imagine. Agreed.
Like, it's literally going to be the only like factor for him, like the only wall he'll hit is like life total. Because his defensive layer is strong. Is he running Flesh and Stone? Because I know he's running Blood and Sand, but is he running Flesh and Stone, out of curiosity?
I can check for you.
Please do. Because I see like Herald of Ash and Skitters, so I think he might not have the space for it, at least yet, until he gets an Enlighten or something. Which may not actually drop for him, but...
It doesn't look like he is, which, I mean, that does make sense, because the main stance wouldn't do much for you with Oni-Goroshi, as you're doing primarily Fizz damage, right?
The fire damage, and then it
or
requires
fire,
Fizz,
sorry. Fire is what I meant to say.
Which the main increases your Fizz damage taken. I got you.
He's running a Battle Mage's Cry, Assassin's Mark, and Wave of Conviction, though, which is really neat, because that frees up a lot of button pressing. You just press the one, and it's sort of like a lot of builds before Battle Mage's Cry was introduced used to do Arcanist Brand with those things, but Arcanist Brand, when you're not playing a caster, is really, really clunky, because it has a really low base cast time, and you're not scaling any cast speed outside of like Frenzies or something.
Yeah, I mean, I like the choice. Actually, I love the choice. I don't know, he's obviously he's obviously put a lot of work into planning this build. Like, we know he practiced with it, but like he really thought out and planned like what he wanted to do. Like, it's very easy to say, oh, okay, I'm gonna farm Oni-Goroshi so I get a 6 link, but he's thought a few steps ahead of that. Like, there was a reason he did it. It was like, okay, well, this build, if I go fire damage, I have the Wave of Conviction, I have the Battle Mage. He's not just slapping a build together and hoping it works. He's put like dozens of hours, or maybe like, into testing this idea.
Yeah, he's optimized it to get as much payoff as possible from the Oni. And as Chad is saying, the Sand Stance Bladestorm provides blind as well, so he does still have that as a defensive layer.
Does it?
Evidently, I haven't played Bladestorm much, so I wasn't aware. But
I was pretty sure it was only from the Flesh and Stone.
I mean, I have the gem info in front of me, so I can check. Dude, Bladestorm routinely damages enemies. Sand Bladestorms move slowly forwards and blind enemies.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's not even a chance, it just says they blind enemies.
Wow, huge. Then there's no need for Flesh and Stone. We did have a question about, it's 13 hours long to farm Oni? Yes. If you're being efficient about it, I think Karn was saying he's saying 8 to 13 hours. So he was on the longer end of that. I think the vast majority of players, it's like 10-ish. So it's longer, but it's not, I can say it wasn't like a 20 hour grind, yeah. 7 to 13 hours, exactly. It's still within the range that he expected, but it is on the higher end of things.
A little unlucky.
Yeah. It sets him back by about 5 to 6 hours at most. More likely like 4, which isn't the worst thing.
In the course of a 10-day event is perfectly acceptable.
Oh yeah. I mean, the reality is, like, like On Exile died day 1, like 20 hours in. Now having to re-level costed him probably 4 hours.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing nearly.
The worry for Karn though here is that, like, if he rips in the next couple days, he's probably gonna have to go for a completely different strategy.
Oh yeah.
Unlike Exile, who has been banking gear from his previous run, you know, every time he upgraded, he probably kept the previous piece of gear in case he ripped. Like, if you're built around the Oni-Goroshi, you're not gonna have a backup. So Karn he's really well prepped for it. He's really well synergized around it. He's built a very strong character, but he's got the one shot, unless he wants to play something different the next reroll.
I mean, Dust Balboa does bring up a really interesting point, though. He does still have 3 of the 4 Scions who are able to farm.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be 13. It would probably be a couple hours, right? I mean, he'd have to re-level at least 1 Scion, like doing the strategy. But I mean, it's likely that those other characters are. I mean, they're still at the point where they can get it, so it wouldn't be too long.
They're well enough geared that the fight would be doable as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm not an expert in Oni farming, so
Nor I.
I will walk back my statement out of.
No, I mean, I agree with you, by the way. I'm just saying, if he does want to farm it again, it's not like he's starting from scratch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would probably still be another few hours.
Oh, of course,
I
yeah.
imagine.
Minimum.
But that's not as bad as I was thinking it was.
I mean, look, it's. We're gonna see if it works out, right? I mean, I had Karn pegged as one of my as my top contender, if not like in my top. He's in my top 3, and he's kind of proving me right. I mean, obviously he had a slow start, but nothing that some really efficient grinding can't solve.
I'm gonna swap Ryze out because he was pulling up YouTube, and I don't know what he was about to watch.
Fair enough.
The NCA is a thing.
Yeah, maybe some tomato farming or something like that, which wouldn't blame him. Those are some fun videos, but not content suitable for the Gauntlet cast. Right.
Yeah, once a character goes into Twilight Strand, you can't go back to Twilight Strand. So you'd have to have basically what Karn has, which is a bunch of characters that have rerun Twilight Strand over and over again without ever going into town. And so those are like prepped and ready, so to speak, to try and find an Oni. But yeah, you can't just take a build that you've like done some of Act 1 with and then go back to Twilight Strand to farm it.
Yeah, correct. I mean, we did see also someone today on our clip review actually get killed while fighting the Uber Helix. So I mean, he was Ranger, and it seemed like he just got bopped. But I mean, after watching them both, I feel like Scion just feels a lot smoother. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I've never actually farmed it myself, but yeah. I mean, one class succeeded, one didn't. I don't know if it comes down to player skill or not, but yeah, I feel like Scion is the way to go for that one.
I think the Scion variant as well was for like the move speed points towards the beginning of the tree, right? To get it done a little faster.
Yeah, more efficient.
Your first few kills, or maybe even first like dozen kills on the Hillock are a lot slower because the spectral shield throw is much worse than Burning Arrow, but you compensate for that once you get some like gear off the zombies and chests and such, and then you have move speed nodes to make it quicker.
And if you do want to learn how to do this, there's tons of YouTube videos out there. I know, like, I'm sure if you go into Karn's chat, like, half his chat was probably farming Oni-Goroshi, so they can help you out and give you exact tips how to do it. Octavian and I, neither of us are experts on it, but we do know the general theory. But if you want specifics, head over to Karn_, and I'm sure they can help you out. Onslaught as well. Onslaught for Scion as well, so it's more move speed and everything. Yeah, that makes sense.
The theory crafting behind it is pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, very.
It's like really, really limited environment, so you have to optimize every little tiny bit and find the exact correct tools. So like in theory, I find it kind of intriguing to talk about and maybe watch other people do for a little bit. But personally, I would never have the patience. No, I mean, it's one of those things you might do once in your Path of Exile career because you're like, oh, I just wanted to do it once. And look, it is a unique leveling experience outside of Gauntlet. Like, the sword does actually talk to you, which is pretty cool. And like as you level and stuff, which is a unique experience. So definitely turn on your sounds and all your sound effects and stuff like that. It's pretty fun, but maybe something you want to want to try once. But farming for it can be a pain in the neck. What does Oni? So Oni does it convert. It's a one-handed. It's the only one-handed weapon that can be 6-linked, or it's automatically 6-linked.
It converts all your, or adds all your physical damage to fire damage as fire. It gains damage per character level and stuff like that. There's a lot of just drop it, one try. Okay. But yeah, so it has some unique effects on it. And it's a pretty cool item. Check it out on PoE Wiki or PoEDB. Definitely a fun build. And again, look, Karn's making it work in the Gauntlet, so obviously it's a very viable build, right?
One of the interesting things about it, I believe the chance for Super Hillock with an Oni to spawn is increased by character level. And there was a bug where Super Hillock could spawn in X6 Twilight Strand a couple leagues ago. I think it was Delirium. Might have been a different league, though. And so since you're like level 50-something by the time you get to Act 6, tons and tons of them were showing up really early on because the characters entering those zones were way higher level than anything you would find in Act 1 Twilight Strand. And so the chance for an Oni was huge, and there was like a million Onis on the market in the first couple days.
I mean, you can just straight up buy the sword. Like, it is tradable, right? Like nearly every item in Path of Exile. So if you just don't feel like farming, you can just farm on your mapping character, get some exalts together, and then just buy the sword, right? So, I mean, obviously not possible in SSF, but, you know, try it out. Should be some fun.
And there's technically a div card set for it too, but it's a set of like 23 or 22 cards.
23,
and they're not even very common, so no.
Just no.
No. I mean,
it is nice that, like, technically, like, over the league, you can, they're like, you will have Oni-Goroshis entering the market from places outside of just Hillock farming. But definitely something you may want to you can't really target farm them either, so yeah.
We've got a clip of some crafting from Steel playing on Karn's stream right now.
Oh my, actually
2.3k armor shield there.
I actually have I think actually I have, let me see here, but I might have a clip of Havoc's death, but let me see if this works.
Oh, we have a rip?
I think so. I mean, I think this was being from yesterday, but let's hopefully it can. This works. It is a YouTube clip, so this is us testing it for the first time.
Experimental technology here.
Oh, and
it is working.
It's not working for me.
It's working for me. Refresh your Observer client. That might fix it.
Oh, there we go. Awesome.
Awesome.
Playing Forbidden Right totems. Refresh my browser. Awesome. Thanks, Faderon. It works. Awesome.
Looks like he's going for the first Templar Aziri kill, which the first Aziri kill in each class is a what is it, $100 bounty?
Correct. Yeah. And looking pretty smooth. Like, obviously the Guardians can be pretty scary with those with the LMP. They cause more mobs. They cause the ball lightnings to do a ton more damage. But hopefully he's able to get one of them down really quick. That's one down.
He's trying to DPS them both together as well, because the second one is enraged after the first one's dead and fires a lot faster. Like that.
This is a Havoc 616, who is a premier racer in Path of Exile's history, and the first person to ever kill Aziri, I think.
Yeah, Havoc. That was the enrage, causing way more orbs than normal.
Oh no. That's not what you want to see.
I think we can actually mess around with the clips here.
Yeah, I can actually. Yeah, we have full access here. Awesome. But from not the death, the tool from Faderon. Oh my god, those just keep following him. Jeez.
Yeah, the AoE on those ball lightnings is massive.
Wait, is it hitting his totems and then chaining to him, or is it no? I think it's just hitting.
No,
him. Yeah.
it's just got a huge AoE.
Yeah.
Like, you can see the ones that are like a quarter of a screen away are still able to zap him.
Just brutal. And you know what though? His damage just didn't seem high enough. Like, this is a really long fight for. I know they have more life, but having 4,200 life and not being able to take them down that quickly is a recipe for death. And sadly,
I don't think it was enraged actually, because they were both alive. They were just barely alive. He was actually playing it like really well.
Up to that point, yeah.
In terms of like DPSing them both relatively equally, you can see the one on the bottom when he briefly walks towards it is like barely alive, and so is the other. He's very close to getting a really clean fight here, but then they both just decide to spam ball lightnings at the same time.
I guess you just like you have to log with the second your health gets like half. I guess because you're getting chunked like crazy.
It's honestly kind of unlucky.
Yeah.
The fact that they both choose ball lightning and literally one after another, so the arena is full ball lightning for like a solid 5 seconds or something.
Yeah, because these have huge areas. So anything, as you can see where that where I paused on screen here, like the beams are going pretty like halfway down your screen, or at least the third down. So like flame dashing or anything would just honestly wouldn't have helped you. Like you had to log probably like here maybe because it's so fast. And one of them's nearly dead, actually. One of them's like...
Yeah. I think he just didn't expect the second ball lightning, which is completely reasonable. Like, he's dodging correctly around the orbs, and then the other the other mini-boss is like, you what?
Excuse me, now let me add my ball lightnings to the mix. Damn. Oh, and he couldn't flame dash because of MOM. Ah, I see. Okay. Piety's good for you. Thanks for noticing that. There is a lot going on, and like, yeah, that's brutal. I mean, even if he could flame dash, though, I think he still dies because the area on those are just huge, but tough. Really, really tough.
And we can check back in here with how Terence's leveling is going. It looks like he's speccing over to maybe a summoner of some sort. He's got a Victario's Charity, as well as the Victario's chess piece. Generosity, is that what it's called?
Okay.
Which are both pretty stock standard summoner items for like solo self-found runs. I don't know what minions he's choosing to go with though, because previously he was, or is this a Marauder? Is he doing Herald of Agony stuff? That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, I guess we'll wait and see here. He's about to enter the Harbor Bridge here to farm, but like that would be a pretty damn cool choice. We know Sistarix and someone else. I forget. I'm blanking on the name, but the Granat and won the Gauntlet last time, or like their class, I should say. It is,
it's
yeah.
Herald of Agony.
Herald of Agony. Going the super safe
cool.
route with the jug. Love it.
Certainly not going to be like winning on levels, but the points from levels do cap at 95. So you don't need to like push to the really, really high levels and have a super fast build in order to get max points from levels. And after that, points come from Delve, and points come from bossing.
Yeah, Inward Heal was the name I was forgetting. Thank you, Mr. Medici. Yeah, just a god gamer in his own right. Just yeah. But look, we've seen Herald of Agony before. It's an awesome build. It is, as you said, it's slower, right? But you know, slow and steady, right? This is a 10-day event, and no one has currently sort of broken into like even starting bosses outside of Ziri. While this time last Gauntlet, we were like Havoc and I stayed up later because like the race was over. It was ending. Like they were like Uber Ziri was going down. It was either Monday night or Tuesday night. So the timeline on this in 3.15 Gauntlet in iolite is very different to what we've seen before.
I'm surprised he's running Blood Rage. He's doing a Stormbrand variant. I mean, if you were doing like Cyclone or something to get your poison stacks, it would make sense for the attack speed, but I don't honestly see what Blood Rage is doing for him here. Because he's not getting the kill, so it's not Frenzy on kill.
No.
He doesn't need the attack speed for anything. The Leech obviously doesn't matter.
Is it on his cast when I'm taking something? I didn't see it on his bar. Unless he's like proccing it with like his alt bar, his secondary bar.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to be working just fine outside of that. It might just be an oversight because he was leveling with Shattering Steel up until this point, so maybe he just still has it on from the swap and he hasn't quite gotten all his gems set up.
Yeah. I mean, that's the most likely scenario, right? I mean, he only has... It just doesn't make sense because it's not bringing anything into the table outside of a degen. Yep. So, yeah. And he's able to get his second brand out now, so hopefully he can stack that, keep the stacks up a lot better now.
Herald of Agony with no Golden Rule. Golden Rule is a solid tool for Herald of Agony, but I feel like it gets overrepresented to some degree. You can get all of your poison stacks relatively easily without it with a wide variety of skills. There's no shortage of skills in Path of Exile that if you don't need damage can hit really, really, really fast. You know, when you don't actually need to DPS the enemy and all you need to do is hit fast and apply poisons, you can use everything from like Rain of Arrows to Cyclone to Stormbrand to Lancing Steel. So reaching 40 stacks is not really that tough. The Golden Rule though helps you with Chaos Res problems a lot of the time because I think you get poison or Chaos Res per poison on you.
Yeah.
but Jug doesn't really have Chaos Res issues if you stack Endurance charges, because you get tons of Chaos Res per Endurance.
Yeah, I mean, he would be able to cap out his Chaos Res, which might be really nice, but it's also not an easy drop to just get, right? I mean, he's only level, like, 60-ish tops, maybe in the mid-50s. Yeah. Well, we'll see.
On the topic of the Herald of Agony setup, though, I'm not really the biggest fan of the Stormbrand setup, personally. It is harder to cap your poison chance on it than something like a Cyclone would be. And you also don't get Fortify like you would from a Cyclone hit, or the ability to do like life gain on hit with a Claw. But the advantage is you get to play from a range, and you don't have to be up in melee.
I think it's also like just it's also just up to like effective damage uptime, right? Like if you're against Cyrus, you're against Maven, and you want to just concentrate on dodging, you can just slap down your Stormbrands, and then you can just focus on dodging. You're not having to spin to stay there. I mean, like, as much as I love Fortify, and he can still use Fortify with Vigilant Strike, as someone mentioned before, and maybe that's why he's the attack speed, but probably doesn't make too much sense for 12% attack speed. But like you can focus on dodging the hard-hitting abilities versus just concentrating on like damage uptime, having to be like melee range. I mean, that's pros and cons, right? I mean,
and to reiterate, because there's some more talk of a golden rule. The reason it is used in Herald of Agony builds is because when you apply a poison to an enemy, you also poison yourself, and that doubles the speed at which you stack your Herald of Agony. Because the poison applied to you is a poison that you applied, so it counts and gives you another virulent stack, which is like on paper a very attractive option, but it's kind of solving a problem that you don't have in that regard. Because as I mentioned earlier, it's not really that hard to hit really fast with a lot of things in Path of Exile, so it seems a lot better
than it is. Yeah, I mean, look, I like the Chaos Res,
like on paper, than it is.
But I mean, like being able to cap like 75% Chaos Res, especially in Gauntlet, it's just a feel good.
Like when you say you double your virulence rate, that sounds really good, and I'm not trying to say it's completely worthless or anything. I just think it's
overvalued.
A little overvalued sometimes.
Yeah, Lily did start late, correct, and she is number one witch right now. So, I mean, look, Lily is actually a god tier racer. She's like one of the best in the game. Just recently, she's had some like unfortunate rips like late on into an event, which has sort of prevented her from like breaking into like the ranks of top 3 and stuff. But now that Wishing Champion got like bopped a little bit, hopefully, this playstyle is, which something she's far more comfortable with, can like sort of outshine her previous placements.
Okay, I see how Terence is able to go the Stormbrand setup this early. He got a pair of Embalmers, and I believe those give global poison chance.
Correct, yeah.
As well as Vile Toxins to the supported gem. I'm not sure if that's relevant. I don't know if Vile Toxins gives poison chance as well. I'd have to look that up. But on the topic of Lily, even more props to her, because while she's had some decent RNG in the form of the Cannot Be Frozen Brine Crown and the Offering a Chest already, some of the key components for this build are still actually missing right now. Like I think all the other Necros that we've looked at, Pock, despite his rip, and Ziz, actually I'm not certain on Ziz, I'll have to check in on his gear, have the trigger weapon, which is like just so core to speeding up the mapping and making it more comfortable, and I don't think Lily has that just yet.
Well, I did, I just checked, and Zai is 100% correct. They actually don't give poison chance. They give, they actually give duration with the poison, so they're just lasting longer, and Chaos Res. But it's also 70 life, right? I mean, but it does grant flat Chaos damage, which might be needed to actually enable the the poison on hit with Stormbrand, if he doesn't have Chaos damage anywhere else.
Yeah, I guess. Well, if you're using Chance to Poison, that adds a little bit of flat Chaos, doesn't it? And I'm assuming he's using Chance to Poison in his lanes. Like, I think it adds, like, a negligible amount of flat Chaos, but that's all you need. You don't need to do actual damaging poisons. You just need, well, you don't need to do actually high DPS poisons. You just need some amount.
I mean, that's a recent change. I think that just happened this league, right?
Yeah, lesser Chance to Poison is what it used to be called.
Correct.
And it did have the flat Chaos then. It just got renamed, and then poison support got changed.
All right, fair enough. I mean, look, it's still good gloves. Life.
Yeah, it could be the Herald of Agony that's in the gloves. That's a good point.
Yeah,
I'll pull up his profile and check.
Yeah, like a pseudo 5 link. Yeah.
Yeah, Vile Toxins is a fine link for Herald of Agony.
Well, I mean, it's a level 21 as well, so it's not even pseudo. It is a 5 link, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Someone's asking how Lighty is doing. Maybe I can pop him on screen here.
Yeah, the agony is in the gloves. That makes a lot more sense. I'm curious whether he has any global poison chance anywhere else. He's got a +1 Fizz Gems wand, which makes plenty of sense. He's got chance to poison on the Storm brand. Does he only have 40% poison chance? He's got to have more than that. I'm just not seeing where it's coming from.
Well, then you really want Golden Rule.
Yeah, then it would be a very big deal. Then does he have any?
Yeah,
okay, he's got 3%
25.
poison chance on one rare jewel.
I mean, Hoag does grant 25% on top as well.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So he's got 68% poison chance from what I can tell.
20.
Yeah, if it's 20 from Herald of Agony, then that's 60 including the support gem, and then 3% on a jewel.
Yeah.
Or so 63%.
He's going to want to ramp that up.
Unless I'm missing something.
Soon enough, but at least for now, I mean, he's not even done the campaign, right? So he has a lot of room to grow his character and his character strength.
It's just hard to get it, though, right? Like, there's the one spell Poison Wheel, but that's on the other side of the tree, as are the other generic poison chance ones, like Toxic Strikes or Fatal Toxins.
He was also back on the beach, fighting a Hillock, so I guess I'll have to wait and see. Maybe he just wants some level 1 gems, but I think he's in Act 7 or something, so he does have access to Lily.
Yeah, I really hope he didn't rip and we missed it. I was looking at his profile. He's possibly gambling.
Yeah,
okay,
makes sense. Yeah,
that would make a lot more sense. I hope it wasn't a rip that we missed.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I was watching the screen, so we're good.
There's gotta be some tech to get this poison chance that I'm missing. Like, he can't possibly just be planning to run around with less than 70% poison chance in the end game.
And this is an odd thing. Lighty sold his unveiled items. I guess he has the unveils he needs already, and he's just like, doesn't matter anymore. But we do see him doing a safe house. So you know what? I'm gonna actually full screen this. I'm not sure what eye level it is, but it's the first one we've seen so far in the Gauntlet. So let's have a look.
Lighty is a very focused player. Like, he has pretty much every step of the way mapped out, and once he gets past one of those given steps, he will not spend any time, will not spend any mental energy on it anymore. Like, if, essences that he doesn't need, he'll just ignore and run past. League mechanics that don't have a reward that's relevant, like if he's got his oils, he'll start skipping some blights sometimes.
Very efficient.
It's one of the reasons why he can seemingly go at breakneck speeds. It's because he's got a very clear target and will not deviate from it.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he can and can't, or should, what he should and shouldn't do. And what he can and can't do, right? Like, there's content he feels like he's not strong enough for, but as you said, if he's gotten all his oils or he's gotten all the unveils he needs, well, why am I doing June then, outside of setting up my board for Katarina fights, right? I don't need to, like, spend the extra 60 seconds to 2 minutes, like, unveiling everything, making decisions, if I already have everything that I want, right?
And in answer to the question in chat, I think Hou does stream. He's just not streaming the Gauntlet, and his profile is private. So whatever strategies he's employing, he's trying to keep as secret as possible, which, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, it could also just be an oversight on their part, but yeah, some people like it, you do actually. It starts private. You have to make it public, right? I believe your profile. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. I mean, I really hope it's secret tech, and then he pops off, and like when we see his boss kill VODs, it's like this new skill that we've never seen. Like he's using the heavy strike or something.
At the very least, we would get VOD content of the boss kills, because in order to prove that they happened, they do have to be sent in.
Oh, he's just. But you think Zai actually having some tinfoil hat stats? I think he's more of a level pusher, so maybe he's getting those early levels, and then maybe he isn't prepping for the bosses just yet, but maybe he wants to get his levels first. So probably a good idea, right? Like leveling up just gives you so much power, right? Even between like levels 90 to 95 or 95 to 98. It seems like, oh, okay, you're nearly at 100 anyway, but 3 points might be an extra jewel slot, right? It could be an extra 2 life nodes and then a damage node.
He's going for 98
pretty
in
significant.
red. Oh, there was a bounty for that, yeah.
Oh, fair. Okay. So maybe he's going for that, yeah. There's a lot of different options, right? I mean, I would feel... I don't know how I'd feel if he gets to 98 and then doesn't attempt content, because even if you hit 98, you might as well try the bosses anyway, because if you die at level 98, then you get the bounty. But if you... Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
No, you're fine. No, fine. Please.
Lighty just got his capped minus mana craft, which is probably what he was hunting there.
Yeah, that makes a great point, right? Like level 98, you could attempt like wave 20 simulacrum for the double bounty, right? So even if you die, right, you get the bounty. But if you complete level 20, you've secured that bounty, and then you can go die to like I don't know, like Cortex boss or something like that. Like there's a lot of different options. Just I guess just starting with that bounty. Huh. So I mean, who knows? I mean, we haven't talked to him. We're just pure speculation on this channel.
Can you get global poison chance as a flask affix? I'm still trying to figure out how Terence is going to cap this poison chance.
I guess Corlitos, right? Doesn't that give you?
Yeah, I don't. Maybe he has one of those. He'd have it equipped by now, though, wouldn't he?
Maybe he doesn't want to rip with it at level like in the just Harbor Bridge, where maybe he feels he doesn't need it, right?
Is there influence mines? Maybe he has an influence base that he hasn't swapped into yet. How is he going to solve this?
Yeah, we've broken Octavian, guys.
Jewels, I guess. Yeah, he has one. He has one poison chance jewel, but it only goes to like 4%.
No. So I guess we'll see. Oh, we actually have Lily. Let me see if I can pop her onto the main screen.
The big time.
I think she's at the last boss anyway, but yeah, looking pretty smooth. Her damage seems really nice, using Val Detonate Dead, dodging all the projectiles, not posing any type of problem. Innocence can be a bit of a tricky fight in this thing, because he covers so much area with some of those beams, but her damage seems pretty decent, considering this is a level 75 zone, so I think this is a 5-way? I think so?
Yeah, that Fizz Dot is something to look out for, though, as you don't have access to Leech or anything just yet. It's something you can eventually get with the right influenced items or like temple gear if you're lucky.
But she's keeping her LE overload up. She's keeping the boss shocked. Yeah, she's doing all the right things. Anna has her. She is also self-procking, I believe, the enduring cry, which is really nice. I mean, a lot of players like myself like it on the left click, but you have less control over it, right? She's using it essentially as a second life flask.
Yeah, and nice. What I was mentioning earlier, that when I was talking about how Lily's gear is like a little scuffed compared to some of the other DD characters, is she doesn't have a lot of the utility things, or maybe utility is the wrong word, a lot of the quality of life things. So she doesn't have a min endurance on kill ring yet, so she has to use that enduring cry to get the endurances that she wants. Slash the weapon swap tech if she had a min endurance shield. She has one min endurance ring, I think, but I don't think it's an endurance on kill one. We'll see. She'll kill some stuff and maybe get some charges. Maybe I'm wrong. And she's upgraded since last I looked at her profile.
Just so you know, I did pop our cams on. Karn was looking at some VODs and just I think he's gonna go at AFK. So get to look at us, chat. Get to enjoy some first person content.
Someone in chat is saying they asked Terence and he's not going to get more poison chance. He's just going to scale cast speed instead.
Okay.
Sure. I am not an expert on the version of Herald of Agony that goes for the Stormbrand. I just assumed that you would try and cap out poison chance. I mean, I imagine he'll still go for it if he gets like rare jewels that give him some for free.
Could he get some cluster jewels? Like I feel like if you grab the virulence cluster jewels and some of like the Herald of Agony specific ones, I think you do get some poison chance, but not much. It might be like 5, maybe 10% tops.
And there is a alt quality Herald of Agony that gives some extra as well, I think. But like that's not too likely to happen.
No, far from it.
But yeah, it seems like Lily has upgraded since last I looked at her gear because she has an endurance charge on kill ring, which is awesome. So the only like big quality of life thing she's missing still is the trigger weapon, which is why she's still self-casting the bone offering.
I mean, I imagine she's probably going to run with 2. So for those that don't know, a lot of the Dead builds actually run bone offering in 2 different setups. They like to run it in their trigger wand, or scepter, just because the uptime consistency is really, really great. But on top of that, they like to have it on cast when damage taken. So just in case they're caught with it down, their cast when damage taken procs, and they can then get your the block and life on block uptime like permanently. So pretty damn cool tech. I mean, I like having a backup. I like being block capped. It's a pretty good feeling. So any sort of ways I can achieve that or keep that uptime at 100%, then it's something I'm going to look at.
It's just 3% endurance charge and kill ring. Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised at how consistent that is in proper endgame. Obviously not great in a boss fight, though, which I assume is why the enduring cry is still in the bar.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just a lot of regen, right? Like, being able to just... especially in this patch where you don't have the flask uptime that you used to, being able to every 2-ish seconds, 2.5 seconds, be able to proc like a 3,000 life heal or 2,000 life heal just feels amazing because she has a lot of duration as well. So I mean, it's pretty nice. I mean, I like it.
And it just speaks to how dense so much of the content is in endgame that like 3% chance to gain an endurance is still so valuable.
I mean,
You know, like any expedition or any breach that you're doing, you're probably just going to be capped on endurances the whole way.
I imagine she's running Immortal Call as well, so that she's chugging away the endurance charges every so often, but that's not really a problem, honestly. Like, she has 2 different methods to get the endurance charges, and Immortal Call is just such a strong defensive layer. Like, taking up to, like, what, 20 to 30, I think 35% less damage from, like, essentially everything but Chaos is just too good to ignore, on top of block, on top of everything, right? Hey, Ziz, no Ziz. Yeah, well, the CEO himself, Zizaran, will be here in about 45 minutes. So, if you are here to see him, he'll be tuning in soon. Oh, we got Steelmage coming on. Oh,
I just wanted to check and see if he was still running the logbooks or if he'd run out his supply. It looks like he's back into maps. But we can bring Terence or someone else back on the screen if we want.
Oh, I mean, it's nice to see a Steel. I mean, like, he's one of these top-tier racers. He's pushing really hard, and he's playing a fan-favorite build, apparently, for this league, which is the Spectral Shield Throw Bleed Gladiator. Actually, a lot of the top of the ladder, which we can bring up in a bit, is actually running a similar build, popularized by Steel, because he played it in the Badger League, and he played it for like 4 weeks on launch as well. So this is something he's really comfortable with, and his viewers seem pretty confident in it as well. Actually, why don't we bring up we can actually bring up PoE Ninja. I think we have access to it. Maybe just over Lily's cam, like just not the full screen, but just instead of Lily here. Or maybe that's not big enough. Maybe you want to go full screen with it. What's that with Lily?
Oh, it's very crunched.
Very crunched, but pretty cool to see. This is the snapshot of day 2. It's not updated as often as sort of the softcore or the regular leagues are. Bleed Glad's fan favorite. Very true. But it is really cool to see that we have access to PoE Ninja not only in our client, but also for our league, the Ziz iolite Hardcore SSF Class Gauntlet. So far, like 4 out of 10 players are playing Gladiator. Hey, block's pretty insane, especially for a league like this. Raider making up 13%, Sab 11%, and the vast majority of the Saboteurs will be playing the Physical Trapper, which I'm Exile is currently playing as well. Necromancer making up a huge percentage of the market, primarily being, I believe, Detonate Dead. Let's see, yes, 70. Oh, actually, I stand corrected. Only 17% of all Necromancers are playing Detonate Dead. Huh. Skull and Skeletons is 6%. Armageddon Brand still being pretty popular, as well as Cremation. Huh.
There's an Eye of Winter Deadeye.
Oh my god.
At level 83.
I...
So, like, through the story, significantly progressed into endgame, Eye of Winter Deadeye.
And is that...
With 4.8k life. So, and, like, chugging along, surviving.
Is that using Spellsling or just self-cast? Let's just check this out.
It's Mines.
Eye of Winter Mines. Oh
Eye of Winter
god.
Deadeye Mines. I mean...
Wow.
He got it through the entire story and into endgame with Gauntlet mods. That's pretty neat. I'm impressed.
Actually has okay gear too. Actually has pretty decent gear, considering it's day 2 or 2.5, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Very impressive. This is a nightmare to level for those that don't know. Like it's yeah, because you're going ranger early on. Like you have to use a bow, then you have to transition probably into to spells like later on, maybe like in Act 5, maybe, or late Act 4, but probably later on than that. Maybe even Act 10. Maybe you level all the way to BA with bows, or it's like Spectral Throw or Spectral Helix, and then convert into this. But wow, good on him. Level 83.
There is one assassin on the ladder.
Oh my god. Okay.
Level 82, Poison Spectral Helix. Credit to him, he's level 82 with it. That's pretty darn good. And Poison Helix is a fun build. It's one of my favorites. I've played this league.
Pretty. I mean, like you know what I love though. Like I know we have this meta, and like to probably be number 1 or top 3, you probably have to stick to the quote unquote meta builds. But it's really cool for me to see people go really outside of the box and just play something they're comfortable with and something they really enjoy, and throw themselves at Gauntlet with it. Like that's just so awesome to me. 5 link, yeah, Spectral Helix, added chaos damage, faster attacks, and void manipulation. Yeah, just putting in the work. Awesome. Actually using an Amethyst Flask maybe is really hurting on that chaos res, but looking pretty good.
The champion has fallen from grace and is no longer dominating like 20% of the play rate. But the highest level champion is doing pretty well, level 86, and already has a 6-link, playing War Chief totems. So taking advantage of the synergy between champion and totems to get tons of tankiness. Because when the totems taunt an enemy, that will cause that taunted enemy to deal 10% reduced damage to anything that isn't the totem, because the totem is the entity that taunted it, and that includes you. On top of that, obviously, you get Fortify with some Fortify effect scaling, and you can get pretty darn tanky.
Interesting to note that Karn is level 87, by the way. So even with those 13 hours deficit, he has climbed the ladder, and his damage is split fairly evenly between fire and physical, but Slayer does have physical reflect immunity, so he only has to worry about Ellie reflected maps, which is just a nice little thing, right? Nice little quality of life. Only has to reroll only half the map mods that would otherwise affect him. And I think we'll pop Lily back on. Awesome. Nice little ladder check there. Guys, if you have specific builds you want us to cover, or you want us to like review certain skills or something like that, just let us know in chat, and hopefully, if not today, tomorrow we can have the big review on it. We want to help you understand the meta and break into mapping and all the in-game content. What are Guardians doing? What do you mean, like the end game bosses? Guardians. Okay.
Yeah, highest level Guardian was a dominating blow build.
Oh, okay. I know.
Maybe it was second highest level. It was the most interesting Guardian.
Is Gazi playing Guardian? Because I think he was playing it during the league, but I'm not sure if he's actually competing yet in this gauntlet or not.
The highest level Trickster last I checked was Toxic Rain, but I think that character ripped. I don't know what the highest level Trickster is now.
Gazi is Necro. Okay, thanks, Mr. Madiki. And he's not. So Gazi is playing Dom Blow, but he's playing as a Necromancer. And we got to see Steelmage's fight. It should be pretty good. He'll be able to bounce between all the bosses, keeping the dots up with his Crimson Dance.
Damage is really consistent.
Yeah, keeping them blinded. Nice.
He's got really good damage for a bleed shield throw.
Yeah,
admittedly, this is not the highest level content at level 75, but like compared to the other competitors doing similar things, his DPS is pretty respectable for bleed shield throw.
Wow. Awesome. You know what though? Like his it's looking really good still. Like I know we keep sort of harping on it, but it turns out he knows what he's doing when it comes to bleed builds. Turns out he has some experience in this this part of the game.
I hope so. And yes, Steel does have a 6-link. He 6-linked an Astral Plate and like sub 200 fusings or something crazy.
And has like 200, like a 2400 armor shield or something like that. Something insane.
Yeah, I'll pull out the shield and we can take a look at it since that was a recent craft.
Has anyone managed to gamble from Gwen an Arakelly's Fang? Honestly, I don't know. None of the streamers we've been watching have. And it is a really strong build, and I can see it being very good in Gauntlet. But I think it's tough to get going in Gauntlet. Forgetting just dropping the item or gambling the item. Like, the whole build requires a lot of, like, specific pieces that might not be realistic for day 1 or 2. But you dropped one randomly? Congrats.
Nice.
Oh, we have Hulu in chat. We have him. The rank 1 gamer.
To touch on the shield, since there was a question about it earlier, Steel has a 2.5k armor shield.
Wow, okay. Day 2, by the way.
With Res and Element of Void.
Of course. Of course.
Pretty
much endgame viable. So we've been following your progress, bud. You look pretty good. You're sort of topping the ladder board there. A couple people were wondering if you were going for the level 98 bounty, or are you... I mean, you don't have to answer. You can keep your secrets to yourself. But are you going for, like, the first to die at level 98 bounty, or are you going for boss kills too? Are you going for that rank 1 overall? I mean, again, you don't have to tell us. But I'm curious. Also, Wayne, fantastic job so far, by the way. You're doing incredibly well.
Wait, it's not a 100 race?
Fair enough. I guess that answers our question.
It can be.
It can
be.
For
bragging rights. But no, not for prizes.
Fair enough. Dock leave. Well, you're entered in all of the MTX and physical draws, so there's that. You got that going for you. So good chance of grabbing that PC. And I can't wait to see what you do next, brother. Would you mind spoiling what build you're playing, though? Are you playing Spectral Shield Throw, Bleed? Or is that, like, taboo subject I can't talk about? Oh my, okay. Oh, fair enough. Okay, I want to ask him more pain, champ. Fair enough.
I think Pain Champ means yes. To Spectre Shield throw
yes?
bleed.
Oh, fair enough.
I think Pain Champ is code for I'm playing Shield throw bleed for the 8th time.
I don't. Oh, that, okay. fair enough.
Maybe not 8.
I like bleed explosions. They sound and feel really good. But I do get, if you play the build a lot, then yeah, fair enough.
I love what Steel's doing with this Legion here. There's a ton of rares next to each other, and he doesn't want to risk getting ripped by overlapping rare auras. So instead of throwing his shield, he was just spamming shield charge on like the one dude he wanted to unlock. He was just going this one, bunk, 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 this one.
Fair enough. So okay, so he just played it a lot. Fair enough. Good to hear. I mean, you could have your secrets. Your profile isn't public, but best of luck, man. You're doing an amazing job, and I can't wait to see some of your boss kill VODs when you do get to that point, you know? You don't have a wand. Zytv trying to squeeze him for information in this interrogation.
It's a game of 20 questions.
Just his 3k shield? Oh my. Oh my indeed. Actually, we see 2 players doing Blight right now. We see Lily and Lighty. I'm a big since the rework to Blight, they just made it like come out faster. It might be my favorite league mechanic.
You can have my Blights then. Enjoy.
Fair enough. I know it wasn't well received initially, but I think nowadays like it's in a really good spot. I really like Blight maps as well, but I don't know. It feels good in maps now. Like it's like a 30 to 40 second burst. You place down your towers and you just go ham. But yeah, I don't know. To each his own, I guess. I guess that's why like we have these tradable markets, so I can farm all the blights I want, and you can do Legion or Blight or whatever you like.
Heist.
Oh, you're a heist main.
Oh, a heist boy.
Oh my.
Come at me.
Oh my.
Doc arrive.
To Ash. Yeah, fair enough. Doc arrive. I think there's gonna be some Doc leaders for that, but that is fair. You know what? I need alt gems just as much as the next guy, so thank you for your sacrifice, Octavian. Thank you very much. Okay.
No, don't Doc leave. Doc stay.
Doc stay. He's trying to slow you down, who?
Doc, go away.
Okay, great question from She Games a lot. As someone new to hardcore but not PoE and the first Gauntlet, could you do a quick rundown of mechanics that are good, bad, and do not enter for Gauntlet? Do you want to take this one, Octavian? I mean, I'll interject, but go for it.
Oh, like as in league mechanics.
I would imagine that's what she's talking about.
Metamorph is probably the do not enter.
Pretty scary.
Metamorph scale. So many of the really dangerous things that some metamorphs can do scales really, really hard off of the extra proj. So like the Noble Dead effect where it fires off corpses, or some of the boss effects that have like really nasty bleeds and stuff from proj hits. So Metamorph is something you definitely want to avoid. And on the topic of heist, the Templar heists, those can scale super hard too. There's a unique dude in the Templar heists. That, well, don't know why I chose that word, but he'll charge up a swing and then release it, and that swing fires off forking projectiles. And when they fork, they can shotgun on you. So if you're standing like the exact, I was going to say right, but I guess wrong, the exact wrong distance away, then with the extra proj mod, that unique enemy will just literally one-tap you. So I would avoid Templar heisting as well if you're going to be doing heisting. As far as mechanics that are fairly rewarding and relatively easy, you can make the expeditions fairly easy by targeting more chests than runic monsters and avoiding remnants. And expedition, especially during the story, can be so helpful for getting bases and, you know, 4 links potentially from Gwenin, that sort of thing.
Awesome. I mean, there's no. I mean, like, okay, Harvest is really rippy, but you kind of have to engage with it because it's too valuable. But just be aware, like, if you pop some of these plants, you see like 5 Blister Lords pop out. Maybe you log out, maybe you run away. Like, don't feel like you have to stay. Okay, and then I guess this goes for any content. If you're sort of really struggling, you're getting chunked by betrayal mobs or by Legion mobs, and you're like, oh god, like log out, get your potions back, or just like leave the content behind. Don't be afraid to just move on, right? Sometimes like you have this perfect whirlwind of rare mobs that have all the aura stacking and they can just chunk you for 1,000,000 damage. And if you feel like you're really struggling, just avoid the content, right? And the next Legion, I'm sure, will be easier. The next Blight encounter or the next Betrayal. Like, the content's not going anywhere, but that individual encounter might just feel really bad. And just leave it behind.
And blue seeds in Harvest are the most dangerous, I would say, because they have multiple monster types that can scale off the extra proj, most notably being the big snakes. As far as Blight is concerned, if you open a Blight and it's got a whole bunch of fire portals or potentially minion portals, I would skip that one. I would just move on. Because the fire portal mobs with their fireballs are super nasty.
Especially with LMP. Like, those things do stupid amounts of damage. They can just wipe out your character 0-100 in a regular league. So in Gauntlet, that's just turned to 11, right? And is there any way to distinguish Legion factions from one another? Like, I know Mariketh Legions are bad, but how do I recognize them? I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Octavian, but if there's a lot of dinosaurs, that's typically Mariketh, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they're called Reyas in game.
RHEA, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the Dino Riders. Those are pretty distinctive, and those are only in Mariketh. The Vol ones are just like bright blood red, so it's pretty easy to tell the Vol dudes from the others as well. And any big dudes holding very large shields, those are from the
very specific.
Eternal. Those are from the Eternal, and those will slap you very hard.
Yeah.
In general, though, like, just watch out for big clusters of rare monsters in Legion and don't free them all. Like, focus on the middle of the Legion, where there's not going to be nearly as many rares standing next to one another, and, like, yes, you'll get fewer rewards, but that's better than dying.
Yeah. Like, unless there's something very specific you want, like there's a currency, like, chest or something like that, but just be aware that, as Octavian said, like, it's the aura stacking on rares that will kill you. And that, if you played Ultimatum League, I think you're well aware of what aura stacking can do on mobs. Like, things get out of control very, very quickly. And because this is a gauntlet, right? Like, everything's already incredibly difficult. So if you can avoid putting yourself in a situation where you have a ton of rare mobs on screen and just focus maybe on the 1 or 2 rewards that you specifically want, or maybe just the boss kill because you want the splinters, it's best to do that. It's better to put in another map and then get another Legion than die to the encounter, right?
I'm going to go ahead and pull up a YouTube clip that we got.
Awesome, let's do it.
It's a short one, because it's just proof of having a full stash tab of Quicksilvers of Adrenaline.
Oh my lord.
This was one of the bounties.
I thought this was going to take people, like, the whole week. I guess if you... And the thing is, I wasn't even worried about them rolling them. I was just... How do you drop... Oh, did he just run, like, the den over and over and over again?
Well, you'd only get the quests reward the one.
No, I know, but just make, like
characters.
Like dozens of characters? Because he's only level 21 there.
That, I don't know. That feels like it would take a long time.
Wow.
I'm not sure the strategy, to be honest, that he employed, but it worked out, whatever it was.
Very impressive. Very cool, and that's, I think, $100 or $150 in the bank. I think that was YOLO News, YOLO News bounty, so I bet you he's pretty happy. I can have a smile on his face that someone else claimed it. I really like, and I mentioned it before, but I really like that there are these sort of, like, side quests for the Gauntlet, right? Like, even if you don't want to,
It's a good way to put it.
Yeah, well, that's what I see it. Like, if you don't want to compete for, like, rank 1 or get the prize pool that way, you can still get to 90 and enter yourself in the MTX and physical prize draw. But you can also be like, you know what? I want to run mudflats with no gear and get $100, right? So, yeah, these different little activities that you can do. And Lighty is about to enter a logbook, so I might actually, you know what? We can full screen Karn first if you'd like, and then
And in answer to the question in chat, the Quicksilver Flask that you get from the first Quicksilver Flask quest, the Tidal Island, that can't roll Adrenaline, but the one in Act 2 definitely can.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's eye level 5. Yeah.
And what Karn is doing right here is dropping the Hydrosphere and hitting the Hydrosphere with Chain Hook, because when you hit an enemy with Chain Hook, you gain Rage, and the Hydrosphere counts as an enemy. So he's prepping 50 Rage before he starts the boss fight, because he is using Rage Vortex to help out with a single target, so he wants to have some available right at the start. So you can drop the Rage Vortex immediately and get the extra damage.
Yeah, extra damage, move speed, like, it's awesome. And maybe even, as you said, you like sacrifice it just to get the extra damage. His damage is actually insane, though. Like, if you look at this, I think,
yeah, it's way better than like everyone else at this point. But it makes sense given the time investment he spent grabbing. First off, he's a Slayer, so Slayer always has solid boss damage. Oftentimes on Slayer builds, when you check the box to swap to in Patho building to doing like Shaper damage, you gain DPS. You don't lose it because you have more multis versus bosses and stuff.
And I think I'm gonna go to Lighty because I think he's just started his expedition. I don't know if he's a boss, but I don't know. I love logbook content, man. I think it's so much fun to watch. You are right? Like, I mean, I think that was a major. I've also, by the way, when did Lighty get 7,100 life? I mean, I'm going to talk about Karn in a second, but his 7,100 life as a raider with that plain Toxic Rain.
Yep. From what I've been told of his practice runs, he can reach 8k life if things go right.
Lord. I mean, so early on, I thought this would have been like a day 5, day 6 type of situation. He must have 130, 120 like life on every piece of gear. Oh my god. He's the GOAT. I mean, like, he's pretty damn good at the game.
He does have a really nice hunter belt with life quality and flat life and percent life. But the rest of his gear is just like good, nothing crazy, but nothing bad. You know, he's got like T1 or 2 life pretty much everywhere, but he doesn't have Vermilion rings yet, which is something he could work on if he wanted to. And he has crafted life on the helmet, but it is admittedly alongside hybrid, so it's still like 90-ish life.
Also, I mean, he also has the physical damage taken as fire on that. So I think even if he could get 30 more life on the helm, I think just that mod alone is so much more effective life overall for him. Right?
Yeah, I don't think he'd swap it anytime soon.
No.
He's also element immune at this point, as he has the thick skin cluster, crystal skin, and he's even dropped 2 points into elemental focus, purely for the element avoidance, because he doesn't scale off the ailment effect or off the elemental damage from it.
That makes sense. Again, I'm just surprised that he got to this gear level like day 2, right? I mean, obviously he can get better, but it's just so fast, it feels like. But I mean, he is efficient. I mean, we talk about his gearing over and over again, like he probably is the best at this specific thing. But it's still just, every time I see it, it's still incredibly impressive.
And in answer to how he's getting Fortify, he has a weapon swap to a one-hander and shield and uses Vigilant Strike. And the buff from the Vigilant Strike stays afterwards.
Yeah. And so does the endurance charges too, right? Like he'll have at least 10 seconds of uptime, which not only gives him like the extra res and extra physical res, but if he is hit during these 10 seconds, which he just was, his immortal call will last like an extra 2-3 seconds, which is just a really nice quality of life.
And the Vigilant Strike is fully qualitied, which gives it the maximum duration. So its base duration is 13.4 seconds. But Fortify support actually causes skills to have 33%, possibly more at higher levels. I'm just reading the level 19 gem he has. 33% increased Fortify duration, which, given it's supporting the Vigilant Strike, scales that 13.4 baseline. So it's like roughly a 20-second.
Goes a little bit low there. I mean, down to about 2k life, but able to recover really quickly with his flasks. Awesome.
The ideal weapon swap probably includes a Haku weapon with +2 quality of socketed support gems, because I think the quality on Fortify, no. You'd want just +2 quality of socketed gems, right?
Correct.
Yeah, not support gems, just socketed gems, because that would scale the quality on the Vigilant Strike and give you more Fortify duration, maybe another like 2 seconds.
I mean, that's real min-maxing, right? I think really, I think the shield tech is the thing that really surprised me. I honestly never would have thought of that. Having the minimum endurance charges, which carries over after you re-weapon swap to your bow. Just really cool tech. You know what? I think that's what Letty always has. Like, he just has this vast amount of knowledge about how all these unique interactions work, and it's just cool that he can actually put them into play at such a high level, right?
One thing you do have to be careful of if you're doing the strategy in hardcore is make sure that you're not like relying super hard on your quiver for res, and that brief moment where you weapon swap, you have like 40 res or something, and you might get one tapped. I don't know. I'd be scared of that. If you weapon swap really, really fast, maybe it just doesn't matter, but it would still spook me.
Oh no, yeah, no. Like I don't see a world where he weapon swaps and he isn't still res capped. Like there's no way.
I haven't done the math on his character,
so
I don't know. But...
I just don't see him putting himself in that position, right? Like he's very cognizant of the fact that like all this extra physical damage added as elemental could just wipe him out if he isn't careful. I mean, look, he could be. I just doubt it.
Oh, Quantric is live?
Oh, let's pop him on. Oh,
Wait, no.
Jabaited.
Why is he saying Pog Quantrix 6-link and he's not even online? What the heck?
That's pretty funny. Ziz is still alive. Yes, he's just waking up now, guys. He will be live in about 20 to 30 minutes on this channel. So pretty exciting to hand it off to him.
Okay, so Quantric isn't live, but he linked the 6-link.
So he's playing. He's just not live. Okay. Well, he does work. I think I don't want to say 9 to 5, but he does have like a day job. So maybe he's just playing in between meetings or something like that. I don't want to put him on blast to his boss, but pretty cool. Yeah. No, it's Ziz for the win. I agree, man. That's why Octavian and I have the opportunity to cast for you guys. No, it's pretty damn cool. Ziz as a guest on Zizaran channel. Well, thank you. That's a pretty big compliment. I'll take it. All right. Actually, is Exo back? Let me just test the waters. Pop him up instead of Karn. He is not. So I'll where's Karn here? I'll pop Karn back on. Or even Jungron. We had a lot of DD. Oh, and pop him on stream.
He's watching Steel.
So we got Steelception. Maybe just commenting on it, but if not, we can. If you want some cool content, look up Dead and Doom on POV. Okay, apparently we're going we're going ladder. We're checking some ladder. All right, let me get rid of our cams here. Here we go. Dead and Doom. Okay, he is dead here. He was sabotaged. He has $250 in bounty, so he was the first to kill Zir as a shadow, which netted him $100, and he was the first to run through Act 9 Aqueducts without any items equipped. Oh my!
Is he leveling to 80 over and over again? Was there a bounty for getting a bunch of different characters to 80 that I forgot about?
Oh, there is.
I think there was.
There is.
One for each class, right?
Yes, it was Steelmage's bounty called like the Ryze QT impersonator or something like this. Because you have to reroll as every different base class. So he's done it as Shadow, Range, Witch, and Duelist.
That's a lot of progress on that already. I think he's got this in the bag at this point.
I don't think anyone else is even close. Awesome. And he got my this guy's going bounty hunting. Actually, let's have a look at the bounties. Let's see if we can find it here. Level 80. Control F80. For first to reach level 80 with all base classes. Oh, it's $500 by Steel. Wow. It's literally the first one. Yeah, so he's actually, I guess he's going bounty hunting. So he has 250 already in the bag. And if he gets that one, which it looks very likely that he will, it's going to be $750 in the bank. Huge. Absolutely huge. That is, that's really good content. And what's nice is because he's not dying on his characters, okay, outside of the shadow, he's actually able to reuse a lot of the leveling gear, right? So his flasks, his boots, maybe he has a gold rim. That's really good. And he can just keep going over and over and over again. And he only has, I think, 3 more because he's done Shadow, Ranger, Duelist, and I just checked this.
Did Garatha die?
I hope not. Oh no, he did yesterday, right? He did.
I thought he was higher level than this when we checked in earlier today.
Playing Cold Dot, by the way, which is the first.
I might be thinking of someone else.
Yeah, this is actually the first Cold Dot player we've seen. We know Carv intends to roll Cold Dot, but he hasn't transitioned yet.
I think he's on his radar now. We just haven't seen it live on stream yet.
Oh, fair. Okay. Awesome. I'm playing Arctic Breath, which maybe an overlooked skill a little bit. I think it has the potential to do some really great things, but I just haven't seen it pop off in a really strong way. But you know, it does shock. It's one of those skills that actually does shotgun, which is actually pretty unique these days. There's very few player skills that do shotgun.
Excuse me, I think you mean Creeping Frost.
Oh, sorry, Creeping Frost. I apologize. Arctic Breath.
I forgive you.
Thank you.
I don't know if chat will, but I forgive you.
So many years of calling it. It's like caustic arrow, right? I still call it poison arrow a lot of the time. Old habits die hard, I guess.
That's before my time.
Yeah.
I never played back when it was called Poison Arrow.
Fair enough. I mean, I think I only played like a couple leagues, but I played it a lot during that period, so I just got used to it.
I still call it Wed.
Yeah, who doesn't call it Wed, right? Actually, we do have. We've seen the adrenaline bounty. I was about to say. Okay. Awesome. Really, really cool. Everyone's trucking along. I feel like chat's popping off. I feel like everyone in chat's probably level 100 already, doing really well. You know, any tips or tricks you need, please ask away. But yeah, Garatha doing his thing, re-leveling. You know, even if you rip, you get back on the horse, get back to it. And Karn, I mean, a fan favorite, at least for me, viewing experience. Really cool to see a different build and a different take on the meta entirely. And Steelmage just trucking along with Old Reliable. Bleed, shields, easy.
Yep. It used to be called Weapon Elemental Damage, that's why WED. The reason why it got changed is because they wanted it to affect unarmed attacks.
Correct.
Because Weapon Elemental Damage didn't work if you were playing like Facebreaker and trying to do Fizz to Fire conversion because you're not holding a weapon. So it was a buff to the gem, and it was a buff to a lot of different playstyles to change it. It's just hard to break the habit of calling it WED.
Yeah, I think GG's done a wonderful job of sort of just like fixing a lot of those like edge cases. I mean, they've created new ones, of course, but it's hard not to in a game the size of Path of Exile. But like just being able to play with phase breakers and make it elemental damage, it's just nice. It's nice that they have an extra gen now, right? It's nice that like all these edge cases, small cases overall are getting fixed or getting more supported. The more builds we can play, the better, right? Like the more flexibility, the more options we have, like that makes me a happy gamer. I'm a big fan of just re-rolling a lot, so the more options we have, the better I feel.
We've had Lily on the stream for probably like 60-70% of the day today. She's been on the stream quite a bit. She just doesn't currently show on the stream. We're showing some people we haven't shown. Well, not that many people we haven't shown because not that many people have been live for the last few hours. Yeah. A lot of people seem to be taking a break right about now.
We're back to Monday, right? So it is an odd time slot for a lot of people. They played a lot during the weekend and maybe they have work or school. So yeah, just going to be a little bit less variety in some of the streamers we can show, but hopefully nearing the end of the week we can get a lot more people on. Yes, Synchro Racedom. If you die at level 90, you are eligible to win. And you can delete your character, but why not just leave it alive? Yeah, so as long as you hit level 90 in the Gauntlet, you are eligible to win the $3,000 PC and all the MTX rewards as well. So pretty damn cool. Actually, I think I can bring those up on stream for everybody because I'm not sure everyone's seen them. Rewards media. Here we go. So here we go, guys. There we have physical prizes and microtransaction prizes just for reaching certain level thresholds. You can win if you reach level 50. You're eligible to win 1 of 10 Gauntlet T-shirts. Level 60, $200 worth of food. Get your grub on, guys. And level 70, you're eligible for a mouse, a keyboard, and an extra large mouse pad. What's really cool is that if you hit level 80, you got a GPU backplate that has the actual Gauntlet fist on it, which is just so damn cool. And you got to represent Path of Exile at home on your PC. But if you hit 90, you are eligible for in the draw for a $3,000 US custom build PC. If you're struggling with FPS, you're running 480p on Twitch, this is your chance to level up, guys. I mean, granted, it's still just a random draw. Everybody's eligible that reaches level 90. And you're also entered into these as well. The MTX microtransaction prizes, the vast majority of which are all sponsored by Shopify. GGG did throw in a handful of mystery boxes for everybody, but the rest of this is brought to us by Shopify, who's been an unbelievable partner for this entire event. And there's obviously mystery boxes, there's level 60, there's 1 of 10 of the cloaks you can get, you have weapon effects, portal effects cloaks, and then at the end you have the full MTX actual prize sets. So yeah, definitely worthwhile maybe staying in white maps, hitting level 90 safely, and then moving on to maybe the end game content. Yeah, just awesome stuff for everybody. And everybody's eligible as long as you click on the bottom right of your screen, click enter event, and you're ready to go.
And multiple entry is allowed. If you have 2 characters at 90, you're doubling your chances.
Correct.
And so on and so forth. The more characters you get.
Hopefully our cams weren't blocking the content there, guys. Sorry about that.
You earn the MTX simply by leveling characters up. So
I'll pop it
it'll be
back.
automatically entered into the draws when you reach the levels listed. So once you're at 90, you are in every single draw. That character is eligible for all of them.
Correct. Yeah. So if you yeah, exactly. If you level multiple level 90 characters, you get 2 chances. So if you have, for some reason, 100 different characters that reach level 90 in a gauntlet, first of all, you're the fastest leveler on Earth.
Well done.
But you would have 100 chances to win these things, and these will be drawn by Ziz after the gauntlet is over, like live on stream. Even for the custom PC, yeah, it's each entry is a different draw. Just get to level 90. For a lot of players, this is the goal, right?
If I have 10 levels 9s, I don't think it's additive. No.
No, it is not. It's not cumulative. It is one level 90 character. Yeah, awesome. And last gauntlet, I think there was less than 1,000 people who hit 90, or less than 1,000 characters that actually hit 90. By a wide margin. I think it was several, like 600 to 700, which is, I mean, that's a pretty damn good odds for winning a $3,000 prize. Or 90 level 1s. Okay. I mean, Karn would probably hate that. He'd have to kill like millions of times, but yeah. Just take your time. It's a slow and steady, guys. Even if you just get the one draw. And I will switch back to the regular screen because I think our cams were blocking the MTX before, but yeah. Definitely a really, really fun and engaging content, right? You don't have to be this top-tier gamer that's going for first place overall and you're not sleeping as much as you'd like and all this. You can just slowly grind out a level 90 in white-tier maps, or even, you know, just take your time with it. You don't have to even alch your maps. Just run the content really slow, evenly, and by the end of the week you should be 90 plus. So good luck, guys.
And I'm going to check in with Ryze's progress, as it looks like he's just coming towards the end of the story now. I think he's going for his Valenta passive point, and has almost 6k life before touching a map. Strength stacking chieftain things.
Pretty insane. You know what? I actually really like, there's a little bit of tech here. I'm pretty sure it's luck, but his gauntlets have the, it's like, what is it, of hatred, or of, like, it spreads out the ice effect on hit, or on when he's hit. But it's just really nice. Reducing enemies' like movement, action speed by 10% is just a nice little defensive layer. Because otherwise, I don't think he's... Oh, I guess he's running skitterbots, but otherwise it'd be very hard to get chill on that build. I mean, not super important, but just kind of cool.
Valenta is a pretty feared fight for most of the players, but I think Ryze is about as over-prepared as you can be for this. As he just stands in the rain of projectiles, and I barely even see his health move.
Yeah, this fight, for those that don't know, a lot of those projectiles do shotgun, so a lot of players actually get into maps, get to level like 80, 85, and then go back for this skill point just because of how scary this content actually is.
Yeah, you want to just be overpowered for it. You don't want to take any chances here. And I think Ryze is overpowered for this. No kidding.
He's making mincemeat of Valenta. I mean, she does have a mandatory 3 phases. You can only damage her so much, but we see him finish the fight. Gets your skill point, and should be on his way to maps soon enough. Hopefully we can maximize his Kitava fight, which should be coming up soon.
Yeah, I imagine if he's doing Valenta, he might even have Kitava down already. We'll see. Not quite yet. All right, he's on the way to it.
But I think he's at Innocence, or like Corrupted Innocence, or whatever.
Yeah. Woad, Mockery of Man.
Oh, is that actually the name?
I think that's the name of the map boss version of it. I don't know what the name of the story version is. He's actually going for block investment on this version, though, which is neat. Something he's able to do since he doesn't need to go the two-hander route.
Awesome. I mean, the more defensive layers you can stack, like, the better. Because his damage is going to sort itself out as long as his gear is good, right?
Yeah.
And he kind of wants to stay in that section of the tree. Like, he wants as many strength, like, travel notes as he can get, so... Definitely not a bad place to be anyway.
And oftentimes in the community among players that maybe aren't as hardcore experienced or something, I'll see a sentiment that like block is a thing that gladiators get to do, and then you don't really consider block as a defensive layer outside of that, or outside maybe of Necro. Basically, they have the mindset where you cap block or you don't bother with block, and that really undervalues, I think, mid-investment block as a defensive layer. Like 50% block chance, which is not that hard to get with a good shield, with Tempest shield, with like a wheel or two on the tree, is you not taking half of the damage that's coming your way from attacks, which is crazy strong. Like that, you don't need to reach 75% block for block to be worth it. On top of that, block wheels on the tree have such good secondary stats so often. Like there's 2 block wheels on the tree that give you damage per block chance in various areas, one in the top right, one towards the middle bottom. There's a block wheel in the tree that gives you endurance charge gen on kill. There's a block wheel in the tree that gives you a ton of res. There's another one that gives you chaos res. Like they just have good stats. They're just good wheels.
Yeah. They're really valuable. Like, I mean, as you said, the res wheel, right? Which is what we just saw Ryze grabbing. I think gets you like 20 all res or something like that, which nearly negates the entire detriment of Gauntlet, which is a minus 30 res penalty, right? Like, that's such a powerful option and tool in your arsenal if you do have a shield equipped, right?
So, like, a word of advice for folks who might be inexperienced at making characters tanky or playing in hardcore is, even if you're playing like a chieftain or a berserker or an inquisitor or, you know, even things like towards the bottom or the very top of the tree, so like Elementalist is a little harder but doable, or, you know, Slayers or Champions, consider block. Maybe don't go for it in every single one of them. I'm not saying every build can do it, but consider block even if you can only get like 50%. Because oftentimes the investment doesn't have a ton of opportunity cost, and it is a crazy strong defensive layer, even just at like 45 to 55%.
Yeah, it's great to sprinkle in, right? I mean, it's being able to mitigate a full, like, the 100% damage of any given hit, even at like 40%. I mean, 50, like, the more the better, right? But even at like 50%, as you said, half the damage of the when you get swarmed is just essentially negated, right? Assuming you don't get RNG to hell. But it's especially for something like Chieftain, which you have so much regen, being able to just negate half the damage, then let your regen just tick up everything else is such an effective defensive layer. When just added on top of everything else, right?
Yeah, and you'd be surprised how many places you can get that like little bit extra. You know, Elder Gloves can give you up to 5%. You can get a chest piece craft for 7. The shield is a free 3% if you're going with shields. It's not that hard to squeeze in enough for it to be relevant.
And if you are in that part of the tree, I mean, it's not too many points. Like, okay, look, glancing blows gets a lot of flack, but if you only have 30% block and maybe you have some spell block, maybe you're running staves as well, right? It's not a bad option to just make it more consistent, right? I mean, it's not as powerful as it used to be, but it's still not a terrible option overall.
And this Kitava fight here, we're going to full screen for Ryze, not because I think there's any remote possibility he's going to die, but more I just want to see how much damage he's putting out here, which should be quite a bit.
6k life with a Brutus Lit Sprinkler. I mean, he's just standing in the damage. No,
he can just walk around in the fire. He doesn't care a whit.
No, not at all. And you know what? It's great to see, because I think that rip hit him pretty hard.
He'd have to like purposefully run with Kitava's arm in order to die here.
Oh yeah, or like tank the...
You have to surf the arm.
Yeah, or tank the big explosion like maybe twice. Like, he has ridiculous amounts of defense on top of damage. Like, I'm very excited to see how he can progress all this the strength stacking. I mean, 100 strength just from his amulet is pretty insane. Yeah, so...
He's level 68, by the way, with almost 6k life.
So just leveling to like 90, he might have 8k. Just off the base, and like, he hasn't I don't think he's finished the Silent Life wheel either, so he has a long way to grow.
And all the strength that I'm assuming he's just walking around in it for fun.
I mean, usually I like to talk about the mechanics, but his build can literally ignore them. So I have no notes, Ryze. No notes.
He's flexing.
Yeah.
He's done.
For those in chat that do struggle with this fight, I mean, look, practice in standard. Like, go back with your powerful character and just don't even attack Kitava. Just let it go through the motions and get used to the abilities. There's a lot of different options for you to like just practice the fight, because I'm sure most of you have characters in standard or in hardcore Perm League or something like that. There's no harm in doing that. Like, practice does make perfect. And sure, you can't practice every fight. Like, Weaver tends to be something you can't practice in standard, but something like Kitava is definitely something you should look into doing over and over again. And we do have the CEO of production in chat. We have Zizaran. He should be taking over in the next couple of minutes. There's no rush, by the way, Ziz. There's not me trying to rush you into the seat, but I think chat is excited to see you. We've had a couple of questions about it. But so far, I think it's been a great day, Octavian. I think we've had some great content. Everything's been working. No technical difficulties, which is pretty cool. Yes, you, Zizaran. You indeed. People, it turns out, Ziz, on your channel, people really want to see you. People really like you.
Anyone die? I don't. think we had any big rips
Not
today.
during the cast. I think a lot of the deaths were off stream. So Pac died, which might be really great for you, because considering you're racing Witch.
But yeah, we don't have a clip or anything. He was playing off stream.
Yeah, which is a shame. Yeah, I saw that. So sad, Kappa. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you know what's this? I haven't said this yet, but I have you in my top 5, by the way. Overall, forgetting Witch, I have you top 5 overall. So a lot of expectations, buddy. Prove me right, dude. Prove me right.
Better not lose.
Top 500? Oh, okay, there's some toxic gamers in chat. Okay, no problem, buddy. You just let us know when you're ready, and I'll swap it over to you. But before then, I'm gonna switch us over to a little talk show thing, because I think we're nearing the end. We can say our goodbyes.
Oh, howdy.
And don't worry, we have ads and stuff, so don't worry, there's no rush. Oh, and Void actually got to the end of Act 3. That's awesome, dude. I mean, like, look, it's your first gauntlet. Like, my first gauntlet, I died to Weaver, like, 15 times. And then I realized, okay, why don't I actually use Smoke Mine, Decoy Totem? So, you're doing better than me, brother. So, power to you. But, it's been a hell of a cast, Octavian. I can't wait for tomorrow. Now that we got everything working. And, I don't know. How about you? How was your day so far?
It's been pretty good. Woke up, had a hearty, excellent breakfast, and casted some video games.
To be fair, it feels good.
Good day.
It feels good.
Okay.
All right, guys, I'm gonna toss you over not to Ziz, but we do have a couple ads, which he himself did record. But I'll talk to you later, Octavian. It's been a blast. I'll see you soon, brother.
Bye bye.
Hi there. I'm an advertisement. Nobody likes advertisements. What about advertisements with Zizaran in it? Nope. Guess I'll leave then. But not before telling you to go to shop.zizaran.com and buy a Gauntlet t-shirt to support everything we do with events. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying watching the Gauntlet. Shop.zizaran.com. Buy merch to support the Gauntlet. This is a threat. Don't sue me, but it's still a threat. Thank you. Nice.